Yeah.
Looks like we are live. All right. Welcome, everybody. This is our second Gathering.gg 1K and our first Value Vintage 1K. So, this is part of our tournament series. We're going to be doing these monthly. Our next one is May 24th, and that one will be timeless. This is hosted by the Gathering.gg in partnership with Nouns. And if you want to learn more about Nouns, you can go to nouns.world. And then we couldn't do this without all the guys over at Value Vintage. This is my favorite constructed format, so I'm pretty excited to be here today, running this and having a chance at commentary a little later. So we're going to go through all the announcements, all the rules, everything you need to know. And if after that anybody has any problems or questions, we will be right here in right underneath here. We have a staff and troubleshooting channel. One of us will be there all day to help you with any problems you might have. Our next event, the Gathering.gg's next 1K online will be on May 24th. And then Value Vintage is also going to have some events, a 0.5K at NRG Chicago on May 10th. And then they're also going to be present at SCG Indy. There's going to be another 1K there, and a 2K on Sunday in New York at NYCIS on July 6th. So we're going to have the pairings up in just a second, but a few housekeeping things. So this is open deck list. You're going to find your opponent. You will be able to click the deck list under their name, or possibly, if you're on a different format, click their name to view their deck lists. And when you are getting paired, to find your opponent, the player on the left of the pairings is going to go to Vintage Tournament Practice, allow spectators, and you are going to make the room in Vintage Tournament Practice on MTGO client with the table number on your MTG Melee and the name of your opponent so that they can find you easily. If someone random or incorrect joins your room, go ahead and concede and remake the room. If at any point you have a disconnect or someone crashes, please come and let us know right away and we'll walk you through it. But the player, if we are unable to resolve it, the player who crashed out is going to be unable to, might receive a game loss or match loss, but we can resolve that. We will be streaming this whole event at twitch.tv/thegatheringmtg, and you are welcome to come watch it. We have a smaller delay, because we will not be showing hands. We will be going into your rooms to find the different matches to stream. So if you have any issues with being featured on the camera, please message us. We only will be requiring it for undefeated players and for the top 8. We have just about 40 players today, so that's going to make it 6 rounds of Swiss with a cut to top 8. We will be using the in-game timers on MTGO to keep things moving smoothly. We'll have another clock running just in case there's DCs or delays, but there shouldn't be. It's pretty smooth, and MTGO has been working well lately. So yeah, just let us know if you have any problems. And I think we are ready to begin. Tyrant, did you fire that first round? If Tyrant didn't, I will. So Mox Field includes, yes, good question. So Melee includes everybody who has signed up, whether they've dropped or not. We have a few drops. We have a few no-shows. There's a non-zero chance that a higher than usual percentage of the round 1 plays will be buys. But we have almost a padding round for that. Like normally 33 players would be where we set the rounds. But we're going to get you all paired off and playing, and the staff members will resolve that. Great question. Do we have any other questions? No? All right. Yes, the player on the left will create the room. This bit's a little bit flexible, so if you're not comfortable creating the room, or if you're not super familiar with MTGO, we have a channel right above where we're all here in the player meeting. And you can, we have a find your opponent channel, like connect with them there and match them. And then if you're still having issues, 5 minutes after every round begins, if you still can't find your opponent, then hop into the staff and troubleshooting section and let us know. We're going to be using some regular tournament penalties. So at 5 minutes, we will intervene. At 10 and 15, it'll be game and match loss. I'm worried that I can't hear the people in the Vito Ninja room. Um, but I don't know if Tyrant fired this round or if I'm firing this round.
I am here.
I
Great.
am also here. My understanding was we're muted, but we are here.
Yes. Great. I think we've got everything. Did I miss anything, gentlemen? Oh, commentary people. We have some.
Oh, hello.
We have some wonderful people here. These are some $30 vintage experts. They've been running this format for 3 years, 2 years, a long time.
A minute.
Yeah, been a big chunk of our lives.
But they're great at it. They know this format well. I'm pretty excited to do some commentary with Russell a little bit later. I'm sorry, Rusty, a little bit later. I don't want to double. We're going to announce that so ideally it will be seed based, but we need to make sure that we can do that on MTGO. So we're going to announce that formally closer to the top 8. But great question.
All right. Good morning, gamers. I believe Everett and I are live. We will be your commentary for the start of this tournament. I believe I'll be here for 2 rounds. Everett for a little bit longer. Everett, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. I'm very excited. We were going through the deck list earlier when we were setting everything up. Some super powerful Magic players, some super powerful deck lists. I'm hyped.
Yeah, it's a lot of really good stuff here. I think there's a lot of known quantities, which we'll kind of dive into more as we have time. Kind of introduce anyone new to the metagame and what people are playing. But there's definitely some stuff that's going to catch us off guard as well. And it is open deck list, so I think we can talk about them. Is there anything you're particularly excited to see today?
I'm excited to see Living End in action personally. We've seen it do well at some like LGS weekly events all over the place, but I haven't seen it played personally at all. So I'm really excited to see that deck do its thing.
Yeah, I agree. We've actually got 2 players on Living End today. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Yep. So that'll be interesting. I mean, I think it's powerful. I think it has a really good game against, creature-based strategies for obvious reasons, and I think you can operate pretty well at instant speed. So maybe you can fight some of the more unfair decks. And that's not the only deck cascading, isn't that right?
No. Yeah. We have one of our good friends, Heidel, on Lich's Mirror combo.
Yeah,
Which I'm very curious to see how that deck does.
that's a really scary deck. I'm gonna go ahead and drop it in chat. I can't post links. Never mind. I won't do that. So yeah, this is a deck that's playing Shardless Agents and Violent Outbursts, and the only thing it can cascade into is the single copy of Channel. Channel is restricted, and then from there it tries to win the game instantly. Isn't that right?
Pretty much, yeah. Killing yourself with Channel to flip your whole deck back over with Lich's Mirror, cast a bunch of spells, make a ton of mana, and kill your opponent with the Eternal Magic staple everyone knows, Boom Mobile, the classic.
My favorite cell phone provider, Boom Mobile.
It's the 2025 adaptation of Channel Mirror, or not Channel Mirror, sorry, Channel Fireball.
That's right. Yeah, it's like Channel Fireball, but instead of happening quickly, you sit there and you fiddle with your deck for 25 minutes until your opponent dies.
It's sweet. I know Heidel's been putting a lot of work on it. I'm really excited to see how he does.
I am too. He's been putting a ton of work in. I think the deck's terrifying, but I do think that the format has the tools to keep it in check. He might be the bad guy though.
I think he's our heel today.
Now, if he's not our heel, what other decks would you say are heel decks today? We've got heels and heroes, right?
Yeah, I mean, as much as it pains me to say, I think I would be one of 6 people to be happy to see High Tide win.
Yeah, High Tide is very strong in this format. You just took down our last 1K at SCG Charlotte with it, right?
Yep.
Deck is very strong. It's fast, it's resilient, and there's not that much really rock solid hate against it. We have 4 really skilled players on High Tide today, so I expect to see at least 1 copy in the top 8, maybe more.
I'm open for it personally. That's my baby. I love it so much. But it's not like there's like nothing fighting against it. We have a decent quantity of control decks with some classic blue white control, some miracles, some Sailor's Bane. We have Andrew's mono blue cloud post list. It's a control cloud post list with Mindslaver, which
Now
is really
talk about a
sweet.
hero deck. If you're cloud
Oh
slavering,
my
I don't
god,
care what you're playing against. You're the hero in that match.
you are the hero. I really want to see this man Mindslaver lock some people, some fools.
That's right. Now, speaking of hero decks, it looks like decks are starting to, or matches are starting to go live on Magic
Ooh.
Online. And I think for our first match, we're going to be checking out CD Newland on his Boros Luris brew, right?
Yeah. Red white energy Luris with some really
Yeah.
sweet cards.
Now, I'm very bad at finding things in Magic Online. Bear with me as I pull to
Okay,
that.
there's gonna be a lot of tables. uh,
Yeah.
so SL Dewey, I believe, is the MTGO name that we're looking for, which I found, but we just have to wait for him to get his opponent.
Okay, yeah,
There we go.
Dewey's our judge from Apex before. We know him.
Oh yeah. Cool.
But anyway, stepping back for a second, for anyone who's new here, Everett, what is this format? We kind of skipped over that because we're so excited about the decks, but what are we
That's
doing
true.
today?
Yeah, anybody who's not familiar, we are $30 value vintage. We are exactly what it sounds like. We are a constructed format, 60 card 1v1, vintage banned and restricted list, but your full 75 has to be $30 or less TCG market. So
Now,
we get
this
all
is
of our
just a made
powerful
up
crazy cards.
This is a made up
What's up?
format, right? No one plays this. Why
Yeah,
is there a 1K today?
because it's the best format that you're not playing.
It is.
It's
It has been picking up
it's
a
a
lot
made
of
up
steam.
format that just so happens to have had 6 1Ks in the past year, something like that, something crazy.
Yep. Okay.
Uh,
CD Nolan does have a match live.
let's go.
How do I
Let's run it
spectate?
if I can find it again.
I see play. I don't see spectate. I guess. Oh, we need to wait for it to fill. I think.
Oh yeah, we need to wait for him to have an opponent.
Okay. But yeah, this format's really been picking up steam. We've been like Scuffle mentioned, we've been going to some NRG events. They're going to host a 0.5K coming up, and SCG has hosted 2 1Ks, and it looks like they're going to be.
While we're doing that,
Tyrant will get us sorted out. He's good at that. All right, let's keep commentating like we can hear it.
yes.
So this is CD Nolan playing versus the Watchwander on High Tide, which, like we talked about, this will be a hero versus heel match for sure. But our hero has a turn 1 Sol Ring.
Oh Lord. Yeah, we were talking about this matchup a little bit before the stream fired, and we were talking about the matchups. It definitely seems like this red white Luris list is going to struggle a little bit game 1 against High Tide, but I would not be surprised if there was a pretty hard swerve in that regard coming in game 2.
Yeah, because let's talk about this Boros Luris list. We haven't seen this exact list before. Oh, there's Brotherhood Scribe.
Yeah.
I think this card might be really, really powerful.
I'd never seen this before today. I will be the first to admit that I didn't really read all of the Fallout cards.
No, I mean, who did?
No, yeah. But a mana dork for energy is pretty rad.
Well, also, it's not just that. I think it's the anthem effect that matters the most
Oh
because
yeah.
this is a Boros synthesizer Luris deck playing synthesizer, gleeful demolition, and then some little guys like Thraben and Spectre. So if you have, notably, there's also 4 Guide of Souls, which is $10.56 of the budget.
Whew, worth
If
every
you
cent too.
if you ever get to Guide of Souls into Gleeful Demolition or even Amp Raptor,
Oh,
right?
that's crazy.
If you have a Guide of Souls out and then you Amp Raptor, you get energy for the
Yeah.
ETB, energy for the Guide of Souls, and then if you hit another creature, look at that.
Oh
You
my
could be
god.
helping your team by 3 or 4 power across the entire team.
Yeah,
Um,
that's really cool.
Now, I will say, Watch Wanderer just solved for a frantic search. As
That's
the
not
high
what you want
tide
to see.
player, that's terrifying, right?
That's horrifying. You're as soon as they cast the turn 3 solve, you're expecting them to grab a
Oh,
high tide.
wow! Look at that, using Galvanic
Woo!
Discharge to Anthem his
Speak of
team.
the
Look how
devil.
much. I mean, obviously, we only have 2 attackers here, but imagine if
Wow.
everything was attacking. Um,
Yeah, I imagine Watchwander's gonna try to go for it this turn, but if this
yeah,
ends up fizzling or something bad happens, he might just be dead on the swing back.
right. So, Everett, can you get our viewers who aren't high tide aficionados up to speed? What is this deck? Why are there so many basic islands in play?
So High Tide is built around the titular card High Tide, the single blue instant that makes your island stat for an additional blue mana. And then you're going to cast a bunch of spells that draw you cards and untap your lands to net a bunch of card advantage, net a bunch of mana, and eventually cast the world's largest Blue Sun Zenith or Drown in Dreams, targeting your opponent to make them draw a billion cards.
Yeah. Now, Watchwander's always had his own kind of style. He kind of likes to play his own little kind of swerves on what you would consider to be the stock list, but it's really just a different take. What's the
Yeah.
biggest difference in his list, kind of compared to the list that you would consider stock?
So he is on Expansion Explosion instead of Lutri, which is pretty
Okay.
fair. They kind of achieve the same thing of copying Snap to make Infinite Mana and Infinite Storm. But it does make it a little bit more difficult to, or no, it's still about the same of like copy. You can still do the bond loop with it and get around. I imagine you can get around your high tides getting taken care of if you have enough islands. But it's certainly going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I know he's also a founding the third path enjoyer. That's kind of his way of flashing back something from the graveyard. And what did he just target there? Is that a frantic search again? Oh, it's a snap. Okay. And that's part of what makes High Tide so scary. It's Mind's Desire for 7. Now, do you think that usually closes things out, or is there still hope for our hero here?
It sure usually does. It's looking pretty. I'm surprised it didn't remand the. Or no, maybe remand was the last card off of Mind's Desire. Or no, there's two.
So
I'm surprised it didn't remand it back to his hand. But it's not looking great. Wander can cast a Bond of Insight and put the Mind's Desire back in his hand and do it again for 14 or 15.
And he also got another High Tide plus Turnabout. So the combination of mana and a way to rebuy the Mind's Desire is probably lethal, right? Because the Mind's Desire for 6 or 7 isn't really what kills your opponent. It's the second Mind's Desire, right?
Yeah,
there it is. And it's really hard to whiff on 12. So yeah, Newland just scoops it up.
Yeah, Newland doing the responsible thing and saying, I don't want to sit through all this. We could just go to game 2. Get me out, get me out.
Yeah, no, that's reasonable. For anyone who hasn't ever cast a Mind's Desire before, it does feel like you're cheating. I gotta be honest.
It does.
All right, so that was rough. I will say, it looked like Newland maybe could have presented lethal that next turn. Like maybe if you had another Galvanic Discharge or something to like buff.
I think there's a pretty high likelihood that he was going to be able to take him down on the swing back.
So that was rough. We kind of thought it would be rough. What changes out of the sideboard for both decks?
For High Tide, it's not looking like much, honestly. I imagine the Blue Elemental Blast is going to come in. Probably Filigree Silex. But other than that, it doesn't look like a whole lot.
Yeah, maybe Engulf the Shore as kind of a sweeper for all like the 1/1s.
Yeah.
Wow. Newland's sideboard is looking like a tutor board.
I would not be surprised if Newland brought in 11 cards in this matchup.
Unable to Scream. could come in. Echoing Truth could come in. Soul Guide could come in. Your opponent is a Lurrus deck.
This is true.
But yeah, you definitely don't want to dilute the main game plan. Now, I think the
Yeah.
sideboarding is going to improve Boros Synthesizer more than it improves High Tide. What is Synthesizer bringing in today?
I like 11 cards. I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised if we saw all 4 Soul Guide Lanterns, all 4 Calamity's Wake, and all 3 Deafening Silence. It's just exactly what you want to see.
So Deafening Silence makes sense to me. High Tide is a non-creature combo deck, so we want that, of course. Now, resolving a Deafening Silence doesn't just slam the door because the Watchwander has a couple ways to bounce them, right? Into the Floodmaw, Echoing Truth, but you still want them. That makes sense. Calamity's Wake. I don't see this card very often.
No, card's really cool. I know I played it in CDH for a little bit. The card's awesome. It's a silence and it's graveyard hate. It's both things that are usually pretty effective in the time matchup.
Yeah, so it's 1 and a white. It's an instant. Exile all graveyards. Players can't cast non-creature spells this turn. Exile Calamity's Wake. So you're gonna silence your opponent. It's also graveyard hate. So if they put a Bond of Insight on the stack, you can kind of you can't fully stop it, but it interacts with Founding the Third Path. Here's my question. Let's say I'm playing red-white energy against High Tide, and I have a Calamity's Wake, and I plan to cast it. When do I cast it? Do I cast it on their upkeep?
It's tough. There's an argument for pretty much all phases of the turn. There's an argument for on their upkeep. There's an argument for in response to the first High Tide, in response to the first spell off of the High Tide. It's very context dependent.
Do you ever wait for them to put the Mind's Desire Storm trigger on the stack and then end things?
I mean, I don't dislike it.
Yeah, I will say, anyone who's watched me on commentary before has probably heard me say this. I'm glad we're happily in the booth and we don't have to make those decisions.
Oh, yeah.
It's tough, man. Facing down High Tide is stressful. But Newland is going to be on the play this game. His start was good last game. Sol Ring obviously helped.
Yes.
I was relatively impressed with the way Brotherhood Scribe looked. That card is really interesting.
That card's awesome.
Unfortunately, it looks like Tide was just a little bit too fast.
Yeah, it does that.
It does. So he probably took out his Galvanic Discharges. You can sometimes leave in a little bit removal and hope to snipe a Cloud of Fairies that they're targeting with Snap, but that's never felt like a good game plan to me.
No, it's like the card that you leave in last because it has more relevant text than the other ones.
Yeah, so those probably came out. Static Prison probably came out. Unstable Amulet is maybe not at its best here.
Yeah, but he also has to ride the same line that Watchwander does, where he can't dilute his game plan too much.
Yeah, sideboard is definitely a little bit of an art form.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little tough. I'm sure the first 6 cards that came out were Discharges and Static Prison, so.
Right, and that covers 6 of the 7 Silence and Calamity's Wakes. And then you can just decide if you want a couple Lanterns. So that's not too bad. Funny thing that I really didn't pay attention to earlier, this is actually a companion Lurrus Mirror.
It is, yeah.
So why is there a Lurrus in High Tide? That makes no sense, right?
I go back and forth on it. It mostly exists to put into your hand as an extra card to discard to Frantic Search. Watchwander's build isn't losing out on much because he's opting to go for Expansion Explosion over Lutri, and it is a good reason to go for that over Lutri. But it's definitely really hot tech.
Yeah, it's cool. So we're never casting the Lurrus. There's no black or white mana. It's just an extra card to buy to like Frantic Search away.
Exactly, yeah. And it is a lot better on a Moto because you're not going to accidentally shuffle your Lurrus in. Ooh,
yeah.
Turn 1 Deafening Silence.
That's pretty good.
Exactly
he did spend his only energy off that Aether Hub, which is interesting.
Yes.
That
went
could
down to
speak
6,
to
which is not irrelevant.
could speak to a little bit of weakness in his mana that he has. He could have like only basic mountains in his hand left. But Deafening Silence is going to slow things down a little bit. It means that the Watch Wanderer can only no land drop. Yeah.
Yeah, no land drop is really tough.
So he mulled to 6 and he had a turn 1 hate piece. I mean, it's really hard to go to 5 after seeing that. His hand is probably reasonable. He just needs to draw a couple lands, right?
And hopefully he has the time to do it.
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? There's an Into the Floodmaw and possibly Echoing Truth. But then there's
it definitely
also...
doesn't seem like. Sorry?
No, I was going to say there's also one Solve the Equation to kind of be the wild card for him.
It also doesn't seem like Watch Wander has a
wow
Spell Pierce.
That could be tough. It could keep Nuln off red mana. Or it just stops.
I'm just surprised that Spell Pierce came in.
That's a good point. I mean, Synthesizer, it is playing Deafening Silences, Calamity's Wakes, and then
that's true.
A decent number of the threats are like Gleeful Demolitions. So
I do keep forgetting that this event is open deck list. So I'm sure Wander was expecting to Spell Pierce a Deafening Silence or a Calamity's Wake.
Right. Yeah, if your opponent's holding up an obvious Calamity's Wake, it's not that hard to try to Spell Pierce it.
For sure. And it definitely does seem like Watch Wander doesn't currently have a way to deal with the Deafening Silence, which means that any of the cantrips that he's cast so far, his Ponder, Preordain, and Brainstorm, aren't finding reasonable action probably. He's probably just digging for a bounce spell, which means his general card quality is going to be decent bit worse.
That is true. He could also just be waiting because he's really not under very much pressure at all.
This is true.
We haven't seen...
when your opponent misses their second land drop, it becomes a lot easier to just kind of chill out for a little bit.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. So he could just be happy to sit here and, go all the way up to 7 lands and 2 High Tides.
Yeah.
I mean, when your opponent's moving to discard, you got to feel good as a High Tide player.
That's tough.
Oh,
discarding Calamity's Wake.
I wonder if that means he has additional copies, or if he just thinks he's never gonna he can't just hold it up all game, right?
No,
he's gotta try to develop here. So really unfortunate to see the Malta 5 or the Malta 6 and then kind of get stuck on lands here.
Oh, Goddessor resolves.
Okay, we're starting to get a little pressure. I mean, if you can put together like a Gleeful Demolition, then you get to buff the Guide of Souls and attack for 3. There could be some real pressure coming down. But that Silex
Speaking of real pressure.
Yeah, Pie Overlord in chat is asking if Wander's on Cunning Wish. He is not. No Cunning Wish, no medallions.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely ways that Nuln can win this game, but it's not looking good. It was definitely a tough...
It's looking really tough.
The Silex being able to answer the lock piece as well as the Guide of Souls is really unfortunate.
Yeah, I think the next step for Nuln here is going to be finding an exactly Amped Raptor and flipping into... I don't even know.
Right, because a redundant Deafening Silence wouldn't even help because the Silex would clear them both. If it was like a known information into the Floodmaw, at least we could double up on the Deafening Silences, but yeah, that Silex is going to clear both of them.
He could Amped Raptor and flip into Gleeful Demolition, and Gleeful Demolition the Silex to make him crack it, and then follow up with something else.
That would be good, yeah. That would be good.
Because if Nuln or if Watch Wander waits to put a counter on Silex, well, there we go.
Yeah, no, you're right. Gleeful Demolition would have been a way to get out from under that right now, right?
Yeah, and I have to imagine that's one of the cards that Nuln's sitting on with no red mana.
I always forget that Gleeful Demolition is actually just a 1 mana destroy artifact card as well.
Yeah, it's a shatter. Worst case scenario is a shatter.
It's not bad. Okay, so solve the equation for High Tide. That's probably bad news, I would bet. When your opponent goes to discard after getting a High Tide, you don't feel good about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's the magic. Sure.
Yeah, new one sees the writing on the wall.
That's tough. Yeah, not the mulligan you wanted to see. I think that Boros Energy had the tools there. The mulligan just did not treat him well.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta believe in the heart of the cards.
Yeah, I mean, if I see 6 cards and one's hate piece, I'm definitely considering that.
I can't say that I would have done anything differently, honestly.
Yeah. So that's that match. Out of what's remaining, what do you want to see next?
Let's see. Anything catching your eye in particular?
I wouldn't mind seeing some Hogak Roots or maybe Sullivan on Luris, although we did just watch a Luris mirror.
We could look at Andrew, AJ Gleason with his mono blue post list that we were talking about earlier.
I would love to see some post. Tyler, can you pull up AJ Gleason on post?
AJ Gleason and Death's Edge is his opponent.
Yeah, Andrew is playing a pretty untested post list. He's definitely not the most concerned about his performance. He's really just looking to try something cool here.
Which you gotta respect.
Yeah. He is playing against what looks like a red-black Luris kind of situation, which I think could be a fine matchup.
Yeah, it seems. I honestly I don't know what to make out of the state of this game right now, because at first glance it seems like Andrew's a bit behind, but he does have an almost full grip.
Yeah, if he has another Glimmer Post to gain some life, and then maybe like another Repeal or something, maybe he can start to stabilize.
Oblivion Stone is certainly not bad.
Okay, but the problem I have with this, checking the numbers here, Andrew's at 6, and there's 5 power on board.
Ooh, price of progress. Whoa!
Wow, was that main board or is this game 2?
I'm so curious. I have to check this list out.
All right, let's check out these lists.
Death's Edge.
I think that's Rakdos Arcanist, probably. I think their mono name doesn't match their submitted name. Yeah. 2 price of progress sideboard to the tune of $4.78. Wow.
Awesome.
So that means Andrew got game 1, right? And we're going to game 3 now.
Yeah.
I think this is a very doable matchup for Mono Blue Cloud Post. This Luris deck is not the most aggressive. And
this
he does have
really sweet
Glimmer Posts. He also does have some counter magic, so he might not die to a single price of progress being drawn.
Or to one of the 2 main deck Fire Blast in this list.
Wow, this is a really aggressively slanted Arcanist deck. I saw Claim Fame, I think, got used on an Arcanist the previous turn, which is a really strong combination. But Andrew starts us off with a Cloud Post, which is a really good place to be if you're a Cloud Post deck.
You love finding your titular card.
Ooh, all right, let's see these grippers.
Let's see his secrets. Let's see the grippers.
O-Stone gets taken. Do we get to see what was revealed? Probably not. Right?
I guess not. That's a shame.
Can I see the game
taking
log?
O-Stone makes sense, though.
Okay, no, sorry. I can see the game log. Inquisition reveals Mindslaver, Confounding Riddle, Repeal, Island, Oblivion Stone, Boon of the Wishgiver. So Island is his second land. He'll probably cycle Boon of the Wishgiver to try to get to land number 3 for the Confounding Riddle.
Yeah, without that Oblivion Stone, the hand is certainly a little less impressive.
Is that a missed land drop by Death's Edge, though?
I think it is, yeah. Are we looking at 2 mulligan to 6 1-landers in a row?
Wow. Okay, so Andrew gets to follow it up with a Glimmer Post, which means he's got a total of 2, 3, 4 mana. So he has Repeal for 3 and Confounding Riddle online.
Ooh. I would not be surprised if we saw a confounding riddle at some point during Death's Edge's turn here.
Yeah, you could just let it go and repeal it on the end step to cycle.
Is a confounding riddle is the one that has you can impulse.
Yeah, it's 3 mana to
Oh,
cast,
impulse because it's
either
graveyard.
impulse or mana leak, I believe, right?
Impulse, or
I will
unless
say-
they make 4.
I'm surprised that he let the young Pyro go and then riddled, but maybe he's looking for like another post or something.
Yeah, by
Uh,
itself, PZ isn't too much of a threat, and we know that Death's Edge doesn't have any more mana.
That's true. It's a really slow clock at this time. And I will say, so Andrew has not played mono blue post in this format very much, but wow, Sun Droplet.
Hell yeah.
That is a good reason to leave the PZ in play. That's going to delete a lot of chip damage.
Yeah, that's gonna do a lot of work versus the army of 1/1s.
Yeah. Like attacking with a young Pyromancer doesn't do any damage here because it puts 2 counters on it and then you pull them off.
Mhm.
So I actually really like the Sun Droplet, especially with Glimmer Post to kind of like bolster your life total so you have more time for the Sun Droplet to do its thing.
Yeah, the card's certainly powerful. I don't know if we are seeing any burn today. I don't know if I saw any on the spreadsheet.
No, I don't think so. This Arcanist list with Fire Blast might be the most. Now, he should have some
The burniest
information.
of the decks.
He should know about the Mindslaver and the Repeal and the Boon of the Wishgiver.
Yeah, I imagine with the Academy Ruins in play, we might just be taking Mindslaver. Oh, we're taking the Repeal. Okay.
You're going to get 2 because you have the Cabal Therapy Young Pyromancer situation on.
Oh, true.
So now we have an Academy Runes in play. So Andrew's trying to set up the Mindslaver lock with Academy Runes, right?
Yeah, I imagine we might just take the Mindslaver now and eat it with Soul Guide Lantern.
Oh, yeah. I forgot there's a Soul Guide. So maybe he's not even scared of the
Yeah.
Mindslaver.
Yep. Gonna take the Mindslaver as well. Got essentially got a total of 3 cards out of Andrew's hand because he cycled the Boon of the Wishgiver to keep it safe.
Oh, then he just eats it. Okay. Andrew's now low on resources. He does have an expedition map, which can do something. Does he have any like value lands to get? He has a Blast Zone.
Blast Zone is not bad here.
No, it's not bad. Talisman. No cards in hand, unfortunately. But you know, he's got a lot of time to figure it out. There's not
really not
very
under a
much-
ton of pressure.
No, it's almost no pressure if you think about it.
Yeah, especially with the Sun dropping in play.
And as far as good top decks for mono blue post, there's 3 Lorien reveals and 2 Boon of the Wishgivers left to draw, which could all be powerful.
Yeah, even just like a confounding riddle to have an impulse available. This is certainly not one of the better decks to draw Mindslaver.
Yeah. Luckily, Death's Edge is still on 2 mana, so there's no flashback on that Fame. Claim Fame is incredible with Dreadhorde Arcanist, right?
Oh yeah, that card's awesome.
So you reanimate it, then you immediately jump it, and it's got 3 powers, so you can flashback like a Hymn to Turok or something. Not that that's any dead, but yeah,
that's very cool actually.
We're mapping. It's got to be blasted, right?
It's got to be Blast Zone or a Glimmer Post or Cloud Post.
Yeah, or Cloud. Yeah, it could be anything.
Yeah, I imagine Andrew's play here is to sit under the Sun Droplet and bide his time until he's like actually under some proper pressure.
Yeah, and he probably does want that second Cloud Post. That puts him up to a total of 11 mana, which the Academy Runes loop. So Mindslaver's 6 to play, 4 to activate. And then Academy Runes is 1 plus 2 for 3, right? So he kind of virtually needs like 13 mana to loop. Dreadhorde Flashback Bolt. This pressure's starting to get real.
Yeah, no, this is definitely getting scary.
He actually doesn't have that many more turns.
Yeah, this is certainly a banger of a match, Cole.
Simultaneously a banger, simultaneously nostalgic. Got that sweet
I
blue
love it.
post. I mean, I will say Andrew is doing what he wanted to do with this deck. Just the Cabal therapy. Spell Pierce.
Interesting. I certainly the best thing to spell pierce right now.
He could have Death's Edge could have paid for it, right?
Yeah, it's interesting that he didn't.
So we go to 12, then we go to 13 on our opponent's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's
I
a
imagine we might
mindset.
see village rights coming from Death's Edge.
Yeah, that looks right. Now,
Ooh, there's a Mindslaver.
Best case scenario for Andrew is that Death's Edge has some combination of 6, 8. Pop
Or the price of
goes to
progress. That
Weasel.
is also an option. Pop goes to Andrew.
Because Andrew doesn't have the full lock here, right?
No, not yet.
He needs to hope his opponent has like Chain Lightning Cabal therapy so he can really mess up his own board, right?
Yes.
'Cause if there's yeah.
You can also use Dreadhorde Arcanist to he's gonna Inquisition target himself. If Andrew draws a Glimmer Post here, I think that's enough mana for Academy Ruins Mindslaver.
Oh, but the problem is he would need to put the Mindslaver back on top.
Oh, it goes on top.
He doesn't get a draw step.
This is true.
I actually think he might unfortunately need to rip a Oblivion Stone off the top.
Oblivion Stone would be a great top deck.
He goes to 6th and 7. He's facing down 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage.
Oof. It's a lot of damage.
He could gain 4 off of a Glimmer Post. I don't think that does it.
Yeah, I think it's Oblivion Stone or bust.
Oh, you know what Andrew missed? He needed to flashback that Fane, potentially. That's tough. Yeah,
that's a dub for Red Black Luris.
Cool list. I like a lot of what we saw. The price of progress is terrifying.
Yeah, that card is scary.
All right.
I'm glad it's seen some play.
What else is still live? If we can see a Hogak deck, that could be cool. Let's see. Preston's on Living End if we want to check out Nighttime Extremes match.
Nighttime Extreme and Elise Eclectic?
Yeah, let's check that out. I don't know what it's going to look like, but I kind of want to see some Living End, and the game could be really interesting if it's going this late, right?
Ooh.
That was a cool match to watch. The price of progress was crazy.
Yeah, price of progress recently down to about $2. It's definitely an investment that you have to make, but the card is undeniably powerful. Like a price of progress on Nighttime Extremes board state right now. I don't know if the match is up on stream yet. Is doing 6 to 4 damage depending on who's casting it.
My Magic Online is crashing.
Oh no.
Bear with me. So what is the state of the match for both the viewers and for me looking like?
Tyrant, I've been informed that we are echoing. But it's not looking great for Eclectic right now. Preston sitting on a board of 5 small to very large creatures. It seems like we are echoing when our faces are on screen for whatever reason. But Eclectic staring down the barrel of what looks like 20 power. And it's one Rebel Belt Maverick against the world. let's get a look at Eclectic's list here. Eclectic's list looking like a pretty stock Lurrus Roots list. It's on the Molt Tender plan. Some Gnaw to the Bone in the sideboard is really cool. Unfortunately, we're not seeing any burn today. So it's not going to be the most. He's probably not going to get the most for his investment, but against a deck like that Red Blast Lurrus list that we saw last match. Eclectic does have the Bone Shards to take out the 7/7 Waker of Waves, which brings Preston's clock down a decent amount. So going from 20 power down to about 10 power. 6, 10, 15 power. But we do have this one Rumble Belt Maverick against the world. This Rumble Maverick getting to jump block means that we might get to get this Insidious Roots going. I could honestly see this spiral, that these roots spiraling a little out of control for Preston. How's your moto going over there, buddy? Ooh, I cannot hear you. I think Tyrant is trying to fix your audio, so I think you're muted. Like we're just cycling. Oh no, we're casting a Curator of Mysteries. Sweet, we've reached the point in the game where Living End is just casting its threats. Eclectic might be able to get some Insidious Roots tokens going, but they're sitting at 8 and we have 8 power and Flyer sitting on the board. So I don't know if they have any way out of this outside of maybe something, a Bone Shards and some way to trigger Roots a couple times. But other than that, it's looking a little tough. Let's take a look at Preston's Living End list. Where are you? Ooh, I can hear you now. I can hear your sweet, sweet voice. Whoop, there we go.
You just can't even chump block them.
Yeah, that's tough.
All right, what's left?
We might be able to catch the tail end of some of these matches. It looks like there's Alexander Clamilton and Octopus's match if we want to watch some more High Tide, which I'm always down for.
What's Octopus on today?
I'm not sure.
Let's see.
Octopus
Sultai Bean. Let's check that out. That sounds cool.
Ooh. Octopus with a hammer versus Alexander Clamilton for you, Tyrant. Oh boy, that's a stack to walk in on. Oh my lord. I hope this makes it to the stream in time. There's currently a Logic Knot targeting a Test of Talons, targeting a Commandeer, targeting a Cunning Wish.
Wow. This is on my match. That's crashing again.
Oh no.
That's cursed. I'll relaunch. It's all right.
Wow. That was... I'm glad I got to catch that last second.
What was the ending result of that stack?
It looks like Octopus with a Hammer successfully commandeered Clamilton's Cunning Wish and grabbed a Tear Asunder. Just in
Okay.
case.
Not the best pickup, but that's probably because all the good cards are in the main board, right? Or
Yeah.
they have been moved to the main board now.
I believe that's what they got.
Is Tear Asunder cheap? I thought that card was kind of expensive. Wow, it's 70
I'm
cents.
not sure.
Or it's 35 cents per copy. So the thing is, Clanman still has 5 lands and a pretty full grip. Wow. Is that a Thought Distortion?
There's a Thought Distortion drawing a card from Beanstalk.
That's got to be the game, right? It can't be
That's
countered.
insane.
Clanman would have to go.
Yep.
Okay. And that appears to be game 2 with Clanman taking game 1.
Oh
Notably,
wow.
Clanman has 3 minutes and 42 seconds on the clock.
That sometimes that's not really you really want to go to game 3 with high tide on MTGO.
No, especially if you're not the most practiced MTGO user, which most of us are not.
No.
Yeah, that was the end of game 2, Heidel.
That's crazy. Well, now we get a second to talk about this Sultai Beans list.
Yeah, what's going on with this list? Let's take a look.
We get I think this is getting mostly powered by the new card Rakshasa's Bargain out of Tarkir Dragonstorm.
Yeah, because I mean that's a 3-mana instant that triggers Beans, and it's also kind of a 3-mana Factor Fiction, right?
Yeah, it's very similar to Stock Up, where you're looking at top 4 or 5 and grabbing 2 cards. Stock Up a card that has been making waves in every single format.
Yeah, I mean, I saw people talking about Rakshasa's Bargain in Modern Frogtide, like splashing green for
Yeah.
it. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's good in that. It doesn't matter if it is, but if people are looking at a card for Modern, we should think about it at least a little bit.
Looks like their game 3 is underway.
Yep, Clanman.
Clanman keeping a hand of 7. Looks like they're both kept a hand of 7. You'll love to see it.
No, Octopus went down to 6 actually.
Oh, word.
So that's good. One thing to keep in mind for anyone who's not familiar with High Tide versus Control deck matchups, you want to keep an eye on how many untapped islands Octopus has, because High Tide is a global effect. It will affect Octopus's islands as well, which can give him more mana for interaction.
Yeah, it's certainly a fine line that you have to walk.
One thing I'm really bad about is like if I have a blue-white dual land, usually I try to leave it up because more colors of mana up is better. But sometimes I'll leave like a blue-white dual land up against Tide when I should have left up just basic island.
Now that is good card equity right there.
That's a fantastic spell pierce. Watch is saying that Rakshasas is played in Legacy Beans. If it's good enough for Legacy, it's got to be good enough for us, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, I think we've been waiting for a while for a card to push up the Beanstalk over the edge for this format, and I think Rakshasa's Bargain might be it.
Man, I'll be honest. The thing I've been waiting to push Beanstalk over the edge is a standard ban.
yeah. Once that card is out of standard, I think it's going to be even more real.
We are currently spending nearly $13 on 3 Beanstalks, not even a full play set.
Sheesh, that's wild.
That's a lot of money.
Okay, we just always find it.
All right, Preordain. So Clanman's behind on land drops, and he's getting a lot knotted. Notably, Octopus chose to delve a little bit instead of tapping more mana.
Yeah, that definitely screams more interaction. Logic nodding your Preordain is such a power move.
Yeah, Beanstalk going ahead and cantripping there, and there's a lot of ways that Octopus can start getting ahead here, right? Because like even a Logic Knot can draw a card if you delve deep enough, right? Because you can overpay for it.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
There's Treasure Cruise. I imagine some of the Thragtusks and Hydroid Crisis came out. We might just be on Tolarian Terrors to close it out.
I didn't even notice this was a Thragtusk deck. Oh, I'm liking this more and more every second.
Why not, buddy? It's a Sultai deck. We might as well put a Thragtusk in it. Or 4.
I mean, it's the best threat ever.
I will say, look, it triggers up the Beanstalk, and it's a little clunky, but it buys a lot of time. And if you're playing a sludgy value deck, buying time is a good place to be.
Oh yeah, I don't get me wrong, I love the Thragtusk.
I mean, this is fantastic. And look, you remand that, but you already drew a card off it, thanks to Beanstalk.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Remand doesn't care if the card resolves. Okay, so we're getting. All right, Clanman's hand is Snap, Frantic Search, Cunning Wish, Bond of Insight, High Tide, Remand, Cunning Wish. High Tide gets taken.
It's a pretty solid grid.
That was a good hand. I'm not gonna lie.
I do wonder if Clamilton had the foresight to side out one copy of High Tide for Test of Talents reasons, so that he can wish for it.
That's interesting. I've been told that
he might have a High Tide available to wish for
through the Cunning Wish. And I know you mentioned Clanman's been playing a decent amount of this list, so
Yeah, he's playing a list today that is, I believe, 73 of my paper 75.
okay. I will say this is a tough matchup. The opponent has Logic Knots, Mystic Confluence, 3 Commandeers in the 75, um, 2 Tests of Talents, and 2 Thought Distortions that just win the game. And
I
plus
really like
differential.
remanding the Inquisition here. I think you just kind of realize that remand isn't doing a lot when you're stuck on 2 lands, because you're not really going to be able to remand back a High Tide in response to a Test of Talent. So just making your opponent use as much of their resources as you can make them do is probably the right move here. It's definitely not something that a lot of players would do.
I agree, and Clayman also just has to cantrip towards the third land. Because if he can oh
How
man, that's
Russell? How would you feel if your
Spring-
Ancestral Recall drew you 4 cards?
I would go to discard. That's what I would do. And I gotta be honest, going to discard feels good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Going to discard when your opponent's stuck on 2 lands has to feel good.
Yeah, being stuck on 2 lands here is so tough.
There's a snake, so
here's the 5/5. Oh, 2 of them. Oh my gosh. Welcome to the 2-turn clock zone with 7 cards in hand.
So it's crazy that there are as many terrors in play as there are basic islands on Clamman's side of the board.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Commandeer the Impulse. I think this one might be over.
Yeah, that's definitely the last nail in the coffin.
I gotta be
Commandeer
honest,
your Impulse, draw a card.
I have played some reasonably controlling decks against High Tide, and it's not always easy. Like it's hard. There's a lot of complication to it. This seems like a control deck that's a little tough for High Tide. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. It's able to operate on so many different axes, like being like having the 1 mana Tolarian Terror threat to be able to keep up interaction after it's really difficult. Just the raw card advantage from up the beanstalk definitely makes things difficult, because a lot of times with High Tide you want to try to outmuscle the card advantage of the control decks to take advantage of turnabouting them more efficiently.
Yeah. What do you think about like the combination? It's
Thought Distortion.
over.
Oh god.
It is over. He gets to
Yeah,
what did he get to? Yeah,
I don't think I've seen a Thought Distortion get cast since I played M20 Limited last.
I cast them in. I think they were in an Omniscience draft on Arena, so I did a little bit of that.
Oh, that's a crazy card to put in an Omniscience draft.
The Cloud of Fairies chump blocker game plan is not
the classic.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a draw in Clanman 75 that gets there.
No.
There we go. That's a big dub for Sultai Beans.
Yeah, I mean that looks fantastic. I
wasn't expecting to see today.
The Rakshas's Disdain looked incredible. The Commandeers, Clanman's in chat. Brother, that was a tough time. I'm sorry for you.
You won a game without a High Tide? That's awesome.
That explains why it took you 22 minutes.
Yeah. That's super sick.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Shout out. Good job.
That was a tough game for me.
Yeah, good job being able to navigate without a High Tide.
Yeah, I do think if you're able to put a Thought Distortion on the stack versus High Tide, I don't think you ever lose that game.
Yeah. Now, I can't tell, are either of these matches our players or are these actual vintage players? I don't know if we have any matches live right now.
I'm not sure, but is our audio all right, chat? Since we're back to our faces, because I know there were some issues earlier.
Good question.
But yeah, I'm glad they got to catch the tail end of a couple really, really sick matches.
Yeah, tuning in right on that really loaded stack with the Commandeer, the Test of Talents, all of that.
That was crazy.
It's fun to see big stacks, right? Like it's.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily the mark of a good format, but it's the mark of a cool format for sure.
Oh,
seeing a big stack always just feels fantastic. Deadly cover up the High Tides in game 1. when your
Ooh.
when your board wipe takes away their combo card.
You'll
Yeah,
love
I
to
mean,
see it.
your beans list looked fantastic. I was really, really impressed. Rakshas's Disdain looked amazing. Okay, so we don't
Yeah,
have
I'm
any
glad I
watch.
see more commandeers get cast, just in general.
Yep. Okay, so we have one match left, but it doesn't have spectators on. Everett, are there any deck lists you want to have Tyrant pull up?
Ooh. Uh. Hmm. Bu-bu-bum. Unfortunately, we don't have Benvi playing today. I would say 5-color humans.
Yeah, that is sad. Benvy's usually a staple, but I know they're also busy with life and school and such.
Yeah, it
All right,
happens.
let's pull up Doug's list.
Oh, let's talk some Doug.
Look, we got some time to
Absolutely.
kill. Let's look at the Doug pile. So this is Doug's Thopter Foundry list, Tyrant. If you can pull that up. Clanman, we missed game one. We tuned into the really busy stack in game two. All right, so Doug is a longtime format player. He's got a 1K victory under his belt. Really rock solid player.
Oh yeah, one of the better Magic players I know for sure.
He is also certifiably insane.
They
Okay,
just said
looks
that we
like
are starting round 2 in a moment. Do we
okay.
want to
Well,
start with watching Doug's match?
yeah, I think that's great. For sure. Do you know? Did he happen to get game one? Can we see? We can see standings somewhere, right?
That's a good question. Sure hope so.
Doug's list is great today. He, like I said, certifiably insane.
Yes,
Hadel, how did your round one go? Did you mirror them out? Let me see. I'm sure I can find.
Here we go. Looks like Heidel did indeed get there.
Okay, how did
My
Doug
game is
do?
just formatting. That's funny. Looks like Doug did not get there. He lost to High Tide. Yeah, Tyrant. My name is spelled Everett, by the way.
So maybe what we do, maybe we start by watching Hadel on Lich's Mirror, because we'll at least see something happen really fast. Then maybe we jump over to see Doug, because Doug's games are going to take a million years.
I like this plan.
So Tyrant, if you caught that, we'll start with Hadel on Lich's Mirror, and then we'll jump over to Doug on Thopter Sword. So Hadel got a game one, turn one win, and game two was a grinder, and you cast a mana short, 2 mana shorts, and one on the back of them. All right, man, I'll read mana short. You got me.
No, Mana Short's awesome. Mana Short is a card that Doug keeps trying to put me on as a wish target for High Tide. It's like super offensive turnabout.
2 and a blue instant. This is from where is this originally? Time Spiral. Tap all lands target player controls, and that player loses all unspent mana. Crazy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, originally from Alpha. It's an OG.
Wow. The
Oh,
game
yeah.
sure was different back then, wasn't it?
Very different.
It just seems to be about different
but
things.
it has them losing all unspent mana, I believe at the time, as a nerf to the card, so that you don't force your, because I think through like old Magic rules, you would make them tap out and mana burn them. So it was a way to stop it from being like 3 mana kill your opponent.
Oh, that's fair. Have you ever played with mana burn? Like not in the actual days, but like have you ever played like
I did play a cube where mana burn was online in like 2017 or something, which was sick. It was really fun, and it was like built around the idea of like having mana burn.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Okay, there may be a repair, so bear with us, chat. My buddy Colin has a really beautiful old border foil cube. And he always wants to play it with old rules, which means mana burn and damage goes on the stack.
That's the way to do it.
We usually refuse to play with those rules. Tell you what, I am going to use this opportunity to go to the bathroom really quickly. I probably could make it, but I'd rather not. So I'll be back in a second.
Oh yeah, go for it. Chat, how we feeling? What's you guys been enjoying? Some really cool, powerful Magic. Any decks in particular you guys want to check out? I know deck lists should be public. Yep, deck lists are public. Thank you, bot. Very cool. Beep beep. If there's any decks that you guys want to check out, I'm sure we would be down to feature them. There's a lot of really cool stuff. Some really powerful players. Unfortunately, we're missing a couple of our format regulars like Benvi, but I mean Benvi had to take a little break from MTGO so somebody else was allowed to win an event. So no 5-color humans today, which is very unfortunate. Too cool for you. I doubt that. What's up, Toadstool? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Want to see more beans? I would be super down to see more beans.
I was really impressed by that deck. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, that Soul Type Beans list is really sick. I'm sure we will be looking at it again at some point. Given the current field, I would not be surprised if that deck top eights, honestly.
No, I mean, if it looked good versus High Tide, and I think it's good versus creatures. You have Thragtusk's removal, etc.
I would commit so many crimes for the ability to commandeer a Crashing Footfalls. I want to do that really bad.
Yeah. I told you that I'm preparing for the SCG 1K, and I don't know if I'll need them, but I did get my playset of Commandeers.
Mine are in the mail. Yeah, cards at a super high premium right now, especially when you're triggering up the Beanstalk.
I got my foils, which I hate.
Let's go! Oh, I really want to daze a spell, bounce an island back to my hand, and then foil a different spell with the island that I bounce back.
Disgusting. Yeah, I mean, this is a really cool field. So for anyone who's new to Value Vintage, again, we've had 5 or 6 1Ks in the past year. So it's getting to the point where there's kind of like an established meta of like, I call them format pillars, right? Like things you always expect to see, but there's so much room outside of that. Everett, what would you kind of say the format pillars are if you had to?
I mean, we saw a couple people on High Tide today. That's definitely one of the premier combo decks of the format. Yeah. We see a lot of Red-Black Lurrus. We see a lot of Initiative. Not a ton of Initiative today, thanks to the Initiative creatures being a bunch of tickets. Cascade Rhinos, Crashing Footfalls. Commandeer the opponent's High Tide. Reading cards is for chumps. I agree.
So just to circle back to your point, I'm sorry, finish your thought and then I'll circle back.
Oh, you're good. I was going to say, if somebody who's allowed to post links can post it, The Gathering, our lovely friends over at The Gathering, just published a metagame breakdown written by our wonderful Scramble Dude about all the decks that you might see going to your first Value Vintage event.
Yeah, those are really fantastic.
Breakdown of all of them. Some cool example lists from brewers all over the community. Highly recommend checking that out.
Yeah, really, really wonderful example. A lot of good work went into that, and I think that's a great place to get started. Because it's hard and it's stressful to step into a new format, right? You just don't know what you're preparing for.
Absolutely. I do not have currently any plans to run Commandeer in High Tide. I'm cooking something different for Indianapolis. Just you wait.
All right, it looks like games are up. If we want to tune in to Heidel versus Dewey, we'll see some stuff if we tune in. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, sweet.
What do they say? He's doing the thing.
Is he doing the thing? He's doing the thing. Well,
so Dewey's on Blue White Miracles, I think. He has a tapped Prairie Stream in play, and Heidel's going off. Stream will be like a turn 2 from Heidel. Tyrant will pull up Heidel versus Dewey, but just to paint you a picture, Heidel's at 3, but that's only because there's a channel active. He's just cast a Wish. 2 Coveted Jewels are in play. There's a Lich's Mirror on the battlefield. He just died, but it was his choice, so we're going again.
I love reading the game log here because it says B Heidel losing the game was replaced by Lich's Mirror.
Okay, Everett, explain this deck. Give us like the really quick, like 30-second, like what's happening? Why are cards going where they are?
All right. So Lich's Mirror is a really strange card from Shards of Alara that says if you lose the game, instead you shuffle everything, your hand, graveyard, your permanents, back into your deck, draw 7 new cards, and your left becomes 20. You essentially restart your game, just your game. And Channel is a notorious old card that says you can pay life to make mana. So Heidel is trying to cascade into Channel as quickly as possible, pay a bunch of life, make a bunch of mana, cast some Coveted Jewels, some Transit Mages, some Boom Mobiles, kill himself over and over again with more Lich's Mirrors, keep drawing 7 new cards, and eventually Channel Fireball his opponent.
Oh,
And I
Boom
think that is
Mobile.
exactly what you see.
That is one angry race car. Holy moly. Yeah, so Boommobile has hit the battlefield, and I believe this is lethal, right? Because Boommobile makes 4 mana, so you only need it. Yeah, it's over.
Short and sweet.
All right. Did you guys catch all that?
I imagine it's going to be a little bit more interesting coming in game 2.
Yeah, I want to catch this whole game from the top. It's too bad we didn't see the mulligans, but we'll go through the whole process again.
Mhm.
What technology does Dewey have for this matchup? He's calling it Blue-White Vintage Wizards.
Yeah, he does have main deck Spell Pierce, which is important to note. But he's looking at High Noons in the sideboard. Blossoming Calm is pretty big. That makes Heidel's life really difficult.
He has 2 Commandeers main.
Oh yeah, more Commandeers, baby. Buy your Commandeers now.
2 Meddling Mages. I don't know if Heidel can get out from under a Meddling Mage.
Can Heidel can Twin Shot Sniper to kill a Meddling Mage, channeling it.
Man, Heidel has done this before. Okay, so
ooh, looks like we are in it. Both players got 7. That's terrifying.
If both players are keeping 7, who would you rather be?
Heidel.
Yeah,
for sure. It looks like the 7 is not a turn 1 though. He must be sitting
or
on. Maybe
it could be like a turn 2 with backup, right?
Yeah, turn 2 with backup is probably likely.
Ooh, a tap so Heidel's sideboard, he's got the mana shorts, which could come in. He's got 1 Ricochet Trap.
Yeah,
that's Ricochet really trap, right?
Yeah, I imagine if he's expecting Meddling Mage, we could see some number of Twin Shot Snipers come in, probably leaving 1 to wish for. Or no, wish doesn't even work for a Twin Shot Sniper, does it? Yeah, because it doesn't put into your hand.
Yeah, you can't channel off the wish. Huh.
I mean, if you wish for Twin Shot Sniper, the card doesn't go into your hand, so you can only cast the Twin Shot Sniper. So you need. Oh no, it has an ETB to shock. Never mind. I've never
so you just cast it. You're right. Okay, so Narset. What does Narset mean here? Lich's Mirror, you draw 7, right?
Yeah, this just fully shuts down Lich's Mirror.
All right, so Heidel should probably do something about this.
I don't know if there's anything he can do about it. You can attack it with Lelia if he brought in Lelia.
So remind me, if you cast a Shardless Agent, can you choose not to cast the channel?
I believe so.
And if you choose not to cast it, where does it go?
It stays in exile forever.
So he actually can't cast a Shardless Agent without the intent to win.
Yeah. So it's basically Lelia or bust, or you hope that Dewey keeps minusing his Narset and you get to Twin Shot Sniper it.
He got an Arcane Proxy. And he's casting it. Okay, so Transit Mage Beatdown. Maybe Dewey put all his removal in the sideboard, right?
Yeah, I imagine we are just now on plan, hit Narset in the face with a guitar.
I mean, if you hit Narset with a guitar twice, she is soft to that. And look, if I'm Dewey, I'm probably not leaving in Terminus or Swords.
No. Yeah, you'd have to be pretty irresponsible. Well, he might not have enough cards to take out a late.
You're right. Maybe he has to have some swords. Maybe he can hit like an Entreat the Angels or a Vendilion Click to protect the Narset here. He wisely
doesn't have any white mana.
Yeah, you are so right.
And this is going to give him a couple of turns to find more interaction, luckily.
Okay, Foster's clarifying the channel would not stay in exile. It would go to the bottom if you decline to cast it.
Gotcha. Thank you. That is good.
Okay,
to
so
know.
Hadel can run out Shardlesses as 3-mana 2/2s, which is good.
That's what I'm saying. I would probably also be down for the count if I got hit in the face with a guitar twice.
Yeah. Okay, so Everett, Heidel stepped through for an arcane proxy. What's going on with this arcane proxy?
That's a great question. I don't know.
It
He
lets you
might be
cast.
expecting his channel to get countered so that he has a second channel available.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If I had to guess. Ooh, here's the mana short.
In Dewey's main
Oh, that's interesting.
to make sure it doesn't get spell pierced or something. Because so
That's what it
Heidel's
seems
planning
like.
to win on his turn. Well, I don't know. That timing was weird, right?
We might be looking at Ricochet Trap from Heidel's side, meaning he can get through one spell pierce, but he can't get through two.
Yeah, that could make some sense, but I feel like he's gonna push down the Narset and go for it, right?
Yeah, it's got to be. We might be. Yeah, it looks like we're seeing Shardless Agent.
Dude, I've never felt good when my opponent plays like a Sulfur Vent or similar card. When my opponent plays that against me, I'm like, you're up to no good. All right, class. So, okay, there's a spell pierce, but I think Hadel's on top of it.
Here's the Ricochet Trap. Yup.
Notably, Hadel has destroyed all of his own lands. He has a known information Witch's Mirror.
Yeah, and I do believe he still has a land drop.
I think you're right.
There's the Witch's Mirror. So now it's up to the heart of the cards.
So Commandeer is the only thing we're afraid of, and the Commandeer would have gone for the Ricochet Trap, right?
Yeah, the Ricochet Trap or the Mirror for sure.
Yeah, so now we know Dewey's F6, so it's just on Hadel's deck to work. And I haven't run the numbers. If you told me it was like 87% chance to kill off of a single Lich's Mirror shuffle, I would really believe it. And okay, so here we're going to actually see a really fun trick.
Ooh, yeah.
He is going to kill himself with these triggers on the stack so that he's back up at 20, and then he gets to draw a card off the Triome and then tutor a mirror post Lich's Mirror trigger, right? So now he's back at 20.
Really deck's scary, man.
Deck's really scary. I mean, Dewey had a reasonable start, right? He had a Narset into a Spell Pierce against a deck that doesn't play creatures that it's supposed to attack with. It just, yeah, the Transit Mage having text was crazy.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Dewey missed some more flexible mana, some more flexible card advantage, and was kind of leaning on the Narset to buy more time than it did.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him for making that decision.
Oh no, that's super reasonable. While we're watching Heidel go off, I do want to talk about this Riptide Laboratory.
Yeah, the name of the deck is Blue-White Vintage Wizards in his Mox Field.
Yeah.
That's just for 2 copies of Vanillion Click, right?
Yeah, and it can reset your Meddling Mage out of the board. It can bounce back Venser.
Yeah, that's cool.
Also notably that we didn't talk about for Dewey's main deck is he is sitting on a one of restricted Vexing Bauble.
Yeah, that would have been a game changer as well. Because I don't know that Heidel would have brought in his disenchant effects.
I can't imagine he would have. It would have been probably pretty irresponsible to bring in his disenchant for the one of Vexing Bauble.
I agree. I think you can just lose to the one of. Wait, does Vexing Bauble do anything?
It'll stop casting channels.
Yeah. Yep. Tyrant, can you go ahead and get ready to pull up Doug's match after this? It looks like we're just about done here. I mean, it's going to take a little while, but we're kind of done here.
The chat was able to see what the deck does in game one. I don't think we need to sit through the whole thing.
What are they? Well, we can watch it just because, why not? What do they call it in basketball, like when the game's over, but it's still being played? Garbage time? That's a basketball term, right?
What is?
Garbage time for the end of the game where things don't matter
absolutely
anymore.
believe you if it was.
Oh, that's Boom Mobile. Okay, cool. Garbage time canceled. Good job,
I am
DGen
having
deck.
a tough time finding Doug's match.
Let's see.
Doug's match might have concluded already, which is not a good sign for Doug.
Not a good, yeah, not good news for Doug enjoyers. The Infect versus High Tide match concluded.
Oh, there's no way that Doug's match is over. He's playing Thopter Sword versus Sailor's Bane.
Huh? Where is it? I don't see it. Okay. What do you want to see more of, or some of? I want to see Eldrazi Zombie.
Oh yeah, let's check out some Eldrazi for.
That would be Jesse. Are they arcane? Is he Arcanium on Moto?
Believe so. Wish we had people's Moto names.
Do we know we have melee names? We have Discord names. DGL Scramble 2. Okay, well let's jump into well, I was gonna say Nighttime Extreme. Well, I want to see something new. What's Hollow? Hollow one is Black Viper.
Oh, yeah, Black Viper versus Mystic Fever, table
Yeah, let's
17.
check that out. Because Hollow one's really interesting, actually. Oh, Band Surgical. Thanks, Toadstool. We'll catch that in a little bit. But yeah, if we can get this up, watch game.
Looks like they are currently in the midst of sideboarding, so we might be here for a second.
Ah, okay. In that case, let's check out Band Surgical. Tyrant, if you can grab Band Surgical versus yikes! This is Band Surgical versus Dan, and this is another heel versus hero match. I will say. Yeah, Tyrant, if you can find Band Surgical and Dan Cohen SOT. Well, so this matchup is Eldrazi Aggro versus Hypergenesis.
Ooh,
And
that
there
does
are some
seem
crazy. We are resolving a Hypergenesis, putting in. Man, there's a pile of cards, but this is definitely better for the Hypergenesis player. They're putting in Doomscar Titan, Inferno Titan, Ashen Rider, Knight of Autumn. I will say the Eldrazi player put in double Reality Smasher, Eldrazi Linebreaker.
I mean, if you're gonna put in creatures, you might as well put in 5/5s.
Yeah, it's a lot of beef, but okay, Dan wins the match. That's just a little sneak peek into another heal deck. We'll see more of that later, I suspect.
Oh, I'm sure.
All right, let's check on Black Viper versus Mystic Fever then. Yeah, this will be cool. So Black Viper is playing current Hollow One, which is a little bit interesting. Hollow One was pretty strong towards the end of last year, but then Faithless Looting got unbanned in Modern. So Burning Inquiries and Hollow Ones and all the pieces got more expensive, which made it worse in our format. It's still playable though.
Yeah, no, obviously very still playable. I don't. Do we know how their first match went by any chance?
The first game of Black Viper versus
How Hollow One's round 1 went.
Yeah, I don't know, unfortunately. We can probably pull up the melee page. I'll work on that while we're talking about this.
It's still on Shadow Palace.
Oh, cool. I will be staying through round 3 because there's a little hiccup that someone's got to take care of. So you guys will get an extra round of me, and then I'll be back for the top 8 as well. Wow. So Mystic Fever, I think, was on Teamer
Whoa.
Rhinos.
They are on Living End.
Oh, I was trying to figure out the ley line of the void. Yeah, okay.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, ley line of the void plus pressure. I mean, if you can cascade into a living end, you can wipe Black Viper's board, but it's still not pretty.
Yeah, this Faithless Looting is representing +4 damage.
Yeah, so crash for 6. I will say that was game 2. So we're gonna see game 3 with living end on the play. And if Black Viper doesn't have a ley line, it's gonna be a different game.
I imagine Mystic is also on Foundation Break. Yeah, 3 Foundation Breakers in the side that I would be surprised if we don't see those come in.
Yeah. What a great little card that is.
It's so sick. It's so sick. I love Evoke. Evoke's like probably top 5 mechanics for me.
It is really good. They've explored a lot of design space with it, and it's sometimes not been egregiously broken.
When there's like an actual cost associated with it, I like it a lot.
Yep. So
there's that ley line.
Wow, mulligan to 6 get a ley line is pretty darn good. So one thing that's interesting as well, this living end deck is on 4 copies of Grief, the banned and modern elemental. Speaking of Evoke. 3 Foundation Breakers in the sideboard.
Yo, this is exactly what Black Viper wants to see. Turn 1 threat with Leyline. Beautiful.
Okay, so here's the interesting thing for the Hollow One deck. So this list is a little different than ones I've played in the past. It's on 4 Bloodghast, 4 Prized Amalgams, which is crazy and cool.
That is crazy.
It's also on 4 Street Wraith. If you cycle Street Wraith in, and then your opponent living ends, you're not in a bad position.
That's fair. Yeah, bodies are bodies. There's that Foundation Breaker, though.
Oh, is my Moto crashing again? That's neat.
Uh-oh. Mystic has the Foundation Breaker for the ley line on turn 2. Black Viper left with only 4 cards in hand, so we could see this Mako not present enough damage in enough time before Mystic can get his living end off.
Yeah, I mean, I have definitely kept some really bad hands on the back of a Leyline of the Void. I actually have a really hard time playing with that card.
It's tough.
Like,
it's definitely, especially in a deck like this where you can't actually cast it.
The thing I do like about it in Hollow One specifically is it's very easy to Faithless Looting it away if you draw it in the mid game.
This is very true.
Really slow hand from Black Viper though, right? No spells on turn 2. Maybe he's planning to cycle.
Hylo made a good point that Mystic misstacked his triggers a little bit and did not end up with a Foundation Breaker in the graveyard.
Oh, yeah. My guess is that's just like a little bit of unfamiliarity with Moto.
For sure.
As far as Magic communities go, we are probably on average the least Moto experienced.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I vintage cube like once a month, and that is the extent of me using Magic Online.
Yeah, so no cycle on the end step from Black Viper. I don't know what their hand could be. It could be Hollow. Well, no, you would probably cycle a Hollow One. It could be Bloodghast and Prized Amalgams that are stranded.
Yeah, it could also be an Asmo sitting around.
Yeah, that is probably, and it could be additional copies of Leyline or Lightning Axe if those came in. But I don't.
Or Bloodghast, yeah, it could be a lot of things, honestly.
Yeah, but the good news is, as soon as we get a Faithless Looting, he could discard like Bloodghast, Prized Amalgam, and then play a land or something.
Yeah, they're exactly that. Bloodghast, Prized Amalgam. We might see land plus Asmo here, which would be a ton of pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, so hoping he has a land. He does have a land. Did I call it or did I call it? Let's see if the
that being said, this only does so much if
wow.
I brought in my graveyard hate too.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that helps present an additional 5 power on board.
Yeah, really good. And it gets rid of the Faithless Looting flashback, which clearly Black Viper does not have a lot of velocity in his cards. Like he
Mhm.
doesn't have a lot of discard spells. So I would suspect he was on track to flash that back next turn.
Oh, for sure. And notably, the way that it seems like Black Viper gets out after a living end is by doing Bloodghast Prize Amalgam thing. So preventing him from doing that is probably going to be huge.
Yeah. Another thing that's interesting, as an Asmo deck versus Living End, he'll have Underworld Cookbook, which can discard creatures when a Living End hits the stack. And
Oh,
he
yeah.
might even be able to make 2 foods and then use Asmo to shoot one of his own creatures to get it in the graveyard. I actually think this Hollow One deck has a lot of ways to end up on the right side of a Living End. The only downside is,
Unfortunately, we just got to find him.
yeah, and I mean his board is going to be a lot smaller, right? This Living End deck is looking like it's going to make like 15 to 20 power pretty easily.
Yeah, we're looking at 17 power in Mystic's Graveyard right now.
So I've never played Living End. Do you ever hold off and try to get to the full 20? No, that doesn't make sense.
No, I don't think so.
Because if you make 17, you'll just like attack twice and you'll have blockers.
Yeah, they'll die.
Cookbook.
There's that cookbook.
So it could be like discard, play Asmo.
Ooh, discarding a land is tough to see.
Viper's probably just a little flooded. There's a chance when that Ravenous Trap exiled his graveyard, he might have been most upset about losing the Faithless Looting to flashback.
I would not be surprised. Especially with this Mako.
Yeah, and I think he's gonna pass with I think he might pass with 3 mana up this turn.
That's tough.
Look, Ravenous Trap's
Cycling
good.
the Wind Color even.
That card's cool.
Yeah, I've never read this card.
I played actually, was that originally in? Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh,
Here comes the Violent Outburst.
gains 3 life. Why not?
Yeah, it's fun.
Does Mystic have 23 damage?
I think it's 21 currently.
5, 10,
We got
17,
10 from the
21.
Riverwinders, 7 from the Waker, and 4 from the Aven.
I don't think it's gonna matter that he doesn't have full lethal, but
I don't think so either.
I think he's gonna get there.
Yeah.
Tyrant,
Now, what would
you
be really sick is if he followed up with an additional Violent Outburst for lethal.
yeah, that would work. You're right, because you don't have to cast Living End. Tyrant, when you get a second, when you get ready to switch us over to Scrambled Doot versus Create. Yeah, I don't think there's anything Black Viper can do here, unless there's something going on that I'm not aware of. Draw 3 is pretty good, though. I mean, as far as drawing cards is good. That's an interesting match, though. I could see that going either way. If they played like
Yeah, that's
10 matches.
definitely really cool.
Yeah, both
I am-
have the tools.
I am peeking into Scrambled Dude's match right now, and it is not looking super great for our heroes.
Oh no, is Dude our hero deck?
Yeah, he's starting down the barrel of a Hogak right now.
We have not seen a lot of Hogak yet. What do you think about this Hogak roots list?
I think it's really solid. It definitely has a hard time against some of the faster decks, but if it finds the right cards in the right order, it can do a lot of really powerful stuff.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And you have like it's a really good Cabal Therapy deck, right?
Yes.
It's an okay Inquisition deck. So if you can interact with that, you can slow down the combo decks. You also can present turn 2 Hogak a decent amount of the time. Yeah, the deck is really powerful and I like it, but sometimes it feels a little tough.
Yeah, especially now that we're a Leyline of the Void format, it gets a lot more difficult.
Yeah. It has not top 8'd a 1K yet.
It is not.
It has 3 decks in this event, so it's got a pretty good chance. It's nearly 10% of the field.
Yeah, yeah, I would definitely be not surprised at all to see it in the top 8.
Yeah, I've been threatening to play it in the next 1K because I want someone to top 8 with it, and it might as well be me. But if it gets a top 8 today, then I wouldn't have to do that, and I could play a good deck like
You
Magosi
play Bane
combo.
again.
Magosi
Yeah,
combo.
Magosi combo. Yeah.
This is really hard for
Only
Dude. You're
power.
right.
Oh yeah. This is extremely difficult.
So
His deck's really low to the ground, not a lot of removal. It's gonna have a really hard time dealing with a Resolve Togak.
I also think Scavenging Ooze is just a little bit tricky, right? It like can eventually outsize the 4/4s, gain a bunch of life. It's just tough. So I
Yeah,
think we
it's
understand. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say it's extremely difficult.
And I think we understand the Hogak deck pretty well. What is Dude playing? What is he up to?
He's on his classic blue green Crundles or blue green tempo.
Yeah, what is a
Uh,
Crundle for those who don't know?
I believe Crundle refers to specifically Unruly Krasis. This 3 mana 4/4 with trample, and whenever it attacks, you can have the base power of another creature you control become XX, where X is this creature's power, and you can adapt it. It's a pretty low to the ground, blue green, rampy, tempo-y deck. Played a lot of like 3 mana 4/4s. A lot of cheap permission, cheap counter spells, but unfortunately, not. This is not exactly the matchup that you want to run into with this deck. You're
No, I
looking to
mean,
prey off of the high tides of the world.
right. Looking at his main board, he has Miscast, Force Spell Pierce. Um, he's really looking to prey on like spell based decks, right? Like control and combo.
Mm.
In this case, he's just getting stonewalled by a Hogak. Um, and some pretty serious chump blockers, right? Because when you're staring down Stitcher Supplier, Undead Butler, you almost don't want to attack at all.
Yeah, it's difficult, but it's like then you're not winning the game.
Sullivan, I
Looks
think that
like
this. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
oh no, you're good. You're good.
Sullivan says there's 3 GAC lists. It's the mono black one that doesn't have roots for obvious reasons. So I believe this
Yes.
one is on roots. I would suspect.
It looks like
Yeah. Oh,
our
cool.
high tide heroes or villains, depending on who you ask. One of them is currently 2-0, and the other two are 1-1.
Okay. Who's 2-0, if you don't mind?
Uh, it is. I'm sorry. We have 4 high tide decks, don't we?
We do, yeah.
Let me find. Let me find my round 2. There we go. Clamilton is still going. Watchwander is 1-1. Caleb is 1-1, and the last player who I'm not familiar with, Ear Terms 123 is 2-0.
Okay. That's cool. Always fun to see new people play that deck. Some people, some people complain about the deck or say it's maybe a little too good. I will say, regardless of that, if there is for as good as it is, it's a very cool deck, right?
Oh yeah,
it's not like it's a boring deck. It's not like it's a lame deck, and it's not like it's not an involved, complicated deck. So I really don't mind having it as one of the format pillars.
yeah. I definitely agree. I'm super biased, but I definitely agree. The deck's really
Um,
sweet. It's definitely not a deck that exists in any competitive capacity outside of us, and I guess now Pauper maybe, but we'll see how long it continues to exist in Pauper.
yeah, we'll see about that. We had a couple matches going. I think I'm trying to spectate. I think a couple of them are in sideboarding, but we might be able to join AJ Gleason's game and give Mono Blue Post another chance to shine. Yeah, so Tyron, if you can grab AJ Gleason's game, I'm a little biased because he's my roommate and my homie, but I do want to see this deck. And it looks like it's a mono blue mirror. Um, It's mono blue Cloudpost versus mono blue Dredge, which really
Oh,
couldn't
I
be more
love.
different.
No, they're both mono blue decks. I like the same. Yeah.
Yeah, just like we had the Luris mirror in round 1.
Yeah, yeah. They're both graveyard decks.
Yeah, Heidel, that's a really good point. The combo decks are hard to comprehend and hard to figure out the interaction points. Yeah, sorry to hear that, dude. We were just talking about how you're very clearly prepared for a specific metagame, and maybe you just aren't seeing it today. All right, that's a breakthrough hitting the stack. This card is messed up.
Poof. Yeah, that's a.
But there are no
Are no
dredgers,
dredgers. Yeah.
so he's just gonna empty his hand, right? And then dredge
Yeah,
next
just
turn.
gonna put 6 cards into his graveyard.
Oh well, no, he can Cephalid Coliseum after that, right?
Oh, this is very true.
So he'll fill his graveyard, and then he'll have double Cephalid Coliseum to flip his dredgers.
Sullivan, the Luris mirror was red black Luris Arcanist versus High Tide with a Luris companion.
Yeah. Heidel, do you know this guy from your dredge gaming previously? Like, is he a known quantity in the dredge community? For anyone who's tuning in, Heidel is our dredge guy. Yeah, Coliseum.
A resident dredger.
Yeah, I
those
don't know.
two Steeple Whips.
I don't know if Gleason chose to let that go or if he just doesn't have like the right permission, but this could get dicey. Let's see his hand.
Oof. Let's see his secrets.
For anyone unfamiliar with Dredge, because this is kind of like an Eternal format thing, I guess Modern gets it some, but not in the same way. We're playing creatures that say Dredge. We're drawing cards so we can flip over our library, and then we're flashing back a bunch of stuff using Bridge from Below, Icarid, and Cabal Therapy to get graveyard value. Interesting.
Okay, Andrew choosing to impulse Confounding Riddle in response to the Cabal Therapy.
I wonder, should he have done that on the breakthrough?
Maybe. I think given the information that he had, it's pretty fair to not. I wonder if this Confounding Riddle was known information already.
Oh, so he's protecting it. Yeah, because if you would have Confounding Riddled the breakthrough, at least the Dredger would have been tapped out, so he wouldn't have Colosseums up.
Yeah.
Huh. Very cool to have a staple of the Dredge community exploring in this format.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Do you like his list title?
Yep, and here's the Coliseum. A little Ancestral Recall action.
Something like that. He has Griefs in his deck. Wow. Shambling Shells. All right, chatters. So some cards are gonna happen. Tyrant, can you pop out the graveyard if you have a second? That might be nice. And like make it big. Because most of the action is gonna happen in the graveyard zone.
Andrew is packing 3 Ravenous Traps today, so that is also worth keeping in mind.
Yeah, I suspect there's not one in the grippers right now. Actually, we know there's not because we saw.
Oh, we did see his hand.
Let me see. Where is the Cabal Therapy? He revealed Lorien revealed Commandeer, Spell Pierce, and Nimble Obstructionist.
Okay.
I'm surprised that breakthrough went through. I think he might not have been thinking about the Cephalid Coliseums.
I certainly wasn't thinking about it until you mentioned it.
Yeah, I was just looking at it with no dredgers in the graveyard, and I was like, breakthrough, who cares, right?
Now, that being said, Spell Pierce and Commandeer are very notable cards right now. But here's another Cabal Therapy. I think you have to Spell Pierce this, right?
Why not, right? It's always going to take at least one card in your hand. So what's going to happen at the end of the turn? There are no creatures in play right now. When does it get bad?
I'm not sure. I mean, Andrew, if he feels like it, might be able to hard cast this Lorien revealed.
So he has some ignorance. So, chat, you're probably, especially Heidel, you're probably screaming, I'm not much of a dredge guy, so you guys got to bear with me here. So he's going to get back a couple, or our dredge player will get back a couple Icarids. Which is all well and good. And then what, Dread return them? Well, there's only 2 Icarids.
Now, notably, Mafas does only have 11 cards left in his library.
Am I right? Am I counting right? There's only 2 Icarids. So he gets back 2 Icarids, but he
yeah.
can't dread return them because he wants to dread return them to get bridge from below triggers, right?
Yes, and it doesn't look like there's any Cabal therapy sitting there either.
Is he supposed to flashback Otherworldly Gaze on his upkeep to try to get like a Narcomoeba or another Icarid?
I'm not sure. Here's an Archimedes, but
Oh, he
even
dredged.
then, the
Yeah, so he
Archimedes,
dredged. So now he can flashback bridge from below after attacking for. Okay, I'm sorry, flashback dread return.
yes. Oh, there's a
Luckily,
Cabal therapy.
luckily the O-Stone's in play. Oh, he's gonna flashback a Doomscar Titan with dread return. So Andrew is dead here. Because every time he sacks a creature,
yeah.
bridge from below is triggering 3 times. So Cabal Therapy makes 3 zombies, and then you dread return, sacrificing Icarid zombie.
Yeah, the Cabal therapy is the real kicker here, because Andrew could commandeer the dread return, but
oh yeah, you're right. But he takes the commandeer.
So he took 2 commandeers. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so it's just gonna be dread return for Doomscar Titan, and then knock him over with it. Yep, GG's.
Good games. Oh, Dredge is so cool.
Dredge is cool. I'm wondering how the Griefs have felt. I assume they feel good. Yeah, I mean, pretty cool format to be able to cast Grief and play Dredge cards.
Oh yeah. Yeah, here comes the big boy. And that's
Sweet.
the match.
I think that puts Dredge at 1-1, right? Because Gleason lost round 1.
I believe so, yeah.
I just want to pull up his list. And again, I know very little about Dredge. I just know that you Ravenous Trap them at some point.
Yeah, I think Andrew was hoping to draw a Ravenous Trap off of that Lorien revealed.
Oh yeah, or even the Confounding Riddle could have found one, which would have been pretty good.
Yeah, not finding one of the top, like, what is that, 10 cards is pretty tough.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty stock Dredge list. I like the Creeping Chills in the sideboard as opposed to in the main deck. Energy Flux, obviously a super powerful card for all the artifact strategies. I agree. Grief and Therapy is probably just needed right now.
Yeah,
those 2 cards together are very, very strong.
Only 3 breakthroughs. I don't know enough to say if that's normal. The card seems absurd to me, so I'm surprised it's not 4. And we're on 4 Considers. I guess that's a cantrip that also surveils, so you can dredge off.
Yes, and it's cheap now. It's down to like 40 cents as opposed to like $1.50.
Yeah, and then Brainstorm, obviously pretty strong with dredgers. That's a nice combination.
Welcome back, Derek. Always good to have you.
Now, I think Dredgelord and Luke the Puke are also our players.
Yes,
they are. Tyrant, if you can grab Dredgelord and Luke the Puke, we are in the thick of it right now.
Are we?
So this is Black-White Initiative versus Fluctuator combo. And there's a Fluctuator in play, but Black-White Initiative is still at 20. It looks like it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I imagine there's some kind of whiffing that went on. There's a hollow one in play. So maybe Luke hit some weird stuff. I don't know what he could be hitting that would break his Fluctuator, but the hollow one still just sitting around being in play. We're on turn 5 for Dredgelord.
Yeah, and so we're 14-20. Black-White Initiative has the initiative both literally as a game mechanic and I mean, he's got a pretty commanding board state.
Yeah, his 5/5 blocks hollow one real well, and his 3/3 blocks the 2/2 real well. It seems really difficult for Luke to get out from it. But there's a Stinger in play. There's a Stinger and a Fluctuator in play, so one Dredger or one Cycler might just do it.
Yeah, Battle Rager is going to take us to the Throne of the Dead 3.
Oof.
So for anyone who doesn't play Eternal formats, this is the initiative. It's kind of like the Monarch meets the Dungeon, except it's absurdly tuned to the point where it's very, very, very powerful. It's kind of there's a lot going on. The Undercity is a special dungeon. Ooh, Palace Jailer. That's going to enable some attacks.
That's tough. Yeah.
Take the Hollow or take the Stinger, right?
You definitely take the Stinger here. The Stinger is the thing that's going to immediately kill you.
Yeah. Because they could untap and they could cycle 20 cards. Does he agree with us? I can't tell. Yeah, he agrees.
He does. Yes. Good. I feel very vindicated.
Yeah, 2 Stingers in the yard is crazy. I'm curious what exactly happened to lead us to this board state. I'm sure it made sense at the time.
Ooh, this initiative deck is really cool. It's playing 1 main deck Extirpate.
Wow. Okay.
Which is rad to go along with his 8 hand attack spells, 2 mana tides on the board, Vanishing Verse, Necromentia. This list is cool.
Wow. So it sounds like he's really coming prepared for an unfair metagame, right?
Yeah, which is a pretty fair thing to be prepared for.
Yeah. His threats are solid. 4 White Plumes, 4 Passageway, and 4 Vicious Battle Rager. A combination of Evolved Sleeper, Spellbinder, and Trespasser. 4 Dark Rituals. 4 Thalias in the sideboard, even for High Tide, right?
Yeah, High Tide, or really like it's a fine card versus control.
Or Channel Witch's Mirror would be fine.
Yeah. That's a card that does a lot of work versus fair and unfair decks.
Oh, wow. Abandoned Sarcophagus.
Sweet.
So next turn, if he has a red land, he could cast double Stinger from the graveyard.
Yes.
Does he get a next?
Start casting Makos again too? Makos?
Does he get a next turn though?
That's the question.
So if you fire up Shambling Vent and Hollow One jumps in front of White Plume, there's
9, 10.
12 damage coming through. I believe our Hollow One gamer is dead on board.
It's certainly what it seems like. First time playing Value Vintage, you're having a great time. Thanks for putting it together. Thank you for playing, man.
Yeah,
your deck is really rad.
Yeah, really glad to have you here. Your deck looks sweet. I will say, I think maybe don't watch stream. Oh, I guess you didn't know we were going to switch to your deck. Yeah, you're good.
I believe that is not Dredgelord. I believe that is Mathos from last match.
Oh, the Dredge guy. I'm sorry.
I had the same thought.
Hey, man. Yeah, really cool list. Thank you for playing. I'm glad to have you here. Sorry that you missed the time where Poxwalkers was a legal card. I bet you would have enjoyed that.
Looks like that should be wrapping it up for round 2 here.
Awesome. And if anyone watching wants to know how to get into the fun and play more Value Vintage, we do have a really active Discord community with just about 3,000 members. Actually, I think I can post an invite because I'm a mod now, I think.
Nice.
So if anyone's interested in joining the fun, you can use that link to join the Value Vintage Discord server. We try to run a monthly Magic Online 1K, although it doesn't always happen because of life. We talk brews all the time, and we have a calendar of upcoming events. So it's a really great place to join the community and get to see some more Value Vintage.
For sure. Real quick, before I hop into round 3, I do want to go over all the decks that we have sitting at 2-0. So we have Green-White Initiative, Black-White Initiative, High Tide, Sultai Beans, Infect, Rakdos Luris, Blue-White Sailor's Bane, Gruul Initiative, Affinity, Lich's Mirror, and Hypergenesis. So we are sitting on 11 unique decks at 2-0.
Sorry, would you read that out again? I know I definitely should have been reading, but I wasn't.
You're fine. Green-White and Black-White Initiative, High Tide, Beans, Infect, Red-Black Luris, Azorius Bane, Gruul Initiative, Affinity, Mirror, and Hypergenesis at 2-0.
No Hogak in 2-0, right?
No Hogak at 2-0.
Okay. So I would like to be a little bit self-interested. This is my last round of commentary before the top 8. I'll be taking a break. I would love to watch Azorius Sailor's Bane. That's kind of my pet deck. I've got
I definitely want to check that
deck.
out.
Awesome. So if we can figure out, I know there's two of them. If we can pick out
I
whichever
was
one,
gonna say one of them has the bye.
well, we'll watch whichever one
And
doesn't.
the other is playing Rhinos. We're going to be watching Napalm, who I believe is Pat.
Yeah, Gundy. Not Rhino. He is on Azorius control, not Rhinos.
I mean, he's he's maybe listed as Sailor's Bane on Melee. Yes, there are 3 players listed as Bane on Melee. Hold on.
Oh, okay, sure, gotcha.
Or there might be. No, there's not. What? Hold on.
Oh, Infect is 2-0? Maybe we should watch Infect.
I've been able to watch them, in fact.
That's it would, because we can always find a blue-white gamer later.
This is true.
Infect might be quick.
When we do find a blue-white game, let's find Duocat. I'm pretty sure they are playing today. They have a deck list submitted that looks like pretty similar to your Sailor's Bane list. That I would love to watch go.
Yeah, I'm good with whatever. If we want to watch Infect, it's Rev Jeremiah, I believe,
Yes.
on Modo. Maybe we start there and assume it'll be a little bit quicker, and we'll catch the other one.
Yeah, sounds good.
This has been great. We've seen some good matches. There have been a couple unfortunate mulligan and mana situations, but
That's
overall,
magic.
we've had some cool matches. We've had some big stacks.
Yeah, we get to see powerful players do powerful things.
Yeah. Yeah, so for anyone who hasn't played, we like to say that this is a brewer's paradise, and we also like to joke about it being a retirement home for old decks. Because you can come play Infect here. You can come play Dredge, and it's not all formats really still support that.
Yeah, it's super awesome to see. Looks like Infect's room is ready to get going. Rev Jeremiah and Dredgelord.
Oh, cool. So we'll get
So
to
it's
see a little bit more mono blue. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's some black white initiative.
Starting off strong with some hand attack. You'll love to see it.
And his hand is Yavimaya Coast, Blighted Agent, Forest, Embiggen, Igerclomber, Glistener Elf.
Ooh. Joe being smart and keeping a hand dense with threats versus the 8 hand attack spell list.
Do you take so you're not going to keep him off the infect creature, so you take the pump spell?
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, yeah, he's got both colors of mana. He's got 2 lands, so he's going to go turn 1 Glistener Elf into probably turn 2 Blighted Agent.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
How interaction heavy is this black white deck? I assume fairly, right?
It's pretty heavy. I'm pulling it up right now. I don't believe he's on main deck Swords to Plowshares, notably.
4 swords, yeah, 4 swords.
He is on 4 swords. Okay, sweet.
That's the only removal spell though. So it's 8 hand attack spells and then 4 removal spells.
And Palace Jailer, notably.
Yeah, you're right. You can always dark control that out. Or just get to it. I don't know. This is a pretty decent hand for Joe. And Black White Initiative doesn't really start its threats on turn 2. So the Glistener Elf will probably chip in for a bit, and then maybe you have some Blighted Agents. Okay, so
maybe we are starting some threats on turn 2.
Hey, Spellbinder?
Oof. That's tough, but it doesn't block very well.
And at least it's not the other one that's similar that I always forget, right?
Yes, Anointed Peacekeeper would be a lot worse for Joe to look down right now. So taking the Ichorclaw Mirror.
That makes sense. Joe has been back and forth on Ichorclaw Mirror versus what's the one that has Regenerate? River Boa, Tangleass?
Oh, River Boa, yeah. Or no, not River Boa. Something Boa. It's the snake.
It's a snake. And the thing about the snake is, so like Ichorclaw Mirror, when it blocks, it's a 3/3, so it'll trade with a lot of things. Do you think Joe attacks here with a Glistener Elf?
I think definitely.
Yeah, because it even unlocks a new threat, so I say go for it.
Yeah, if Dredgelord blocks, you're happy to kill the 3/1. If he doesn't, you're happy to get the point of Infect in. It's a win-win.
Right, and at that point, you've traded 1 mana for 3 mana, which is a really good deal. Unfortunately, the Sol Ring kind of changes like the mana to tempo exchange equation a little bit. it's always going to be an uphill battle.
For sure. Oh, now I would say that the 1-5 is a difficult thing to get through, but this Blighted Agent would beg to differ.
Yeah,
So
and
Joe is going to be able to just take the initiative right back.
wow, I didn't even think about the fact that it does that. Yeah, so that'll unlock third land for Joe, which means he could develop a threat while maybe holding up protection if he draws protection.
And if he develops another threat and Dredgelord doesn't have another initiative creature, he could just chump block to keep the initiative for an additional turn, which puts 2 counters on Blighted Agent and turns it into a way faster clock.
Wow, yeah, Forge onto an infect creature is crazy. I didn't even think about that. The trap, not so good. Do you go into arena?
Yeah. I think you might.
I mean,
you might just trap just for the sake of it, but
yeah. Yeah, so Joe takes
the
initiative.
trap room certainly is not at its best for infect.
But Forge looks fantastic. Forge is, I mean, that's like 4/1/1 counters, right? Because of how infect is.
Essentially, yeah.
Numbers, baby. Joe's hand was pretty well set up for this. Redundant threats. Now, maybe he would prefer to have like one more pump or protection spell versus a threat.
Ooh, second Blighted Agent. Beautiful.
We don't know about any pump spells currently. He would have had, I think, 2 blind draw steps to find them.
That being said, Dredgelord is not presenting a ton of pressure right now.
All right, so Joe is playing 12 threats. We've seen one of each of them. It's play sets of all of them.
Mm.
He's playing 2 Distortion Strike and 4 Scale Up as his sorcery speed things. And then he's playing Blossoming Defense, Might of Old Kroza, and Vines of the Vastwood as protection. Then he's playing Embiggen, Mutagenic Growth, and Invigorate as pump spells. Now, Jailer's pretty good here.
Palace Jailer's good, but again, Joe's just going to untap and take the Monarchy back.
Yeah, it's going to, you're right, and that gets the Blighted Agent back. And it'll actually give Joe a card. I mean, Dredgelord will draw a card on the end of his turn, but then Joe will draw a card on the end of his turn, right? So just introducing the Monarch creates a big game scenario.
I do think that Dredgelord's draw steps are going to have a higher average value than Joe's.
But I think Joe spends mana more efficiently, if that makes sense.
That's fair. I mean, right now, Dredgelord is like 1 or 2 removal spells away from really taking over this game.
That is true. Luckily, yeah. Definitely the.
But it's not like Joe's Hellbent. He is sitting on 3 cards.
Yeah. You know, Joe could just have Scale Up, Invigorate, and end the game, right? That's not that hard to do. Because Joe doesn't need a ton of cards. He just needs like the right ones.
Yeah, and he only needs 8 more damage.
Yeah. Remind me. Okay, the Embiggen got taken. Yeah, it's in the graveyard.
Yes.
So we don't know any pump spells. Scale Up wouldn't do it here, but Scale Up Mutagenic Growth would also not do it. Cool.
Yeah, Scale Up Mutagenic Growth would be 1 short.
I will say, so he hits this turn. He forges and he gets back Blighted Agent, right? So he'll have 4 unblockable in play and his opponent's at 2. If Joe doesn't get killed, which I don't think Dredgelord is presenting lethal on the next turn, it almost seems hard for Joe to not kill the following turn.
So if Dredgelord draws a removal spell here, takes out the untapped Blighted Agent, and hits for 3, 4, 5, 6 in play right now, then traps. 11. So for 11 damage, putting Joe to 6. So it'll be close.
So then Joe would have to win with single Blighted Agent with his opponent at 2 and pump spells. Now, I will say, I've lost track of how many unknown cards Joe has now.
I think it's all of them.
Yeah, because what zone's the Ichor Mirror in?
It's an exile from the Spellbinder.
Oh wow, yeah. So he's probably not gonna. Yeah, it stays in exile. He's probably not gonna cast that this game, I would guess. I don't know, man. Joe has a lot of resources. He's gonna go to plays land. He could be flooded out. We don't know. He does play very few lands.
Ooh, is he casting the Ichor Club here? He is. That's a very heads up play. He's realizing that the way that he loses this is to one more removal spell.
To not having a threat, right? And he is playing Distortion Strike, so maybe like the 2 Blighted Agents get dealt with, and maybe you can go like Distortion Strike, scale up Mutagenic Growth. That's the wrong
Yeah, this
word.
definitely makes Dredgeland's life a lot more difficult. Ooh, we get to
good.
find out what he's got going on. Looking at Blighted Agent, scale up, Once Upon a Time, Yavimaya Coast. Getting rid of the
Take the
scale up.
scale up. Yeah.
That's not really what you want to see on Joe's side of the table.
No, it's not a particularly good hand.
Like I know we were talking about wanting multiple threats versus the black-white deck, but this is a bit much.
So I wonder if instead Joe tries to survive and close it out with the Blighted Agents and 2 draw steps. Or 2 attacks. So like he could block Ichor Claw Mirror on Evolved Sleeper and take 3 this turn, get trapped down to 9.
Mhm.
And then I think he could survive another hit. So if there's no interaction on Dredgelord's side, maybe Joe can just 4+4 with the Blighted Agents.
Yeah, and Dredgelord does have to fully flunge here if he wants to take the initiative back.
You're right. Blighted Agent could. A Blighted Agent just blocks. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Blighted Agent just eats a Palace Jailer and doing that and throwing the Ichor Claw Mirror in front of the sleeper. Because you don't really want to block the Battle Rager and take an additional 5, but you also don't want to lose any of your creatures in this position.
Yeah, if he just sends with Battle Rager, I think you let it through. Okay, so we're going the full send. So
Yeah,
really,
I
the
think
question here. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
don't know. No, I'm honestly not sure what the right block is here.
To me, the question is, does the Ichor Claw Mirror chump block, right?
Yeah, and like where are you putting the Blighted Agent? Do you want to trade with the sleeper? Do you want to just eat the Palace Jailer?
I don't think you can lose 3 of your clock.
I'm inclined to agree. Sleeper does present a potential source of card advantage, which is relevant.
That's true. Yeah, luckily it's double black. And he also hasn't leveled it up yet, right? So it could become
True.
right now it's a 1/1 with 2 counters. It could become a 2/2.
Yeah, it looks like we're opting to just eat the Palace Jailer.
So we're taking 4 to 13, and then we're taking 5 to 8.
It's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage. Yeah, Joe's hand is not very good right now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of single draws that win him the game next turn, if any.
No, I don't agree with that at all. He has 3, 4, 5 infect power at play. His opponent's at virtual 7. So he wins off Invigorate, Vines of the Vastwood.
You are absolutely right. I had Blighted Agent dying in. Oh, well, there's the Swords of Plowshares. That changes math a little bit.
That does.
That's tough.
I don't know how I feel about the timing on that.
I agree. I think doing that pre-combat to potentially get rid of 2 creatures might have been ideal.
Yeah, I feel like you're nearly 100% to do that. Well, the other thing is you could hold it in case your opponent top decks to scale up, right?
That's also true.
So now scale up off the top no longer wins the game.
Yeah, only puts him to 7.
Yeah, which would put Dredgelord to 9 total.
Drew's going down to 10, staring down the barrel of 7 on the crackback. It's not quite lethal, but
Yeah, call it 8 because of a sleeper activation.
right.
And Joe has a Yavimaya Coast. If he wants blue mana, he's at a virtual 9 points of damage on board.
Hey,
So
one is not 0.
He only has 1 blue mana left this game, it looks like to me.
Yeah, and his only blue spells are Blighted Agents and Distortion Strikes, it seems like.
Yeah, in the main for sure. So he needs to set up to try to win next turn, obviously. Um, your opponent's tapped out. If you have like a scale up, you could just do it here to make sure it connects.
Yeah, I think you definitely rip the scale up here.
Now,
it's a
Joe,
shame that the Once Upon a Time sitting in Joe's hand is only ever going to grab another threat.
right? Yeah, there's no pump spell it can get, no Aloe Alchemist or anything.
There's that Once
It
Upon a
could get
Time.
it could get a Waterlogged Grove that could cantrip into. Okay, if
This
he
is true.
cantrips it into Invigorate
Did
and
he
has.
whiff? Oh, he whiffed.
Okay, but he's gonna crunch for 2 here and put his opponent to 4. He's gonna get an
Yeah,
extra
he's
draw
not
step off the Monarch.
quite dead. Just swinging with the Blighted Agent. Interesting.
Planning to chump with the Ichor Claw Mirror. So now he needs 7 points. So scale up alone is no longer lethal.
He is drawing 2 cards now, thanks to the Monarchy.
Yeah. Embiggen's +5, right?
Each super type, card type, and subtype. I believe it's +4.
Creature, Fire Extend,
Oh,
Human.
for Ichor Mirror, it is +4.
I know it's 5 for Ichor Claw because Artifact, Creature, Phyrexian. Oh, Mirror. Okay.
Yeah.
Blighted Agent is
they're
Creature,
both.
Phyrexian, Human, Rogue. So it's 4 on either.
Yeah. Another Blighted Agent, though. He does have 2 Chump Walkers, which does reduce Dredgelord's clock a decent amount.
Yeah, right. Maybe you chump the Evolved Sleeper with the Ichor Claw. Did he goad something? He goaded the Jailer. That's fine.
That definitely seems like more valuable than trapping.
Yeah. Yeah, Trap's
He's
not
probably going
gonna...
to attack with the Jailer anyways. You might as well make him do it. Another Inquisition. This Inquisition might just whiff. Yeah. Oh, it's a Distortion Strike. Interesting.
Okay, so he has a Waterlogged Grove, which is interesting. He's got the mana to crack it. So next turn, he'll have a draw step and a Waterlogged Grove and 4 mana.
Ooh. Here comes the Passageway Seer, taking the initiative back.
Should he have done that post-combat to get a throne trigger? By doing it
Maybe it depends
pre-combat...
on if he plans on sending everybody in, which I imagine he will.
Yeah, because doing the Passageway Seer pre-combat denies yourself an initiative trigger, because now he's not going to get a trigger for dealing combat damage to Joe.
So it's true. That might be huge.
Because he could have had the chance to throne, which, I mean, there's not that much it would hit that matters.
I mean, another Palace Jailer would be gigantic.
Jailer would help. That's actually really it, yeah. So it's not too big of a deal.
Heidel has informed us that Mirror is 3060 right now.
He's the heel.
Yeah, somebody's got to take him down.
All right, we got a few triggers here. So Joe has a land in hand. He's going to get 2 new cards. Opponents at a virtual 5.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of draws that get Joe out of this. Scale up is huge, and Biggin's pretty big.
So land, crack it. So he needs scale up or 2 pump spells. But they can't both be blossoming defense or mutagenic growth. It's
This is true.
It's getting a little tough, I'm not gonna lie.
Apparently, Heidel is only 3-0 because Doug lost round 1. Might of Volcrosa. That brings us up to 6 damage. Just looking for one
We
more.
need something else.
There's something else. That's it.
Wow.
That's 9. That's 10 damage in play. 10 unblockable infect.
What a tight game.
That's insane. That was a very tight game. I do want to know if there's a Palace Jailer in those top 10 cards. Because if there are, that Passageway Seer was the linchpin of this game.
Well, no, the Palace Jailer wouldn't matter because he has an extra Blighted Agent.
Oh, that's so. You're so right. You're so right, King.
Yeah. That was tight.
Yeah. Wow.
That was tight.
That was a good game. I'm excited
That
for
was-
game 2, man.
That was a nail biter, yeah, for sure. So, what changes in the sideboards here? You think?
Yeah.
Black White has Plague Engineers.
Ooh, yes. Plague Engineer is really rough.
If
I
you
could also see Mana
all of-
Tithe coming in, honestly.
yeah, just to like spend mana efficiently. If you
Yeah,
Dark
and
Rituals,
slow Joe down a little bit. He's going to be on the play in game 2, so Mana Tithe stocks go way up.
if a Plague Engineer hits the board, Joe loses the game.
Yes.
He can't remove it, and all of his creatures die to state-based effects.
Notably, I believe. Oh no, they all are.
They all share
Phyrexians now because of
Phyrexian now.
The change, yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, because previously
least-
they would all be completely unique. Elf Warrior,
Yes.
Human Rogue, Phyrexian Mirror. But now they all share Phyrexian.
Which the trade-off is you lose to Plague Engineer, but Embiggen gets good.
Yeah, Embiggen
but
gets
they're
a little
all
bit
only
better.
2 Plague Engineers. There's only 2 of them. Could honestly also see the Thalias come in.
Yeah, I think so. They block chip damage from Glistener Elf and Acreclaw Mirror pretty well. Well, not Acreclaw Mirror, I guess.
What do we think comes out? I could definitely see some amount of the initiative creatures coming out because of Blighted Agent being such a problem.
Yeah. Oh, Vanishing Verse is coming as well. Just as
Oh yeah,
additional.
probably the Extirpate comes out.
Yeah, Extirpate out. Hymns are probably good. You probably keep those.
Yeah, I think you definitely hold on to all your hand attack. Graveyard Trespasser probably isn't really where you want to be.
Yeah, the ward doesn't matter and the life gain doesn't matter. So if you determine that to be your weakest dark ritualable threat, then you probably can trim it. What is Joe
I think.
doing?
What is Joe doing?
You could distortion strike
seem good.
if you assume you need to punch your Glistener Elf through. Apostle's Blessing will sometimes give you a clear attack.
I think Joe's game plan for the next 2 games is going to be hope and pray that his opponent doesn't have Plague Engineer.
Yeah. His opponent still only goes up to like 6 instant speed removal spells, which is not a comfortable number against Infect.
No, definitely not.
Like it's fine, you have interaction, but you're not happy to see Infect in this match, I don't think.
Yeah, it definitely seems winnable if you're like holding onto a hand that's has like Inquisition, Hymn, and Swords in it, plus a threat. But that's also, I don't know, that beats most decks.
Yeah, having the possibility of just like Dark Ritual Plague Engineer to like end the game is crazy though.
It looks like we are gearing up for game 2 here.
Joe Moles, but he's on the draw. You know what's crazy? So we've been talking about heal versus hero decks, and that's all very like it's personal opinion, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. I feel like Infect is a hero deck in our format.
No, I might be biased in saying so because Joe was a friend of ours and he's the most lovely man on the planet. But I'm inclined to agree.
It's just we don't see Infect that much. I think it's good. I think it keeps people honest and rewards playing removal. I do think Joe came pretty well prepared for like combo matchups though. With his Spell Pierces, Ravenous Traps for
Which
the
is fair.
graveyard.
That's definitely the deck's biggest weak point.
Yeah. So Infect can kill on turn 2 through a blocker, right?
I
You can
believe so.
you can scale up Distortion Strike and then Invigorate.
Or mutagenic growth, yeah.
Yeah, right. Now, I mean, that does involve having blue mana, which Joe doesn't play a ton of, and
Yes.
having Invigorate, which I think is one of the best cards in the deck. But
Oh, well, and your opponent not having him to Torok. And there's a Distortion Strike.
yeah, 2 strikes in the main board with 2 more in the side. So there's between 1 and 3 Distortion Strikes left in the deck.
Yeah, I imagine he brought in the 2 from the sideboard.
Sorry, Hale. We don't mean it like that, but it is funny that it sounds like that.
Yeah, you know what you've done. Don't give us that.
So if Joe does attack here, which to me says he's got more threats, or he's
I mean,
just
you
a
like
stone cold killer.
you have to block. It's so irresponsible to not block, but also blocking here sucks. So I understand not doing it.
Right, you get like mutagenic growth or whatever.
Yeah, if your opponent has anything, you just get eaten.
But yeah, you can't feed your infect opponent free chip damage, right?
Oof. Yeah, but he might just die. Okay. 5
that was
damage
just
is a lot.
that was just like a make hay while the sun shines situation, right? Like,
Yeah, you got to get in while you can for when this Plague Engineer comes down. Yeah, I don't. Let's make sure he named the correct thing. I don't know if this ever gets good.
I don't believe there's an answer in the 75.
Yeah, I mean, we saw exactly what Dredgelord wanted to see here, which was turn 1 hand attack, turn 2, or turn 1 threat, turn 2 hand attack, turn 3 Plague Engineer.
Yeah. And notably, Joe would not have had lethal even through the hem. Or like if the hem hadn't been cast, it's not like the hem prevented lethal.
Yeah.
The good news is Joe mulliganed this game, and he has game 3 on the play, so it's not a foregone conclusion for the match.
No, definitely.
Scuffle, I agree.
Think this game's a little foregone, but
yeah, I mean, I think this game's literally unwinnable. I don't know. Maybe Joe knows something that we don't, or maybe he's just chilling. He could want to see more of Dredgelord's deck, right?
That's super fair.
Maybe he gets to see like the sideboard plan. Maybe he can tell, that the creature configuration's been changed a little bit.
Also, he might know that he's the feature match and wants to give us more content, which I respect.
Sure. Yeah. I'm down to hang out. Look, if Joe can't put a creature into play, he's just going to get attacked for a while. So it's not like we're going to be here. Did he not attack with his creatures?
That's curious.
Is Dredgelord just like saying, like, you literally cannot win? We're just hanging out? But you can't do that because you're behind on cards as Dredgelord, so you do have to attack.
Yes. And behind on time.
Yeah. It would be funny to just not attack and be like, you can't win. if you were
saying that like, hey, bud. So Miscast is $160 for why? CDH?
How's CDH doing? Do we know anything about that?
I have no idea. Probably better.
Sure.
Since like Crypt and Extortionist are gone and Lotus.
Sure. Okay.
But I sure haven't touched that format in like 4 years.
Yeah, I'm off it. All right, let's review Joe's deck list again.
Sure.
Okay, there's still nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely doesn't seem like he has any way out of this. Now, knowing Joe, he might be building a hand of pump spells to make his opponent's creatures larger.
Yeah, I mean,
Does he
notably,
look
Plague
like
Engineer is also a Phyrexian. Can you embiggen your opponent's stuff?
That's a good question.
Target non-brush bite creature, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Look, we're just doing it for the love of the game.
For the love of the game.
It's a Saturday afternoon. We woke up to cast some spells. We're gonna cast our spells.
We're gonna cast our spells one way or another.
So if he pumps, it is lethal here. We can put our, but
Oh, he's gonna kill
Dreadlord-
himself with Waterlogged Grove. Watch it for sure.
Oh yeah, Dreadlord, also a lover of the game, decides to take one more draw step.
Come on, Joe. I thought I knew you better than this.
Hero's journey. Okay.
Maybe Joe is the heel.
All right, so we did see the unbeatable card resolve.
Yeah, we saw the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Exodia, except it's one magic card. And so unfortunately, the Plague Engineer can come down on turn 1.
Yes.
I don't know if there's
Dude
anything
makes a solid point. MTGO might bug out and he could win.
Look, sometimes your opponent gets hit by a tornado.
It is a reasonable question of like, does Joe respect dark ritual starts enough to bring in spell pierces? I think the answer is no. But it's something to consider.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think no, but maybe he will big brain us, and maybe that's the perfect solution.
Here we go, heading into game 3.
Yeah, Arcanium, I tuned into you versus Dan earlier, and it looked a little rough. This format can be scary, and people on Moto do love to play combinations.
Yes.
All right, look. Joe's on the play with a 7 against a 6.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get
a good way to
land
start.
ritual Plague Engineered, he could be okay.
Once upon a time, that card's good. I like
Ooh-ah.
that card.
Ooh-at.
And it whiffs.
Imagine whiff into no land drop.
Dude, I would have so much respect for keeping that 7.
Turn 1 Gelf is not a bad place to be.
No, I agree, Cole. I don't think he brings in the spell pierces.
Yeah.
It definitely seems like it has such a low floor.
He also doesn't have very much blue mana.
No. Okay.
We're good.
Look at a scale up, invigorate, Might of Volcrosa, another invigorate, and a glisten.
You're dead. You're dead.
Yeah, you're dead.
You're dead. That's it.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what you take.
Lethal
Wait.
always.
With 1, yeah, because
No, that's
scale up
lethal
invigorate
always.
does it. Double invigorate does it.
Invigorate, yeah, invigorate, Might of Volcrosa does it. Yeah, that's just lethal no matter how you slice it.
Even with 1 land, he doesn't even need second land, so it's just scale up invigorate.
And you found the second land anyway. We're in it.
We even have Might of Old Croza up to protect
Exodia.
Snuff out.
Wow.
Am I dead? You're at 23 life. You can't be dead.
No, you're not dead yet. I'm at 23. I'm winning.
Do you want to know something really embarrassing about me as a Magic player?
Yes.
In comp REL events, including in the past, or maybe not comp REL, but in like paid events in the past year, Plague Engineer, yeah. I've sat down across for Infect, and I've called a judge to ask if I lose at 10 or 11 Infect. I just forget.
That's very funny.
Okay. Do we have any Blue-White Sailor's Bane lists available to watch?
I would love to watch one. Let's see.
So our Sailor's Bane players are kind of Napalm, but not really. Duocat and Forsaken.
Duocat's match is concluded. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at round 2. We are in round 3. it appears that Duocat might have dropped.
Okay.
So Napalm is our one Bane player left, and he has won his match.
Okay. What else is
Because the
up?
other one got the bye, so they also won their match.
Okay. What's a ballerina playing? Practice combo goblins. What are Scrocious and DGL playing?
Scrocious and DGL.
Let me pop in and see what that is really quick. They're sideboarding. Ristoki, that's over. What is Mayhem up to? Oh,
Do I lose at 0 life? Rusty.
Yeah. All right, my moto's crashing again. Tyrant, can you try to find us a game? Kind of anything at this point is fine. Do it with the nonsense terms. And Everett, I believe for better or for worse, this might be the end of our block together.
Oh no, that's true. You're only through round 3, aren't you?
I believe, yeah. So you're staying through. It looks like 4, and I
Yes.
believe Adam's going to tag in for me, assuming that makes
Fabulous.
sense. Things.
If we want, we can finish this off on a high note and watch the rest of AJ Gleason and Black Viper's match.
Perfect. Yeah.
Sweet. Let's run it. Tyrant, we're gonna head over. AJ Gleason, Black Viper. Looks like we are in the very beginnings of game 2 or 3. Andrew with a strong start. Claw posted on Island. You'll love to see it.
What is Viper on? My moto crashed again.
I believe Black Viper is our Hollow 1 player. Yes.
Oh, DGL is Doug.
Oh!
Wait, can we watch Doug?
Yes. Tyler, I'm sorry. I lied to you. We're going to watch Doug's match.
We're just keeping
DGL and Scrocious. We got to watch the Doug. We got to do it. They are still sideboarding, but while we're waiting for them to conclude sideboarding, I'll talk about Andrew's match a little bit as it's going on. Black Viper, both players off to a really strong start. 2 posts from Andrew's side and a Faithless Looting for Prize Amalgam on Black Viper's side.
Yeah, so Andrew has. Okay, let's see if Andrew has counter magics.
All right, we are underway in DGL and Scrocious' match. Scrocious appears to be on Mono Blue Spirits, deck that I'm very much a big fan of.
Okay, Andrew just got Damping Sphered, so good luck, Andrew. Now, we have sideboarded. We don't know what game we're in. I suspect we're in game 3 based on clocks.
It's gotta be. I do want to check out the Spirits list.
Yeah, Mono Blue
this is Jared. Okay. Yeah, this deck's legit.
Why did Doug concede?
Doug conceded?
Did he just concede? I have a Scrocious wins.
Strange. That must have been game 2 because it didn't say Scrocious won the match.
Oh, I wonder if we're just seeing the end of game 2. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening.
Very strange.
Okay. Well, do you want to talk about Doug's list for a little bit? He's on Azorius Thopter Sword. And maybe to talk about his list, we have to talk about Doug as a Magic player and a human.
We talked about him a little bit earlier about how he's one of the best Magic players we know, but he's also a little psychotic. Doug wants a game on the 4 o'clock. That's fair.
Oh, he just scooped it. So he won game 1 and scooped game 2 because he knows he can only win one more game, and he wants to be game 3.
It's certainly a choice. Or maybe he kept the 7 that was like bad.
Yeah, right. Maybe he was looking at his hand. If that's what he actually did, he's a genius.
Here we go. Into game 3. 7 minutes on Doug's clock, 11 minutes on Scrocious' clock. But yeah, Doug's list is really sweet. blue-white Thopter Sword build, engineered explosives, retrofitter foundries. Deck is certainly awesome.
Wow, scooping game 2 to be on the play game 3.
That's a very Doug move.
That's so smart. He's very excited to be playing a playset of a Darker Waste. And Retrofitter Foundry is down to $1.
Yes, card is extremely strong. Mental misstep. Oh,
Oh boy.
oh God, I love mental misstep.
How much is Mental Misstep today?
It is $5.
$5. Well, $5 beats $1. I'll tell you that.
This is true. Mono Blue
The old
Spirits
double
is
at
a
Dark Heart
very,
Waste.
very cheap shell, though. You can build the first 57 cards of that deck for about $20.
Ooh. And he gets to cast the Filigree Silex without taking any pain from his double of Darker Wastes.
Filigree Silex is good. I would imagine this is going to get a Spell Pierce or Daze too. Yeah.
That's
This matchup
fine.
does seem difficult for Doug here.
I mean, he has the tools. He has Silex, Balance, Engineered, or Legacy's Allure, Porphyry Nodes.
Porphyry Nodes does just ruin spirits if it resolves.
Engineered Explosive is pretty good because Spirits is really heavily based around 1 and 2 drops, right?
Yes. You could Companion Luris if you had white mana.
Doug notably has 1 Dust Bowl in his deck.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so the thing I don't like about this game is that Doug has double pain lands. Other than that, ooh, this is a little dicey.
So this definitely screams that this is Scrocious' one threat. If it wasn't confirmed before by playing out the Supreme Phantom, which is definitely the worst of your solo threats, sacrificing so many resources to get it to resolve definitely means that if Doug is able to deal with this and have a resolved way to deal with this, it's certainly looking poor for Scrocious.
And Sol Ring's actually huge here because a lot of Spirits' permission is it's like tithing, right? It's like dazes and stuff.
It's very soft, yeah.
Let's take a look at what the Retrofitter also is a really powerful threat. Spell Pierce. Okay, so 1 Spell Pierce, 4 counter spells, 4 days, 4 Geistlight Snare, which is counter unless you pay 3. That's strong. Another one?
It's pretty good.
Does Doug have a Swords to Plowshares, perhaps? Wouldn't that be something?
Doug only on the 2 copies of Swords to Plowshares today, not the full 4. Which
Yeah,
I
and
definitely don't disagree with going into the MTGO metagame.
You say you do agree with?
Oh yeah, I think that's a good move. Or at least I would have thought it was a good move before I saw the deck lists.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot more creatures today than I was expecting.
Okay, so Retrofitter Foundry. How much mana to make a Thopter? 2 untapped to make
we were
a servo.
talking to Doug about this the other day, and I just don't know.
So 2 makes a servo, 3 untaps it, 1 makes a Thopter. So 6 mana, and you get a chump blocker.
Yes.
But Doug instead opts to move his game plan along, get rid of the Spell Pierce, and perhaps find some better removal or get closer to Thopter Sword.
Yeah, and if he can start resolving Thopters, Curious Obsession does only work if Scrocious hits him.
Yeah, and the fact that the Retrofitter Foundry is already in board is a big deal.
Yeah, that's a very difficult card for Spirits to deal with if it gets going.
Preston with the math. Preston, how are you doing? I haven't looked too much at Melee, so I don't know where you're at results-wise.
Ooh, Scrocious up to a full grip.
Yeah, that is
That
tough.
so many cards.
So Doug can attempt to Luris, which would let him play a Filigree Silex. Or he could
7 cards in hand, no land drop. There's no way that Scrocious' hand is not just like 5 counter spells.
Yeah.
Here's an engineered explosives though. If this resolves,
I mean, there might not be hard counter spells, right? It could be Geist Light Snare.
it
Wow.
resolves. Wow.
Are there any stifles?
No, there shouldn't be.
So Doug could make a retrofitter chump blocker here and then hold up the EE for a turn more if he wants to.
Ooh, Scrocious could be holding on to a slip out the back.
Yeah, one of in the list, right?
Yes. Which will let him phase out his creature and make it bigger.
So
avoid
Doug got
engineered explosives.
probed. We didn't see Doug's hand, unfortunately. We know Luris, and then there's a mystery card.
Interesting.
If Doug can assemble Thopter Sword, he's going to be in a good position. But instead, he has Retrofitter Foundry. Now, you can't get hit by this. That's the kind of commentary you bring me. You bring me to the stream to say you probably shouldn't get hit and let your opponent draw 2 cards. And then, so what can Doug do with the Retrofitter? He can just make a servo. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a servo on Scorch's end step and then make it into a Thopter.
Yeah, right. Just the fact that Doug has Sol Ring, so he has a mana advantage, and he has a way to spend it. And it doesn't appear Scrocious has really good permission. So I could see Doug going for Luris here.
Doug also notably 4 minutes on the clock.
I'm worried. Doug is not a Magic Online guy.
Yes. And he's not the fastest player in paper. So translating that to Moto is only going to make things worse.
Yeah, for him, Moto is just a clicking thing. He just doesn't.
Yes.
He doesn't like to play digital Magic.
I'm the same exact way.
Yeah, I mean, I'll play digital. Like, yeah, I prefer paper. Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Luris, let's do a little permission check here.
Yeah, Luris is certainly terrifying for wow.
So do you go for maybe do you go for Silex here? Maybe.
Maybe. Silex is good. Explosives is good. Another Foundry's not bad.
Yeah. Now, even if this gets blocked, Doug can convert it to a Thopter. So even if there is a Rattle Chains or a Spectral Adversary, it's not the end of the world. I suspect Doug will use his Luris main phase 2. I'd be surprised to not see it.
Yeah, there we
Oh,
go.
the only bad thing about the Silex, or I guess Engineer Explosives, is he really wants to be using it on 2. He does not want to blow up his own Retrofitter and Sol Ring. That would not be good.
This is true. That being said, if he does blow up his own Retrofitter, he can just immediately play back with Luris.
That's a good point. And what kind of removal does Spirits have?
Not much.
Vapor Snags in the sideboard.
That's about it.
I'm going to be honest. I think Doug's going to lose this on clock.
It might come down to that, which is very unfortunate. Yeah, Spirits doesn't usually pack a lot of removal, at least mono blue. Your game plan for creatures is more so like, don't let them resolve, and if they do, just go over top of them.
Yeah. Right, there's not a ton of creatures that you have to worry about too much. And it's like, we don't play a lot of value creatures outside of Luris. Like, there's not a lot of Oracle of Moldayas running around.
Exactly, yeah.
This is powerful. Also, so really notably, Luris gains life if you connect with it. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Oh, are we opting to not kill the adversary and just make this a 4/4? That does speed up Doug's clock.
Doug wants to attack for 7 magical damage.
Yeah, Doug is definitely very cognizant of the fact that he has so little time left on the clock.
I will say, when lose or draw in this match, all the draws aren't possible. I think Doug is putting on a master class in changing your game plan for what's going on in the match, right? Conceding game 2 to be on the play was really smart. Shifting his game plan to make that construct token instead of trading is really smart. I don't really know what Scrotius is on. I think it's got to be more spirits.
Oh no.
Huh. Yeah, that is in the sideboard. There are two of those. Does Doug have disenchants?
Doug is able currently to keep all of his artifacts if he wants to.
He could. Could he make another construct here? Probably not, right?
One, two,
It's
three,
6
four,
mana to
five.
make a Thopter.
No,
It's
not
9 mana to make a construct. 2, 4, 6. He has enough. He can make another construct. Okay, he doesn't. But he'll keep his construct and attack for 7. Yeah, and I mean,
attack for 7 and gain 3, which is very relevant.
yeah. He can also replay Retrofitter and then make a servo.
Yeah, what is nice about Lurrus here is anything that you are losing to energy flux is not gone forever.
Right. Now, if Doug had more time on the clock, he could think about something goofy like a Filigree Silex that he. Oh, wait, hold on. He can engineered explosives it if he wants to.
This is true.
It costs him 2 life, but that. Oh no, Lurrus, you can't do that.
Oh, yeah. It can't be X equals 3. Oh, Lurrus. What a weird card. Just going to do it for 2. Eat up
Clear
this
the
spectral
adversary. Yeah. Whoa, that's fantastic. I don't know. It's 2 attacks here. I don't know.
Yeah, I think if Doug had 30 minutes left on the clock, I would put him firmly in a winning position. But as is, I don't know if he's going to be able to pull it out in time.
He has to. I think he has the time for 2 attack steps. You know what the problem is? The energy flux triggers.
Yeah, that's going to soak up a lot of time.
So he's gonna have to like instep the engineered explosives and then crack the spell bomb for a card, and then pay the construct really fast and then replay the spell bomb.
He might be able to pull it out.
Yeah. So do you explosives here? Don't skip through the instep by mistake, Doug. I mean, I feel his pain. I'm slow on Moto as well. So here's what I want to see. Does he crack the spell bomb to save clock? Because if your opponent has flash creatures, they're not going to do it until you're already in combat.
I
so
think
you're going to have to.
Yeah, I think Doug is going to be able to get his 2 attacks in here. He is just going to draw a card.
It could be for clock. He could replay the engineered explosives on 2 prior to combat. That deals with a spectral adversary, although you still get phased out.
Yeah, it deals with all of the flash threats except for Spectral Sailor and Hydroelectric Specimen.
Oh man, a Hydroelectric Specimen to block would be crazy. It's a 1/4.
That'd be sick.
I think Doug has the time for this.
I think so.
And Scrotius's hand seems to be weird and context dependent. Like it's a bunch of curious obsessions or something.
Yeah,
or
that's
dazes.
one of the things that I found with spirits is sometimes you just kind of end up like that. Gonna play out the adversary now. This does mean that Doug can just engineer explosives again.
But he can phase out the construct here.
Oh, instead he's just gonna say no.
Now, if you're Doug, are you replaying the spell bomb off of Darker Wastes here to maybe catch another blocker? I think that's what I would do. That's how I would have did it.
That's how I would have did it.
Now, this is double loose focus, so if he has Spell Pierce, okay,
This
Dispute works.
for one of them.
So he's currently on track to resolve the adversary. Oh, but he's not going to be able to kicker it, or he's not going to be
Yeah,
able to.
that's the big thing.
So then Doug just bounces it with Spell Bomb and crunches for 7. Oh, because he was going to phase out the Luris, so Doug could not replay the Aether Spellbomb. I don't think Doug's going to have the time anymore.
I don't think so. Oh, God, 2 big nail biters in a row, man.
Yeah. I hate to see people lose on clock on Moto when they're not Moto players. It's just like,
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
yeah. Darren, I see you're here with us. Do you know, is this the end of my commentary block for now? He's nodding. Don't worry, chat. I'll be back for the top 8. Maybe all of it, maybe some of it. But I'll have a couple round break here and I'll come back refreshed and feeling spry.
Doug with a nice solid 13, 12 seconds on the clock.
Oh man, his opponent's at 1. There's no way he can get through an energy flux trigger, right?
I mean, he doesn't have to pay for it if Scrucius doesn't play a threat. He can just attack with Luris.
There's isn't the adversary got bounced, so he has
Did it?
adversary phase out. Yeah, it resolved and then got spell bombed.
Oh.
So on upkeep, you don't want to do it now. So on upkeep, he wants to phase out the Luris and then block the construct token. Doug will be untapped. If Doug draws some hard counter and then pays 5 seconds, he can't navigate the phases.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Oh, what a shame.
That's
definitely
tough.
a winnable position.
Doug played it really, really well. Just the
Yeah.
match in general. He played this game great, making that construct token. A lot of people would have traded the Thopter for the it was an adversary, I think. I probably would have made that trade, but that's tough.
Yeah, that is
Tough,
a
tough.
shame.
And that is the end of our round, and it is the end of my block.
Well, Russell, it was a pleasure as always.
Always a pleasure. Always fun doing this format with you. I will hop out of here and I will return in a couple rounds. Good luck in the rest of your commentary, and I will let. I think Darren, are you tagging in for me? Darren's tagging in. I will bid you guys adieu. Darren, I will come back to my computer about a round before you need me.
Sweet. What's up, Darren? Welcome back.
All right, how's it going, everyone? That was quite the game from Doug we just saw.
Yeah, that was intense.
Always love a nail biter that comes down to 1 damage and 1 second on the clock.
Yeah, I am ready for his message in our group chat.
Is Doug
He's
the type of
definitely not
person
going to be
that
happy
would,
about that one.
yeah, is he going to be fuming, or what's the reaction going to be like?
He won't be fuming. He'll be probably more frustrated with himself than anything. Also, I got confirmation. Doug scooped game 2 because he forgot to play his land. He have 6 through his turn. So he said, "Screw it, I'm just gonna get through."
I mean, I like that a lot better than it being a big brain play, although I do really like the big brain play as well.
I do love the big brain play. All right, who should we have pairings up, I believe. Yes.
Yes, pairings just went up. So,
who should we get started with, do you think?
Let's see. Our table 1 is Sultai Beans versus Hypergenesis, and that might be interesting. The hard control deck versus one of the most broken combo decks in the format.
You were looking at round 3.
Oh, I sure am.
Yeah. I would be super down to watch Rakdos Luris versus High Tide at table 3.
Yeah, let's go for it.
It's definitely an interesting matchup.
So you're the High Tide guy. Is that matchup a lot of like back and forth, or is the High Tide deck more going to be kind of like sitting back and building until it's
It's
time to
definitely
go?
hard. Sullivan's list is really able to present a clock really quickly with like Blood-Tithe Harvester and Amped Raptor and stuff. And with stuff like his main deck Vexing Bauble and 8-hand attack spells, it's definitely pretty difficult. Post board, looking at stuff like more duresses, it's Nihil Spellbomb. It's definitely difficult. I do think that this build is he's only on 12 creatures. There's no Kroxa or anything. It's a lot more value based, which might give High Tide a little bit more time.
It'll definitely be interesting. This is one of the, at least when I started playing, one of the quintessential matchups in the format. Rakdos midrange has kind of fallen off a little bit in terms of popularity, but High Tide has always been one of the most popular decks to see play. And this Rakdos Luris deck does seem very both cool and set up for the sort of combat that you need to slog through to succeed in a tournament like we're having today.
Yeah, the deck's definitely powerful. Sullivan top-aided the SCG Columbus 1K last year with a very similar list. So he's definitely gotten his reps in with it.
I haven't seen a Dreadhorde Arcanist in a long time. That's one of my favorite cards in the deck.
You might be looking at the wrong Luris list. Sullivan is not on Dreadhorde Arcanist. Sullivan is not on Dreadhorde Arcanist.
Oh, he's on the energy with the Amped Raptor. Gotcha.
Yes. Yeah.
Ooh, Momentum Breaker. That's a card that I've been looking forward to seeing how it plays.
Okay, I believe their match is ready to get viewed. If I can find it again, because I lost it. We are looking at Vizardrix versus Eartims 123, I believe. Yes. Oh, already off to a good start. Sullivan leading with an Amped Raptor into Momentum Breaker. Momentum Breaker, sneaky solid card in this matchup. High Tide obviously isn't going to be sacrificing that many creatures, but with the sneaky text of making him discard a card, it has a lot more relevancy than some other more specific cards like Galvanic Discharge. Servo, seems like you are a little quiet on stream, by the way.
Ooh. Well, we will leave that for the back end guy to deal with.
Sick. Followed up with a Skull Clamp. I mean, if there's one thing that's good versus a combo deck, it is out muscling their card advantage.
I've heard that Skull Clamp is one of the fan favorites in the format.
Yeah, especially right now. It got a commander deck reprinting. It's back under $5. Sullivan's list is on 2 of them, which is super sick.
Insane that he could fit that.
Yeah, I mean, the Shell of Luris, it's so cheap. You can do a lot of really cool stuff with it.
Yeah, I guess this is one of those decks that doesn't really need to invest very much into its mana base, just the Tango lands and the reveal lands.
Yeah, you can definitely. He's putting his budget towards Skull Clamps. I've seen some lists that are playing like Blackleaf Cliffs or Dragon Skull Summon. Dragon Skull Summon right now is like 60 cents. The Vexing Bobble. Ooh, baiting out the counterspell. Vexing Bubble, really solid. Completely turns off Mind's Desire. Notably, that is it is not the only card that shuts down. It also shuts down Founding the Third Path. So
Oh,
definitely a little bit more relevant versus this list than some others.
how do you feel about Remand being the counterspell of choice for these high tide decks?
I'm a big Remand enjoyer. A card neutral counterspell is huge, and being able to like remand your own Mind's Desire back to your hand is super powerful. Card is fantastic.
It feels like there's a lot of practicality with it, like how in the modern Storm decks you could always just target your own cards with it. We might see a slight downside here, like a couple turns ago we saw it target a Hymn to Turok, and then that card was just recast the following turn. So buying time isn't particularly as strong in this specific matchup as you would potentially want it to
Yeah,
be.
Lurrus presents. There's the third counterspell for the same Hymn to Turok. Lurrus decks
Fantastic.
definitely present a lot of inevitability, which can be really difficult with Irtum's hand being 3 different counterspells, it definitely seems like he doesn't have a ton of action going on. So that compounded with Sullivan's list being able to skull clamp cards away, pound in, get his marionette triggers, it might end up being a little difficult. Ooh, that's a
Dig
good
through
card to
time.
help make it better, though.
How often does your dig through time find exactly what you're looking for?
Pretty often. Pretty often.
7 is a lot of cards.
7's a lot. And then the 8th one that you're drawing next turn, if the top 7 don't have it, hopefully that's it. Here we go. We're going for it.
5 lands seems like plenty for the high tide player.
Oh, yeah. And he has a land drop available. It is turn 6. Now he is still going to have to play through this Vexing Bauble. He does not have any main deck way to get rid of it, and not on any wishes, which means Mind's Desire is fully a brick card.
It looks like it was repealed, so we should have no
Oh, he
trouble
does have a way to get rid of it. That's nice.
jamming through there. And I believe that means we're just free to go, right?
Yeah, just going nuts. 4 cards left. I wish I could see Storm Count. Oh, there we go.
It looks like Storm Count 5 right now. As long as one of the cards in hand draws at least more than one card, I don't really see a way that old visitors can get out of this one.
Yep, there's the turnabout. Yeah, this definitely. I don't think Eartums would have been as confident in starting this turn if he didn't have something to follow it up with. So his Bondavent Site probably going to pick up Frantic Search and a Dig Through Time, if I had to guess. High Tide and Bond of Insight. That also makes sense. Just do it all over again. And there's the Mind's Desire. I would not hold it against Sullivan if he picked it up at this point.
Yeah, it's completely reasonable. Any Monster Desire for more than like 6 is basically my concede point.
Yeah, it is good to see what they got going on, because there's always a chance that they hit like 6 islands. But yeah, this is going to be pretty much it. Looks like we might.
Your turn is on the expansion explosion plan. Oh,
yeah.
And there's the combo.
Perfect, beautiful. Oh, I love this guy.
Yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen this before, Bond of Insight lets you return 2 spells from your graveyard to your hand. Expansion lets you copy a spell on the stack. So the combination of those two, the Bond of Insight will target the expansion over and over. You can continue to target your Bond of Insight. Each Bond of Insight mills the opponent for 4.
Yeah, your end state with that is every instant and sorcery from your deck into your hand, and your opponent with 0 cards in their library, which is a very difficult position to lose from, I will say.
That one's not impossible. There are some other win conditions that are just an absolute kill the same time that they happen. I have seen people come back from getting completely milled before.
Oh yeah. I played a game of CDH a long time ago, where I got Painter Servant Grindstone and my deck flipped, and on my upkeep, I cast the card Reap, which I don't know if you're familiar. It's 1 in the green for an instant from Mirage that puts a number of cards from your graveyard into your hand equal to the number of black permanents target opponent controls.
Okay.
And Painter Servant just so happened to be named black.
So that's all of them.
Yeah, so I picked up like
good.
15, 20 cards, was able to win on my upkeep. It was sick.
Love that. So what are we thinking for sideboarding from the Rakdos deck?
Well, from Rakdos, I'm sure we're seeing the Duresses come in. I'm sure we're seeing the Spellbomb or Nihil Spellbomb come in. Other than that, I don't think he needs much else. Definitely going to drop some discharges. Unfortunately, there's more that he wants to take out than he probably wants to take in.
Yeah, it just seems like the classic take out a bunch of the removal and then put in cards that are slightly better than a completely dead removal spell.
For sure. Oh, looks like we are back in it. Looks like Sullivan has kept a 6. And High Tide keeping 7 cards is always scary to sit across from.
Certainly not where I would like to be in Sullivan's position.
Yeah, I imagine Irritums is bringing in the repeals, probably echoing truth. I don't know if he wants to board it any more over that, because overboarding with High Tide is a very scary thing to do. But looking at another Lurrus deck, there's a real argument for Soul Guide Lanterns. There's probably an argument for Spell Pierces. I could see his plan going a lot of different ways.
Looks like we have a Inquisition of Kozilek taking Frantic Search on turn 2 with no land drop follow-up. So that's not the best place to be.
That's tough. Looks like the rest of his hand is Preordain, Island, Bond of Insight, Dig Through Time, and another Preordain.
Bond of Insight cast. Taking a think about what we're going to grab back with this one.
Notable cards hitting Sullivan's graveyard here too. Vexing Bauble is a pretty big one to get rid of. Marionette Apprentice as well is a card that can definitely kill you. And with him being so choked on mana, it doesn't seem like we're getting to see a Lurrus anytime soon.
Missed the land drop again from the Rakdos player. Running out a Retrofitter Foundry. I'm not sure how much that's going to do in this matchup. Especially considering that it's very likely that we are just dead either this or next turn.
Yeah, it's certainly looking difficult. Yeah, Eardrum seems to be exactly 1 copy of High Tide away from closing this game out. And speak of the devil.
There's the tide, and it's more or less time to go.
Frantic Search, we know he's holding on to that dig through time, which if that's not going to get there, I don't know what will.
Two cards off of Frantic Search, giving it a bit of a think. Discards the dig through time.
Interesting.
Must mean the rest of the hand is completely set up to just take over.
Yeah, that's one of the scariest things I think that you could see happen.
It's entirely possible that he just has the combo right here.
There's
the
a
Bond of Insight with the explosion.
yep, and that seems
There
to be
it
the
is.
case. Dang, yeah, that's a tough one, man. I totally
Yeah, a little bit of a
understand not
stumble
picking
from
5.
little bit of a stumble, and High Tide can definitely just get you, punish any misstep you might possibly have with your keep.
Looks like that does put Eartems in a solid 4-0 position.
That's a pretty good place to be at the start of a tournament.
Oh, for sure.
I've heard that undefeated is a very enviable position.
Let's see. If I'm not mistaken, yep, that makes him 4-0. That means that the other players competing for 4-0 are Infect, Hypergenesis, Mirror, and Blue White Bane, which is not really a Bane list, it's just Blue White Control, but there we go.
All right, that's the end of that one. Let's see who else is running right now. We do have Living End versus Dredge, which could be an interesting matchup depending on how the Living End players' draw ends up. We have Azorius Bane versus Simic Infect, or Sultai Beans versus High Tide that we could hop into.
Let's watch the Beans High Tide match. I know we were just looking at some High Tide, but I'm very curious in that Beans list.
I like the Beans list and would love to see how it interacts with one of the best decks in the format. I'm also interested to see someone make a real run at competing against the High Tide player, and if there's any deck that could do it, I think that a blue control deck is in a good position for that.
Yeah, we saw the Beans deck take down High Tide round 2 or 3 earlier, and it looked like it was doing a pretty good job. There we are. Octopus with a hammer versus the Watchwander for you, Tyrant. 1 to 6 and kept hands with double him, Black Source rather than go to 5. Correct call. I also agree. I think that's the correct call. Yeah, sometimes it does just be like that.
At the point of coming in, it looks like we have a Commandeer on a Treasure Cruise. So
Woo!
Our Beans player just drew 3 cards for basically free.
Commandeering a Treasure Cruise straight into Up the Beanstalk. This is what I mean, man. This, as far as like the control decks at this event go, I think this might be the one that's the best suited to take down the High Tide Menace.
Yeah, it has a good mix of completely free interaction and just very cheap spells that lines up very well with what the High Tide schedule looks like.
Yeah, Commandeer is such a powerful Magic card. I was saying earlier, but I'm so glad that it's seeing some more play. What I really want to do with Commandeer is Commandeer my opponent's Frantic Search and then untap my lands for Counterspell mana.
Oh, that is disgusting. I think anything that you can do with a Commandeer is just some of the filthiest magic available.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the control deck sitting with a bunch of mana, an active Beanstalk, and most of a grip versus the combo deck with 3 cards in hand certainly doesn't seem great.
A lot of setting up cantrips and just passing from both players. Looks like our Beanstalk player is getting a little bit aggressive with their Inquisitions, which gets hit by a Spell Pierce, so a little more stack interaction than I would have expected out of this matchup.
reveals a bot Luris, which gets taken, I'm sure, and a Dig Through Time. Dig is certainly one of the cards that can get Watch Wander out of this position if it resolves, which it doesn't seem like it's gonna. Ooh, a Test of Talents.
Gotta love that on the restricted card.
Beautiful.
Well, it looks like it's enough to get there.
Yeah, Watch Wander says, "Get me out." Yeah, I'm a big fan of how Octopus has built this list. I think it's extremely sick.
Yeah, I agree. We've been trying to build blue black / Sultai control for over a year now. A lot of our builds have been focused around either Mind Splice Apparatus or Wilderness Reclamation, and it looks like we're just foregoing all of those in favor of some beans.
Which honestly, I love it. I love it. I love my beans. Oh,
Yeah,
straight
and,
in.
like, ooh, very little sideboarding happening. This
I
might
wonder
be
if this
going
is
into game 3.
3. Yeah, it is. This is game 3. So coming in out of the board, it seems like Octopus has his Test of Talents, got the extra Commandeer. We saw the Thought Distortions come in round 1 or 2 when we last saw him. Thought Distortion is awesome. That card seems like just the nail in the coffin versus any combo deck if it can resolve.
Great against combo, great against control. Yeah, that card seems very well positioned against a majority of the format.
Got a Founding, getting a Clear Day Island, solve the equation of the Bond of Insight. Interesting. I wonder if he's just planning on just straight raw casting solve next turn.
I mean, it's entirely possible. I was very dubious on this Founding the Third Path when I first saw it in the list, but that's a lot of cardboard to just move between zones.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, it looks like he is planning on just casting solve. I imagine this is going to eat a counter spell, hopefully like a Test of Talents or something if I'm Octopus here. Logic Knot.
Logic Knot.
Beautiful. I love me some Logic Knot. Yeah, we were talking earlier about Rakshasa's Bargain, and how it definitely seems like this is the card to make Beans a real deck for this format.
Yeah, I have really enjoyed just that card in theory since it was spoiled. There's a lot of different things that you can do to take advantage of the fact that it is a 6 mana card that only costs 3 mana. The aforementioned Mind Splice Apparatus can make it effectively free over time because those 2s in its cost will be reduced by the reduction on the apparatus. And getting this to anywhere below 3 mana is just an extremely powerful effect.
Yeah, it's certainly I liked it a lot upon first reading, but it's even beyond that. It's certainly been impressive for me. Tapping 4 mana for a Treasure Cruise. If I'm Watch Wander seeing this, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, that could tell you one of two things. It says that either Octopus doesn't have enough in their hand to deal with a combo turn right now, and they're just praying that you don't have it, or their hand is stacked with like 1 Spell Pierce and a couple of free interaction pieces, and maybe you shouldn't go for it next turn. It's a little bit hard to read which of those it could be.
There's definitely a real scenario where this is trying to bait a Mystical Dispute, and Octopus's hand is like commandeer 2 blue card Spell Pierce.
Even if that is the case, do you think he would still go for it? If you're the High Tide player here, you have 5 lands available, 5 cards in hand.
So, just gonna raw dog a Bond of Insight. What are we planning on picking up here? Oh, there's a High Tide in the graveyard. Probably planning on picking that up. If I'm Octopus here and I have that Spell Pierce, I think now's the time to use it.
Yeah, I couldn't possibly think of a better time.
Oh, I
Opponent
like it.
with 6 lands available on their next turn. It's very
That's just
doubtful that
resolve.
they'll.
Picks up a High Tide and the other Bond of Insight that's in there. Uh, 5 mana, 5 cards in hand. What do you have? Nothing. Just straight pass through.
Outrageous robbery.
Talk about exiles the top X cards of the library face down. You may look at and play these cards for as long as they remain exiled. If you cast a spell this way, you may spell mana. So it's a villainous wealth.
Yeah, just draw 3 of your opponent's cards.
Awesome.
All right. I mean,
extremely sick.
they don't
And
get
they're face
access to
down.
them, and you might get a cantrip or something. Yeah, that seems pretty good.
Now, notably, if Octopus exiles the Drowning Dreams from Watchwander, winning the game gets significantly more difficult.
Oh, do they have a way to win around that?
You can Bond of Insight loop, but
Yeah, that's significantly harder.
There's already 1 Bond of Insight in exile. We know 1 is in Watchwander's hand. It's like it is just going to resolve. I'm so happy to see Outrageous Robbery here. That card is so sick.
Yeah, that is an incredible card. Looks like we got a turnabout on the upkeep to tap down the lands, maybe free up next turn to be the combo turn.
That's definitely what I would assume. That's scary. Really just going to be Commandeer. Oh, and Octopus is F6'd.
So no Commandeer, it looks like.
Oh. Maybe it was a baited F6? No, okay. No, my moto's just lagging. Never mind.
So if you're in this position from Octopus and you do have a Commandeer, what is the most important card to Commandeer if, assuming you only have 1 shot?
I think right now this Bond of Insight with Wander with only 1 card left in hand, I think this is really your last chance. And if you steal a Bond of Insight, you might mill Commandeer and be able to pick it up to do it again. But I think this game might just be over. There is a commit to memory in Watchwander's Graveyard, which if he does cast, is 7 new cards, but it also gives Octopus 7 new cards to find more free interaction.
Yeah, I'm not super in love with giving the deck with free spells in it a chance at 7 of them.
Oh, for sure. It might be necessary, though. So far, Watchwander hasn't found any more action. Yeah, he just picked up a Preordain in the Frantic Search off of Bond of Insight. So if he doesn't find action off of his cantrips, it might just be wheel time. And let me tell you, as a High Tide lover, you can certainly lose after your draw 7.
I have played the deck a little bit, and that has happened more than I would have preferred.
Yeah, it's not ideal. He's tanking a lot on this Frantic Search.
We'll be down to 2 cards in hand after this.
Yeah, and there's certainly a lot of 2-card combinations that win the game here, but I feel like if it was any of those, it would have been an easy discard. Top it out. We see a turnabout.
Discards High Tide Expansion Explosion.
Oh, I think we're just seeing a Drowning Dreams target me. Draw like 20 cards. Yeah. Draw 18.
6 floaters in case you hit your Mind's Desire.
Yeah, I think this is the.
Oh,
this is
yep, that's lethal.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Wow. Oh, hell of a match.
Yeah, good showing from the Beans deck, but High Tide has certainly earned its position towards the top of our format.
Deck is strong. Deck is certainly strong.
All right. Well,
It
we
looks
know
like we
Doug is
still
still
have,
playing for sure.
looks like we still have quite a few matches left. Any in particular you want to check out? I would love to watch Doug's match, but it's
I
not on the top table right now.
I'm a big fan of Doug's deck in general. Maybe yeah. Let's hop in there, see if we can get him
Yeah.
some redemption.
Watch some DGL. Had distortion in a hand when you got turnabout. That's rough.
All right, coming into the Doug match, it looks like we have a Thopter Sword loop in action. No infinites yet. We're just making a whole bunch of 1/1s.
There are not. It's Thopter Sword Infinites in Doug's deck, I believe.
Oh, that is definitely a deck building choice.
I think it's definitely the right choice. He is just he's not a combo deck. He's just a control deck. And a lot of the cards that do go infinite break Luris.
Yeah, I suppose the only one that they would really have access to is Time Sieve, which is like $5-6.
Yeah. Yeah, Doug is a blue-white control deck with Thopter Sword in it, not a Thopter Sword deck that plays as a control deck. Looks like he's played against the Goblin Persist combo. Coming hot out of Modern, or out of Pauper, rather.
Yeah. This looks like a deck that uses First Day of Class with Skirk Prospector to make a whole bunch of mana and sacrifice a persist creature over and over to eventually go infinite with. What are their win conditions here? Flame Wave Invoker. That is a one of those cards that you can just pay 7 mana and deal a bunch of damage to.
Yeah, I love the Invokers.
Quick and Shaman coming down lets them sacrifice an artifact to deal damage to each creature without flying, which unfortunately these Thopters are not.
Yeah, Thopters famously have the cute little wings. Yeah, this definitely seems like a really difficult position for goblins to come back from.
Yeah, looking over their list, they don't have a whole ton to deal with this, either in the main or the side, honestly. There's a couple of pieces of artifact interaction, but once the combo gets going, it's a little hard to stop.
Yeah, Doug sent with 10 power, it's with lethal in play.
There's a swing for 10 in the air, so unless we have like a lightning bolt or something, it looks like this is going to be lights out for the goblin player.
And that's it, yeah. Going into game 3. Take a look at Doug's list here. What do you think? Do you think this is a Porphyry Nodes matchup?
Honestly, hard to say with that one. All of the goblins have basically the same stat line, so it's just your opponent's choice of sacrificing the worst creature in play. That said, they are sacrificing a creature every turn. Doug's not packing very many creatures at all outside of these Thopters, so it's going to be basically one-sided. That might be worthwhile. being
It's
a
like I'm sure
Rakdos
we're
deck
seeing
did.
the filler
Yeah.
Silex come in. Definitely see Phil Silex probably the depopulate if he's expecting his opponent to go more on the wide plan rather than the combo plan. Soul Guide Lantern definitely seems like at an absolute premium here.
What is Legacy's Allure? That is a very Doug sounding card.
Oh yeah, Legacy's Allure is a classic. It's a double blue enchantment. During your upkeep, put a treasure counter. You may put a treasure counter on it. And you can sacrifice it to gain control of a creature with power less than or equal to the number of treasure counters on Legacy's Allure. Classic
Fantastic. Love
Tempest
that.
card. Very powerful if you're able to play kind of the longer game against these creature decks. It's like we're gearing up to game 7. Or game 7. Game 3. The players are keeping 7.
About 10 minutes left on the clock for both players, so I don't think that time's going to be as big of an issue as it has been for Doug today.
Luckily.
Both players starting with basic land pass.
Magic as Richard Garfield intended.
Ichor
So
Wellspring.
how much of this Goblins deck is not Pauper legal?
All right, let's see here. We have Goblin Matron, Putrid Goblin, Skirk Prospector. All the creatures are legal. Unearth, I believe, is legal. All of the artifacts are legal. Makeshift munitions. It looks
I
like
believe
this
this
entire
is
deck
a
is-
Pauper deck.
Yeah.
Sweet. Like I said, I pull up. Said free 1K. I'll play my Pauper deck. Let's go. I love it.
Faithless Looting for our Goblins player here. Probably looking for just any kind of deployable threat right now.
For sure. Opting to get rid of the Skirk Prospector, which makes me think probably another one or a Matron sitting in his hand. Spell Pierce on the Wellspring is a very heads up play from Doug. Oh, Deadly Dispute. Newly cheap Deadly Dispute with another Spell Pierce.
Wow. That is a very aggressive Spell Pierce from Doug. A very aggressive Deadly Dispute as well. Sacrificing your Great Furnace. Deadly Dispute freshly out of the Pauper format that just got banned
Yes.
recently.
Freshly into our format.
As is tradition with all banned cards.
Of course. I like Doug Spell Pierce's choice here a lot. You're really the only other thing that you're looking to Spell Pierce is first day of class, and keeping your opponent on less cards than you is pretty important in a matchup like this. Trading one card for essentially 3 cards is pretty big.
And likewise, Swords to Plowshares lines up extremely well with creatures with Persist.
Yeah, gone forever and ever.
Definitely seems like an uphill battle if the Goblins deck doesn't get out of the gates immediately.
Yeah, it also depends on what Doug's got left in his grip here, because it could definitely be a pretty reactive hand. Oh, Teleria West, my beloved. For the Tormod's Crypt. Oh. God, I love Doug decks.
He's just the best at introducing you to cards from 15 years ago that you've never read before in your life.
I have known Doug for going on a decade now, and he never ceases to surprise me with his Magic card knowledge. Thirst for knowledge, leveraging even more card advantage. Just trying to drown his opponent.
Even though it seems like not very much is happening right now because the board is completely empty, it does feel like Doug is very well in the lead in this match.
Oh, absolutely. discarding the engineered explosives. That's interesting. That is very scary from the other side of the table.
I guess you don't super need it, right? Because you're relying on the persist creatures; those will just come back.
Oh,
And a lot of
absolutely.
your
Oh,
combo
here we
pieces are
go.
on. Oh, all right. Retrofitter Foundry for Doug means it's time to stop
Now we're
messing
in.
around and get things going.
Yeah, it's time to run my clock down, spending 30 seconds to make a 4/4. No, I kid. Retrofitter Foundry, very notably, is able to turn your Thopter Sword tokens into 4/4s.
Yeah, it's just a 3 or no, it'd be a 4 mana 4/4 as many times as you want, and then also
Yeah,
gain a
it's
life.
pretty rad.
It's not bad, especially if the rest of your deck is all about making sure your opponent just doesn't do anything.
Which has been a pretty good game plan so far. Unearthing the Invoker is curious. They just forced Doug to pop that Tormod script. So if the discarding of the Skirk Prospector didn't scream another one in hand, this does, right?
Yeah, I would certainly think so. That seems like a slightly weird play for from the Goblins player. Honestly, like the activated ability on the Invoker costs literal 8 mana and it doesn't deal with creatures at all. So you are kind of just getting a 2/2 back. So that might signal that you do have the rest of the full combo in hand and you're just trying to set up your win, or it signals a desperation play.
Yeah,
And
I think it's definitely he has the most of the rest of the combo in his hand, and the plan was to unearth, place Prospector, and then untap and win. If I had to guess, because I don't think you're expending your unearth for just a 2/2.
it doesn't look like they have anything else going on to win the game once they do start the combo outside of like makeshift munitions, but I think that takes a little bit more setup to actually secure a kill.
Here's the matron grabbing the Prospector. Now, engineered explosives on 2 doesn't hit a whole lot. Because I don't. Oh, it does. It does work with Future Goblin and First Day of Class, I believe. Because First Day of Class creates a trigger when Future Goblin returns from the graveyard. So if you respond to that trigger by sacking engineered explosives, then it will not come back.
Yes.
Yeah, it seems like Doug is firmly in a position to take over this game with Retrofitter Foundry, which is exactly why the card's in the deck. It spirals out of control so quickly.
Yeah, a persistent stream of any creature at all is a little bit difficult for these creature-based combo decks to deal with, especially a 4/4 that is just bigger than anything else that you are packing.
Yeah, 4/4 is a scary stat line, man. It's no forged up White Plume Adventurer, but it's pretty solid.
I mean, the first one isn't too bad, but the third and any beyond that, those are where it starts to get really hairy.
This is fair.
A
Ooh,
braid on the
you have
Retrofitter
the answer.
Foundry.
Yeah. I don't know if this is going to resolve, but if it does, it's certainly a better position. gonna let it go.
Doug choosing not to make any tokens before the destruction of the foundry must mean he's got just so many answers in hand for anything else.
Yeah, it's got to just be a full grip of interaction.
I mean, 2 removal spells here to get rid of the matron and the prospector should be lethal.
Gonna get thirsty.
Take a little sip, see what we find.
Yeah, I don't know if Doug is gonna let this matron resolve. The plan might be counter this matron, swords the prospector, kill him on the crackback. Discards the balance. I guess that makes sense. Not a,
Yeah, you
you're-
definitely want to keep your creatures.
Yeah, you're ahead on everything. I don't think you want to resolve this balance. Gets the future goblin, but engineer explosives is pretty good at dealing with the future goblin. Especially if he attacks with a 4/4 here, it's going to take out the prospector, turn off part of the combo. Soul Guide Lantern. That's probably the final nail.
Yeah, I don't think there's any coming back from this one. You are now officially in the war of attrition, and a 1/1 does not match up very well to a 4/4 in that war.
Yeah, it seems like this list has a little bit of a harder time becoming like a proper like mid-rangey game plan than some other goblins lists. I'm looking over Albarina's list, seeing if there's something that they're digging for. I mean, they certainly have removal spells for these 4/4s. Like Masked Vandal kills things, more braids, cast down.
I assume they brought in the gorilla shamans; those would also hit.
Yeah, there's definitely answers to this pressure. And if you're able to answer the 4/4s, then letting the game go on a little longer gets significantly easier. Gorilla Shaman, unfortunately, very notably, a gorilla, not a goblin. Here's the first day of class.
Are we gonna go for it, or is this just a value class?
I imagine this has to be going for it. We saw him get the Putrid Goblin off of the Goblin Matron. I was getting a spell burst anyways. So I just don't really want to have to think about it. This could be a red blast? Yeah.
Love
Okay.
it. Love to see it.
See, land Putrid Goblin. I think you just kind of get got by the Soul Guide Lantern here. Yeah, Unearth Putrid Goblin.
Tapping out to do so. So this is about all we've got left in the tank, it looks like.
Yeah, I imagine this is where Albarina is just going to pick up their cards. Yeah.
And that'll be it. Yep. So Doug wins that one 2-1.
Good to see you, Doug W. You'll love to see it.
Any day that Retrofitter Foundry hits the play is a good day.
Looks like I don't think any of the 2 matches left in tournament practice are us.
Yeah.
Like everyone has reported.
Looks like we have one match. Yeah, they were the last match. So as soon as they report, we'll be moving on.
So, which means that my time here is unfortunately coming to an end. It has been an absolute pleasure. I'll be passing the baton over to the lovely Scuffle. But thank you guys for having me. It's been fun.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for coming out. We appreciate all the insight you've got into the format. You're
Yeah,
one of
of
the
course.
format experts, so we always like looking for you. See what you've got to say about the format, especially all the high tide decks.
Yeah, for sure. It was nice to not have to play in this in 03 drop. So you saved me from the embarrassment. All right. Have a good rest of your event. Good luck to all the players. I will be trying to watch as much as I can of the top 8 while I'm at work.
All right, awesome. Sounds
Have a good one,
good. We'll
guys.
see you later, man. All right, we will be having Adam, aka Scuffle, coming in just a moment. As soon as we get round 4 situated, it looks like everyone is all reported at the moment, so we are just waiting for the next round to fire. And players are going to their seats right about now. All right, looks like we got a couple games coming in. Let's take a look and see who is playing towards our top tables. See what we might be able to take a look at. We have Azorius Sailor's Bane versus Hypergenesis. That is our table 1 at the moment. We've got High Tide versus Spirits, Orzhov Initiative versus Demir Dredge, and High Tide versus Infect as our top 4 tables. I think we're just going to go ahead and sit at table 1, the Azorius Sailor's Bane versus Hypergenesis. That'll be Dirk Ketzer versus Pat G, I believe their name is. So as soon as they get their table up, we will be all good to go. Oh, they have not allowed watchers, so we cannot watch that one, unfortunately.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Hello, Adam.
Okay,
aka
great.
Couple.
How's it going?
It's going good.
I'm pretty excited. All right, great. Don't know what happened, but leaving and coming back seemed to fix it. I'm glad everyone can hear me. Hi, I'm Scuffle. Let's do so. We can't watch the Sailor's Bane Hypergenesis matchup.
No, they are not allowing watchers on their game for whatever reason.
It was not on purpose. We'll have to have that conversation with them later. Rev and Alex are playing. I'd love to watch their matchup, but I don't know what their record is. I guess Rev we saw lose on Infect.
They're at table 4, so I think that should be fine to hop in. So
Okay.
that'll be Alexander Clamilton versus Rev Jeremiah. This is
Yep.
Simic
These are-
Infect versus High Tide.
And these are 2 longtime players. They're on. I don't know how interesting this matchup is going to be. It's going to be over so fast.
You would think so, right? I think in this matchup, either player could be in a position to play a good amount of interaction to stop what their opponent is doing. They are both blue decks, so they do have access to like spell pierces and bounce spells out of the sideboard.
I mean, this is true. So what ends up happening in these matches most of the time is your play draw disparity is huge. So you'll have Infect, like whoever's on the play will need to side in a ton of stuff. But it looks like we just walked in on a turn 2 kill from the Infect player in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Invigorate is a hell of a card, and it'll certainly make your Glycerin roll 10 power.
There's
Alex
a snap.
does have the snap to return it to the hand.
Hey.
So yeah, like I said, both of these decks are fully suited to interact just enough. Alex is also packing the Wish board, the Cunning Wish in his main deck, which means he does have access to his sideboard in game 1.
That is so his play style. I mean, I can see it working. Like these key turns matter so much here. Because what you'll see a lot of time, like against a control deck, is Infect will tend to try and plink in, deal a few points at a time. That doesn't work so well against another combo deck. And it looks like Alex is trying to go off here. He high tides. How have you already spent some time? Have you already explained the whole high tide combo today, Servo?
Yes, we saw it a couple times last round and a couple times in several rounds before. So it does look like Alex is on the Bond of Insight plan, which you will copy with. What is he playing? He's playing the Lutri. Lutri,
Cool.
the Spell Chaser, the companion, will come in and copy your Bond of Insight to let you recast it over and over.
Yes. And you can keep snapping your own Lutri as the copy resolves before the original. And as long as the copy is on the stack, you can still copy with the Lutri. But like we see Snap is one of it's such an interesting card. Oh, I didn't know we could mouse over cards on MTGO. That's neat.
Yes.
I've never commentated an MTGO match before. But yeah, being able to high tide double the mana means that every snap nets 2 mana, but if you snap your own Cloud of Fairies, the Cloud of Fairies also nets 2 mana. I'm curious to see the wish board. Do you have his list on hand?
I do, yes. So Alex is packing in the sideboard 3 Test of Talents, 2 Remand, 2 Spell Pierce, Blue Sun Zenith, Born Upon a Wind, which gives all of your cards flash.
That's a good one.
1 Echoing Truth, 1 Mission Briefing, which gives anything in your graveyard flashback. 1 Snap, 1 Turnabout, 1
real flashback too.
Yes, actual flashback. 1 Snap, 1 Turnabout, 1 Unauthorized Exit, which is a bounce spell that surveils.
That has to be a budget consideration.
No, I think that's just actually a card that you play because it hits any non-land permanent and also moves a piece of cardboard around.
Yeah, that's fair. Getting cards in the graveyard is pretty relevant. I love this Gifts Ungiven. Did I ever tell you that Gifts Ungiven is one of my favorite cards ever printed?
I definitely believe it. This is a this is a very scuffle card.
It's a mini game. It's a mini game in itself. And you can always just go get 2 cards into the graveyard. What did he get with his gifts? So Gifts Ungiven says you search up 4 cards, and then your opponent chooses 2 of them to put into your graveyard, and the others go into your hand. So we see Mind's Desire, Turnabout, Flood of Recollection, Cunning Wish. So I love this because a lot of times you'll see these Gifts Ungiven piles where you are getting 4 identical cards. But these are 4 functionally different but powerful combo pieces.
Looks like we were given Turnabout and Cunning Wish to hand.
This is oh my god, I love Gifts Ungiven so much. I love gifts in this deck because you're the player. If you're the player making the choice, do you think this is correct? Would you have given it this pile?
Well, you certainly don't want them to have Mind's Desire, and Flood of Recollection is just Mind's Desire, so I do think that was the correct choice. It's very much a rock and a hard place situation, and I think he made the best of it.
If your opponent has infinite mana, you want to avoid giving them cards. If they have infinite cards, you don't want to give them mana. Flood of Recollection is options, but it's cost mana. I think Mind's Desire is one of the coolest Storm cards ever printed because you can just whiff it.
Yes, I've done a little bit of playtesting with High Tide, and I whiff my Mind's Desire about 30% of the time.
We had a very good Synergy Cube the other day, and someone had to Mind's Desire for 0 Storm copies, and they still won the game off of it.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
They Mind's Desire and hit their 1 of Yawgmoth's Will, play their whole graveyard. Mind's Desire is restricted in this format.
Yeah, you do only get 1, which is why you see a lot of these decks play some sort of tutor, whether it be the Cunning Wishes or the Solve the Equation that we saw in a different version of the deck earlier.
Yeah, so Cunning Wish for Mission Briefing is a very good way to recast this. I feel like I don't see a lot of Treasure Cruises in these lists. There's a lot of Is this a Lutri companion deck?
No, Treasure Cruise is restricted though.
Okay. That makes sense. I was just trying to figure out. Snap is the first card I saw 2 of. What a pitfall of Magic design. These untapped 2 lands cards.
Yeah, these were from the official most broken set of all time. Was it Urza Saga, the
Mhm.
first one in that block. They were looking for a way to uh, give you free spells without saying without paying its mana cost. So
Yeah.
they just figured that
1/1
no
flying.
land would ever tap for more than 2 lands ever. No land would ever tap for more than 2 mana. Why
The,
would why would it
the
ever be a problem?
next set had Tolarian Academy and Gaia's Cradle. They
Yeah.
knew these cards were coming. So we were talking a lot over this because it's just like Infect went for the turn 2 kill. Alex had the snap. If he hadn't had the snap, it would have been over right there. But that did effectively end the game in favor of High Tide.
Yeah. As soon as you see a Mind's Desire for more than like 8, that's generally the end of the game, and we saw one for 13. So Alex is basically just doing his formalities here, and
Mm,
uh, Rev Jeremiah is just making him go through it because we are playing on MTGO, and there is a clock, which means
yes.
that you need to beat both your opponent and the clock. If you can't do what you want to do in 25 minutes twice, then you lose the game. So it
Ooh,
is like objectively correct to do this.
so we just saw 33 mana. So Lutri copied Blue Sun Zenith to draw 30 twice, targeting Rev. And if Rev had a Spell Pierce up, then if they had a blue mana up or Commandeer in the deck, I have seen this happen. They can draw 30 and Commandeer the second copy.
Oh, that's
I,
definitely something.
I don't think that happens because this is open deck list, and Alex gets to check and know that Rev does not have Commandeer in his list. Um, but I saw it happen exactly once.
Speaking of what Rev's got in his list, let's check his sideboard. He is working with 4 Ravenous Trap, 4 Spell Pierce, 2 Distortion Strike, 2 Natural State, 2 Summoning Trap, and 1 Apostle's Blessing. So I think all he's really going to be bringing in here is the 4 Spell Pierce. Nothing else is super relevant in a mono blue creatureless matchup. Yeah, I don't think that this is a deck that's going to be concerned about the graveyard at all. So Ravenous Trap seems like it's not going to do very much. Summoning Trap. Um, do we think that Alex is going to care about countering creatures? Probably not, right?
It really depends. I like the play draw disparity is huge here. I think he has to play a really different game on game 2. So I think you're right. Like we're gonna see more counter spells. He might. I mean, he just doesn't have a lot of options in the sideboard. Like Test of Talents is the only thing that you'd usually see brought in. Do you bring in Test of Talents here?
Um, Probably not, because Infect is one of those decks that does like all the cards do the same exact thing. So getting
Mm-hmm.
rid of one of them doesn't really do very much.
So I agree, but seeing his hand is huge. Like, would you play negate? Look at target player's hand.
Oh, that is true. The information game is very it's very valuable.
Yeah, like I used to watch this style of matchup in Legacy, and I had a friend who was Legacy expert. Like that they exist, you just never talk to them. And he said that the most important spell to Force of Will every game was Gitaxian Probe. Like if your opponent turn 1 pays 2 life Gitaxian Probe, you need to Force of Will that. That's just how important that information is. So here we have Alex really thinking hard about whether or not to counter this Gitaxian Probe. Thank you, gentlemen, for proving my point.
Looks like both players are on a mulligan to 6 going into this one, and Rev starting off with his classic turn 1 Glistener Elf.
Of course. The best play. It's wild that, like, when I first started playing $30 Vintage, Invigorate was too expensive for Infect.
Coming in with just the attack for 1 poison.
Yeah, so this is the line against most control decks, but it looks like Rev's stuck on 1 land, and he's not going to go all in on 1 creature if he doesn't have to.
Gotcha.
I'm taking a quick look at some of these other 3-0 lists. I love that. Like, so there's no decks I've never seen before, but there are 6 different 3-0 decks.
Yeah, we had about almost 40 decks for this tournament, and we had about 25 to 30 different decks
Oh,
registered,
that's beautiful.
which, yeah, says a lot about how sweet this format is. You
Hmm.
can literally just play whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad that energy is good enough. I'm so sick of energy.
Energy is great. What are you talking about?
We can actually check the chat this time. Hi, chat. Um, I'm gonna keep an eye on you this time. I forgot. Well, last time we had too much of a delay. Once Upon a Time, I consider to be one of the coolest Magic cards ever. That is also in my top 10 favorite cards.
I think if it said top 4 cards, it would just be perfect. 5 is just like slightly too many.
Yeah, it's just so elegant and flavorful. Like I don't even like the rest of the text is fine, but I like the first spell text so much.
Yeah. One of my favorite things to do in this format is to play my Once Upon a Time for free on like turn 3,
Mm.
just because I've done nothing. I've cast no spells up until that point.
Yeah. I had somebody play turn 1 Mox Thalia, and I had to Once Upon a Time in response to the Thalia.
Oh, I hate that.
Leading on the Vines is great here because it Wow. So are we having a high tide? We have a high tide in response to kicked Vines of the Vastwood.
Yeah, something about Alex's build of High Tide, the Cunning Wish version, is that the entire deck can go off at instant speed.
Wow.
I don't know if he's going to be fully going off here, but we do see the unauthorized exit on the targeted Glistener Elf.
Yeah. I
So
think if
maybe
you're
this is,
Alex here, you know that Rev doesn't just blind fire of Vines. Like they are
yeah,
trying to either pump the other elf in addition to that, or let the Vines resolve and then play a different spell. So I think this is just a defensive high tide because I think that means that Alex has another bounce spell or piece of interaction, but he wouldn't be able to cast them both if he just cast the unauthorized exit.
he did surveil a Preordain into the graveyard, which makes me think that he
Okay.
does have at least one other thing going on this turn.
Does he have so the Cunning Wish version doesn't get access to a lot of wheels, do they?
No. They have one commit to memory, it looks like, and then one dig through time for like
Oh.
mass cards in hand inning.
Remand was the other spell, but now there's a known Embiggen, which on Glistener Elf, let's see, it's creature, Phyrexian Elf Warrior, so it's +4/+4.
That's correct.
Okay.
I think it's +4 on every creature in the deck.
Okay, wait, what else have we got? Blighted Agent is Phyrexian Human
Rogue
creature,
Yeah.
and then Acre Clawmer is Artifact creature, Phyrexian
Phyrexian Mirror. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, like, that's just a better Might of Volcrosa.
It looks like we have a Cloud of Fairies with no High Tide into Bond of Insight, also with no High Tide. So we're going to be picking back up, probably like Snap High Tide here.
I could see it. It really depends on what else is in his hand.
Frantic Search High Tide go back.
Okay.
So that looks like a setup for combo next turn.
Is there commit to memory, or it's not blue-green, so they don't have the blue-green wheel?
Yeah, he's got one commit to memory.
Okay. I'd love to see this green-white initiative list. The one that I said had too many lands is 2/1. Because apparently I'm wrong. Apparently it's got just enough lands.
Oh, are they doing well right now?
They're 2/1.
Oh.
I mean, the deck's good. I just felt like 41 mana sources was too many. But apparently
23
I'm
lands
wrong.
is a lot for initiative, but yeah, I guess they always have stuff to do or spend it on.
23 lands, 16 mana, 23 lands, 20 mana producing creatures, Soul Ring are the mana sources. All right, so Rev here, like Rev's got a full grip. He's got to have cards.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's got a whole bunch going on, and that's because all of the action is in his hand right now.
Yeah.
This is a deck that is like 1/3 pump spells and protection spells.
So far from Alex. So Alex knows the hand from the probe, and we've seen bounce spell, counter spell, Cloud of Fairies. Like Alex is the control deck here, and he just tapped out for a draw spell. So this Cloud of Fairies, all it's doing is blocking. It didn't net any mana or anything.
He is at 4 poison as well.
Yeah.
Sources of trample in the infect deck. It doesn't look like we have any, but we do have Distortion Strike, which can make the Glistener Elf unblockable.
Yeah, I mean, there's no trample. Like he's forcing this Cloud of Fairies block, and he's spending a spell to kill target Cloud of Fairies. Like that tells us that Rev either has the control cards that Alex knows in his hand, Spell Pierces and such. So Alex is just hitting his land drops, setting up a combo turn, or Rev is actually just holding all pump spells, and this game is over. But Alex
I
has
guess we'll
been
see which of
piloting
those
this
it is.
sharp.
Yeah, both players have done very well so far.
Yeah. Like this is a tough game to navigate as a combo player. Generally, Infect is favored in any combo versus Infect matchup because it's basically a combo deck, just it has to attack.
Yeah, most combo decks don't also have a lot of like main deck interaction like High Tide
This
does.
Spell Pierce is so good right now.
That
Like,
was a
Spell Piercing-
tremendous Spell Pierce.
Yeah, like High Tide still resolves, but Alex still gets a Frantic Search and result and hold up 1 mana. Like, but it's never going to be better than there unless he has a second Spell Pierce. 2 cards
Second
in
High
hand.
Tide.
So this last spell is everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last spell is literally everything.
Yeah.
Solve the equation. Probably. What are we finding here? Mind's Desire.
I think just my desire. Yeah.
Just for 6 though, so we could still hit like 3 lands and
This is a whiffable
some
Mind's
mana
Desire.
makers. Yeah. See what we hit.
Snap, Frantic Search, Cloud of Fairies, Flood of Recollection. That's what it took.
Yeah, there's a Bond of Insight in there as well, so
So
it
that
looks
one
like
was
that's
exiled
going to
on
be the
its own
game.
effect earlier. And then Dig Through Time. Oof. Like
Okay.
that was about as good as 6 Mind's Desires can be.
Yeah, that's the one. We have 2 untappers, 3 untappers, so we should have enough mana and cards now to get the whole job done. So now it's just a matter of going through the motions.
Yeah. Like, I mean, Dig Through Time can theoretically still miss, but then you get to Flood of Recollection to pick your Mind's Desire back up.
It isn't impossible that Alex messes up here either, though. MTGO has a lot of clicking that you need to do.
And this is a really tough turn.
Yeah, and he's been doing this for about 5 hours now. So we do have actual physical fatigue that is currently a win condition for Joe here.
That's true. I always tell people like you got to condition. There's conditioning involved in this. It's not the same condition as like running a marathon, but you do need to eat and rest and give your mind time to figure things out. What is Transit Mage doing in this deck? Krug Mirror? Oh, Lich's Mirror.
Yeah, that's the Lich's Mirror deck. It finds
Channel.
most of the deck, honestly. It finds the Lich's Mirror.
Yeah, this is true. And the Boommobile. Oh, I love Boommobile. You think we'll ever see Extract in this format to deal with decks like this?
What is Extract?
1 blue, search up a card from your opponent's library and exile it.
Oh, honestly, I don't know if that does enough.
I mean, just taking out the channel is huge.
Yeah, take out the channel from Mirror, take out the Mind's Desire from High Tide. There are a lot of decks that do just rely on 1 card.
Yeah, because of the restricted nature. Actually, I think the problem might be that Extract is $6.
I'm sure that's among the problems with that card, yeah.
You know, I'm curious to know how much Extract costs. Here's the gifts. There's like, I mean, Rev is this is foregone. I'm gonna start looking for another game.
Yeah, it's
Well,
completely
I would like to
reasonable.
watch the rest of the combo. Oh, I didn't realize I could spectate multiple games at a time. Let's see. What's Newland playing?
We have the Hogak Mirror. Is
I would
available.
like to watch the Hogak Mirror. Who's playing the Hogak Mirror?
I don't know either of their names. Let me look.
Hogak Roots. They're 1-2 right now.
I'm just looking at players who haven't reported. There's High Tide
Resto
versus
Kiki.
Spirits. There's
that one's interesting. I'd like to see Resto Kiki's matchup if it's still going. I'm checking.
what are they playing?
Resto Kiki
Oh,
is
they're
on
on
energy.
the energy deck. Newland is still playing as well. He's
What
on the
is he?
energy deck.
We can watch them. I feel bad. I shouldn't have closed that match so soon. I'm still working through the MTGO interface.
It's all good. It looks like Alex is casting Cunning Wish for Blue Sun Zenith, so this game only has about 20 seconds left on the clock. If that. All right. So Joe scoops it up. You saw the writing on the wall. 50 mana floating for the Blue Sun Zenith, and that is more mana than he has cards in library. So now we can jump into either Newlin or the Dredge deck, which I believe is
I'm just hopping in a few of these.
Yeah, the Dredge Lord matchup.
There's a Living End Thopter Foundry match going between Nighttime and DGL. The Newland match doesn't seem to want to load for me. I don't know how to. I'm just going to keep jumping in. But so while we're here, we are going to be doing these monthly. So our next one is going to be May 24th, and that one's going to be Timeless. And if you like $30 Vintage, they are running paper events at pretty much every major Magic event for the next few months. So like NRGs, SCG cons, check them out. Like you can do this format in paper, and you can see all the different decks. It's a powerful format where you can kind of play what you want. If you'd gotten to play today, Servo, what would you be on?
Oh, that's a good question. I've been trying out a bunch of different decks recently. I have elves, like combo elves with Heritage Druid and Nettle Sentinels built
I feel
right
like
now.
that budget is tough.
It's actually pretty easy to manage. There's a few expensive cards like the Heritage Druid themselves, but a lot of the deck is like $1 play stats.
Like Heritage Druid specifically, I thought was expensive.
Yeah, it's like
Dredgelord
$3
just
each.
finished.
If we want a match that will probably go to time, the Gleason versus Octopus matchup is a control mirror.
Ooh, I'm actually very interested to see how that looks in this format. So let's check it out.
Yeah, let's hop into AJ Gleason versus Octopus.
Well, for a control deck, there are certainly a lot of creatures on one side of the board.
Yeah, oh, he's more of a mid-range deck, honestly. So he's
I love that Thragtusk still has a place after all these years.
He's playing 4 Thragtusk main deck, which is one of the most insane things I've ever seen.
That's awesome. Against a 12 post?
Yeah, this is a mono blue 12 post, which is basically exactly like the Tron deck from Modern.
I've never seen Trench Post before.
Oh, it's great. It's the best win condition in the post decks, I think.
I mean, he's at 41 cards to 11 cards on the other side of the table, and you can mill yourself to dig for that Mindslaver for the Slaver lock. Target to play. That's so good. So if you've never seen this deck before, Cloud Post says you make a colorless mana for each Locust on the battlefield. field. Glimmer Post makes colors. You gain a life for each locus on the battlefield. Trench Post, you get to mill a player a card for each locus you control. And so we do see Mindslaver in the graveyard with an Academy Runes in play. So usually this deck will only run one Academy Runes, and then they use it's a 13 mana combo. You put Mindslaver on top of your library, take control of your opponent's turn, and you never get to draw another card, but that's fine because your opponent never gets to take another turn. Well, that's not true. Your opponent, you get to take lots of your opponent.
Yeah, they don't get to choose any game actions past that point. Unless
I
they
do
have
love a
something that's
Mindslaver
instant
deck.
speed while you have the Mindslaver on the stack.
I'm pretty surprised Academy Runes and Mindslaver are cheap enough. But you really only need one copy of Mindslaver and one copy of Academy Runes.
I think he's on 3 Mindslavers. They're from the OTJ like extra sheet.
Mm-hmm.
So they were recently relatively cheapened.
Oh. This is Gleason playing this one.
Yeah.
I want to see his list. Where is his list? He's 2-1 right now, right?
Yeah, they're at table 8. Break the ice, target your own flooded grove. I love that. Best part about Mindslaver is seeing all the ridiculous ways that you can mess with your opponent's deck with their own deck.
I'm kind of surprised. Like, I feel like that it's surprising that they can program that into MTGO. All right. 3 Boon of the Wishgiver, 3 Lauren revealed. 4 Remand, 4 Repeal, 3 Condescend. I love that Condescend is better than Counterspell in this deck. 3 Confounding Riddle. That's a nice one. And then classic Spellburst. Oh, it's been so long.
So that's a buyback.
Yeah, blue X counter target spell with mana value X and buyback 3. So very good once you're at 14, 15, 16 mana. Only 3 expedition maps is interesting, but it's probably a budget issue. That card is like $2. 3 Trench Posts, 4 Glimmer Posts, 4 Cloud Posts. So there is another Locust, but it's very expensive.
Yeah, is that the one from the Commander deck? The one that is every land type?
Yep. So like people run it in Legacy Tron, because it enables all the Tron, turns on all the Tron lands alone.
Yeah.
I wonder if you if budget allowed. I bet Gleason really wanted to have Dark Depth Thespian Stage in here, but it's an expensive combo.
It's possible. He's not playing the Thespian stages, which are just good with the posts on their own.
Yeah. Like, if I were to build this list with slightly more budget, I would put in the 4th map and Thespian Stage Dark Depths, just because stage is so good. So we're in a situation right now, like, Gleason has the Slaver Lock, but his opponent hasn't drawn a way to kill himself.
I'm not sure why he's choosing to continue to go for the Slaver Lock when the opponent only has 3 cards in library and he could just mill him with Trench Post.
Yeah. Break the Ice?
It destroys all lands that tap for colorless.
Oh, okay. For 6 mana. Wow. That's gotta hurt, because like hitting that early against taking out 1 Cloud Post drops the mana production by 5 here.
Yeah, it destroys all of the posts if you overload it.
Yeah, everything but that 1 island. That was close. Like, he did draw that Mindslaver off the top, but it was inevitable. All right, who's still playing?
Like we have 3 matches left. We have the Hogak Mirror. We have Initiative versus Dredge and Energy versus Initiative.
Oh, the Newland match just loaded. So I'm seeing an interesting board here. It looks like the board was just wiped by a Fire Spout.
All right, let's hop into the Newland Energy match versus
Brotherhood Scribe. 2
Raziel
mana,
Seraphim.
1/3 Metalcraft, tap for an energy, which you have to have 3 artifacts. Whenever you get 1 or more energy during your turn, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Oh, that's interesting.
That's a Fallout card. Surprised
Guide
they
of
even have that on
Souls.
MTGO.
Yeah, me too. This is a very interesting graveyard. Guide of Souls, Experimental Synthesizer, Gleeful Demolition. And so Firestyle is probably a good move. It doesn't look... I'm trying to figure out what's underneath the Static Prison.
It might be nothing.
Yeah, it looks
Or
like
it might have been like a
nothing.
token or something.
Yeah, but he does still have... Like right now, Newland has the initiative. And that's pretty big when there's an empty board. But Raziel still has 3 cards in hand. And it looks like they are just prepared for this matchup with the Fire Spouts. He did have to take a point. Oh, that is a Simian
Cast
Spirit
the
Guide.
Simian Spirit Guide. Love to see it.
I mean, if it hits and he gets the initiative back, that's huge. Like Lost Well into Stash into Catacombs is a real line. Synthesizer was a great draw. It looks like it whiffed, like it hit land Galvanic Discharge, but you do get to keep a Samurai from that.
The discharge gets rid of the Simian Spirit Guide, so the Samurai is unimpeded for the moment. Being stuck on 4 lands is not great for the initiative player because that's the cost for most of their creatures.
Yeah. Do we get to see what Once Upon a Time hit?
Caves of Chaos Adventure.
Okay, cool. And it looks like Gigantha's still in the companion zone. So you can at least pull a 5/5. But like once the Throne of the Dead 3 fires is really
I don't think you can come back from that one.
Like you can come back from the Skeleton with Menace, even though it's a big beater. Just so much value. Like we have watched Newland cast 5 spells that replace themselves. And here's a Nurturing Pixie too. He's just feeding it. He's just keeping the Static Prison in play. Like Static Prison doesn't have anything underneath it, but he's keeping it there just to pixie it back if he has to. What a turn. Like Newland started this turn with no cards in hand, made a Skeleton off the Undercity, played a Thraben Inspector, cracked it for a clue. The clue drew a Nurturing Pixie, which picked up the Arkham's Astrolabe, which drew a card, which was an Amped Raptor.
Yeah, this synthesizer list is very reminiscent of actual like modern Boros energy.
Yeah.
In just like the sheer amount of like volume of stuff that it is capable of doing in one turn.
It's true, but like the modern Boros energy deck doesn't even get to play, like they don't get to play Astrolabe. They don't get to play Amped Raptor.
Yeah, they don't get to randomly just draw cards whenever they want.
Other than your mana, this is just better than the modern list. Like you don't get Arena or Flage or Fable, but that's fine. You just run Luris. Because modern doesn't get Luris or Amped Raptor.
Or Astrolabe.
Or the Initiative.
Or the Initiative. Or the best mechanic ever printed, yeah.
Yeah, this is just better than the modern list. I think this beats the modern list 1v1 every time. Goblin Bombardment is a loss, but they can play a copy.
Does he have Bombardment in here? That's like the first card I would be looking to play.
That card is like 350, so like
it's
they
expensive.
can fit it, but yeah, it's a lot. And then a Johnny is like 20, but fuck that card. Everyone knows how to deal with a Johnny. No one knows how to deal with Nurturing Pixies.
That's a lot of 2/2 flyers that are in play right now.
Yeah. This is not looking good for Raziel. Like the initiative list, I think could have gotten there, but it's really like so. Raziel is initiative with these Fire Spouts, and that's because keeping the initiative is very important. But we saw 3 turns of Fire Spouts without a follow-up.
Yeah, that card's
Like,
only really good when you are also doing something proactive, and being stuck on
right.
4 mana means that you are not doing anything else.
Yeah. Like, especially, like, it's such a risky play because letting your opponent have the initiative until they can forge just means that their creatures outsize your sweepers. But this is a 7/5 trample, and it draws a card on attack. Assuming they've completed a dungeon. There's no marker to say, hey, yeah, I've completed a dungeon, is there?
Mila's just gonna
Beautiful
block with
block.
a thousand
This
power.
this is how you block. This is where I live. I love multi-block game blocking. All right, this is like, I'm very sorry to arrive as you're being beaten up, Raziel, but like we saw this happen because the energy deck came in. However, the energy deck is now at 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what game this is. All right, that was at the end of it, but
Okay.
that is definitely something to be aware of moving forward.
All right, looks like that might have been the last match. Let me go ahead and fire this round, assuming everybody's finished. So just a moment. All right, favorite deck you've seen today, Servo?
Uh, I do like Doug's list a lot. That's the Azorius Thopter Sword deck. He's playing a lot of
Yeah,
very
really
original
good,
and unique cards.
really good use of Teleria West.
Um, Honestly, the Boros Synthesizer deck that we just saw, that might be my favorite. Just because I love taking minuscule game actions that don't really matter individually. That's one of my favorite things to be doing.
All
And
right,
that's
so
like
we
the
are
only thing that
waiting
deck wants to
on
do.
that Hogak mirror. Schottenblitzer and Electric. So they're still going. We can hop in here.
Yeah, it looks like they both have dueling Stitcher suppliers. One of them has a grave crawler, and not much else is happening. The
Yeah.
Roots player has 3 minutes left on clock,
That's a
and the
huge Souls of the Lost.
yeah, Mono Black player just cast Souls of the Lost, which is a 10-11 right now. That seems
that's,
pretty good.
that's a very swollen soul. I wonder if you side out Hogak when you bring in Souls of the Lost just for better delves. So over the last weekend, I played in a modern 10K, and I was too much of a coward to run my classic Yawgmoth. I ran, and guess what knocked me out of the tournament?
Was it Yawgmoth?
It was, and it was awesome. It was a really classic build with all 4 Dredger's Insights, which we see down
Oh,
there in the corner. And it was a really good choice because basically his reasoning was that all of the other combo decks in the format were bad, and people would be scared off of it by Breach. So he ran a slower deck that just ate energy. Like Dredger's Insight just eats energy. So I think Dredger's Insight is a really good choice today. Like, it's good dig, but the amount of life it gains is a lot more than anyone would think. Like every young wolf, every undead butler automatically triggers it twice on death. Like, it dies, exiles itself, gains a life, returns a creature, gains a life.
yeah, I'm sure that there's a reason that this game is still going, and it's probably in no small part thanks to Treasure's Insight.
Yeah. I mean, our green-black player looks behind. And generally speaking, what green gives you is faster mana and better, like, you have better dorks and better dig. But black's going to just have a higher density of removal and threats as a result. And I think we're seeing that right now. Like, we've seen a game that looks like it's been back and forth for a long time, but our green-black player is out of threats. If he can get 1 creature into play, then he can turn that into 2 creatures pretty easily for a Hogak. But even then, Hogak just isn't big enough to block the Souls of the Lost. Oh, but there's a Soul Guide Lantern, and that's going to take Souls of the Lost down to a 0-1. Yeah, the main issue is for Eli is going to be that 90 seconds on the clock.
I mean, with Hogak, that is just a 2-turn clock, and if you can invalidate both of these creatures, you can pretty easily secure this game in
Yeah.
a few seconds. We'll see if it actually comes down to that, though.
Yeah, he has to resolve Hogak like right now, and just paying the delve cost is a huge cost in terms of seconds spent. Hogak from hand. I don't see that ever.
Yeah, that almost never happens.
This mono blacklist is playing the Gorehounds. I think that's a really good idea. Insidious Roots All-Star Snarling Gorehound. That's a lot of power in play still, but he got it down to 10. Moltender pass or Moltender second creature? Hogak. Moltender pass. Moltender gains life with Judge's Insight.
Legally speaking, yes, it does.
Feed the Swarm. That's got to be a sideboard card. Pretty good against the Roots build.
Coming in for 10 here.
I feel like not attacking with the 0/1 is a mistake.
Yeah, no, you gotta send the message. Like, you don't know what I got in my hand. All right, that looks like it's gonna be game.
Does he have any top decks here? Anything that's just 2 bodies?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm glad that didn't come down to time. It's always a feel bad when it comes down to time. But I'm glad we caught the tail end of that. That was an interesting match.
Definitely.
All right, I believe that was the last match. So let's go ahead and fire this next round.
Yes.
Now is a good time to talk about some of our upcoming events. That's May 24th. May 24th is our next 1K. And we will be charging an entrance fee for that. Nothing too extreme. We will settle on that soon. And this is all thanks to Nouns. You can check them out at nouns.world or nouns.gg. And you can always find us at thegathering.gg. We do our tier lists. I do mostly limited content. And I do a lot of deck descriptions and such, like for Timeless. So check out our tier list. You can go and see all the different decks that you can play. And we've got a little bit of a $30 vintage schedule. They're running a 1K at different events over the next month, but I don't believe there's another big MTGO scheduled.
No, there's not going to be an online event for a little while. Our next big event is going to be Indianapolis, and that's going to be in paper.
I would like to publish the standings so that people can just see what's live for top 8. Looks like X1 should get there.
Yeah, there should be several 4-2s that make it because we're not allowing draws.
Yes. Standing actions. I can't publish the standings for some reason.
They might just be visible.
Okay,
I'm not sure how
that's
Melee
good.
works.
Well, so usually we can set it to visibility when we make the tournament, but I've just had that issue. All right. Is Tyrant paying this round or am I? I can pair this round. Match players and teams. Here we go. Go ahead and find your opponents. If you don't have your opponent in 5 minutes, just let me know. I just realized that we didn't leave anybody in the staff and troubleshooting channel, so I'm going to hop into that.
It's fine. They don't need help. They've been doing this for 5 rounds now.
Yeah, but I don't know. They deserve to have some place to go when there's a problem.
All right. So on this one, we have.
Give me 1 sec.
Yeah.
Hey, if you can make sure when you make your match, please, please, please allow watchers. If you don't allow watchers, we can't watch your match. Especially whoever our top table is today, Ben and Pat. I would really like to watch your match this round. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure we got to watch this Azorius Bane Affinity matchup.
Yes.
I'm also very interested in Hypergenesis versus High Tide, but I'm more interested in Azorius Bane versus Affinity.
Yeah, that the Hypergenesis matchup will very likely be over in 2 minutes.
Yeah, one way or the other. I guess it favors Hypergenesis, but it also the die roll matters a lot in that one. All right, so we got a Fairy Time Raveler is cheap enough for this.
Yeah, you can get 2 of them for like $6.
Wild. Fans be crazy. All right, so we've got this Azorius Bane list. Teferi, Time Raveler, Narset, and then only 2 Sailor's Banes. Otherwise, it's a pretty hard control deck. Tune the Narrative, Wrath of the Skies. Also surprised that's cheap enough. We've got Waterlog Teachings, Memory Deluge, Dig Through Time, no Treasure Cruise. But Tune the Narrative is such a strong cantrip in this list.
Yeah, that one's pretty good, especially with the powering up the Wrath of the Skies. I think that's going to be a big game changer against Affinity.
I'm surprised that there's only one Affinity list in this event.
Yeah, the deck's been on a little bit of a downswing recently, just because it's been around forever, and it's not the most interesting deck to pilot.
Usually I'd agree with you, but this list is hot. We've got some Patchwork Automatons, 2 Kappa Cannoneers, 4 Emrys. Like, it's definitely more of a controlling list than I've seen, and they're running only 5 Thoughtcast. Usually we'll see like 8 to 12. But Memory Guardian from Aether Drift makes an appearance. It's just a bulkier flyer that survives Lightning Bolt. Love it.
Do they have a room up yet?
Let's find out.
I don't see
I'm looking for
anywhere.
them. I'm looking for them. Pat Gundy, Ben Guilfoyle are Napalm and Benji.
Oh, okay. All right, so we will hop into the Napalm Benji match. Looks like they just started.
Perfect.
We have a turn 2 preordain for Napalm.
Yeah, I like this build of Affinity. Like, it's definitely more of a it feels better against Wrath of the Skies than some of these other lists. Like, they're not trying to dump their hand out as fast as possible. They're using artifacts to build value. I think that's a really good take on it.
Yeah, Emery does a really good job at making sure you just like don't die to all of the artifact hate that exists. Memory Guardian is a great new addition that keeps your average mana value a lot higher.
Yeah, and it doesn't die to bolt.
The Tinker for Sphinx of the Steelwind is a fascinating inclusion.
They actually can get to the point where it's castable.
That's true. I'm interested to see where they particularly lean on that strategy.
What's up, Rev?
All right, Patchwork Automaton coming down. We have a second Patchwork Automaton on the stack that is getting hit with a Logic Knot.
Okay. And that's probably a budget concession over Counterspell. But like, Patchwork Automaton is very good, like in general and in this matchup. That Ward 2 matters so much.
Ward 2 matters and the cast trigger matters. We just saw, even though the second one got countered, this one still gets bigger.
Yeah. I think this is a really good take because you see Affinity like in every format, but you have to change, and we see it including this one, but changing the list up because we don't have Moxen. There's no Mox Opals, there's no Mox Ambers because they're too expensive.
Yeah, a lot of the traditional Affinity lists are really looking to create a mana advantage via the Affinity creatures. And this one is more so looking to just settle into a much more grindy game using that Emery
Yeah.
alongside like the Aether Spell Bomb and the Mishra's Baubles to just draw a bunch of cards and keep the opponent off kilter.
And it looks like Napalm picked up on this. He spell pierced a Thoughtcast, and blind, you might let the Thoughtcast resolve, because when your opponent is playing 12 Thoughtcasts, you are never going to be able to counter all of them, and it's easier to just attack their threats. But in this case, being able to attack the card draw matters a lot more. Keeping Emery off the board and keeping Thoughtcast from getting them to an explosive finish is really big. Now, do you think Benji is holding any Seed of the Synod in hand, just to not get blown out by Wrath of the Skies?
Probably not in game one. They are playing 13 islands, 4 seats, and that's their entire mana base.
Yeah. Are they running drums?
No drums.
Yeah, I guess that card's a lot worse if you don't have any 0-cost artifact creatures like Ornithopter.
Yeah, this is a lot more like the Legacy 8 cast decks instead of like a true affinity style aggro deck. This is basically just a mid-range deck that uses artifact synergies to grow a big threat in the Patchwork Automaton and Kappa Cannoneer.
I mean, one Cannoneer ends the game so quickly.
Yeah, it's that card is very difficult to interact with just in general.
Ward 4 is not much better for Hexproof, except maybe against Swords of Plowshares.
I think that one of the big factors in this matchup is going to be the fact that the 8-cast player's card advantage engine is tied to a creature in Emery. Without the Emery, I don't think they're going to have a great time getting ahead, and will really need to rely on their top decks being good, as opposed to like the more traditional affinity aggro decks where your card advantage is all spell based.
So I agree with you. I think there's enough wild cards here. Like just being able to resolve a Tinker or a second Thoughtcast ends up being so important. You know what I absolutely love out of this deck, which I don't think Napalm can beat, is Lava Spur Boots.
Yeah, that card's pretty good.
Just Ward 1 and haste on every creature.
Haste up your Cannoneer, haste up your Sphinx of the Steel Wind.
Yeah. I love that that's a relevant spell. It's like bad, but it's Bad Lightning Greaves at $5 less.
I love the 2 Soul Guide Lantern in the main deck.
All right, here's our first Wrath of the Skies.
This is for 2, so it is going to hit everything that is not an island.
And yep, Seed of the Synod going away is very painful. And it's not like Benji can hold things here. Like, there's no cranial plating. He can't do the explosive insta-kill. There's a sideboard Magister Sphinx.
What is Magister Sphinx?
It's a 7-mana 5/5. When it enters the battlefield, target player's life total becomes 10.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It's a really good Tinker target.
It's really good in the burn matchup. It's really good in the your opponent gains infinite life matchup.
Which is not uncommon. So Benji played this sharp. Like, Benji held artifacts back so he could bobble Lantern Memory Guardian to follow up that Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah, one of the biggest skills for playing any artifact-based deck is knowing when to hold back and not fully commit to the board. Like, because you're generating so much advantage from the mana reduction in your spells, you don't need to invest entirely in on one turn. Right. Like, you can spread your damage out over the course of multiple turns because you are making up for that time with the rest of your spells.
Yeah. There's the Bobble Trigger. Tef got to bounce off on the Memory Guardian. He needs a 0-cost artifact to resolve the Memory Guardian, but it's not great for Benji here. Even with a full grip, his opponent has 6 cards in hand. Like, when the control deck is alive at more than 10 life at turn 8 or 9, it gets difficult. This is a hard control deck. Wraths, as many cheap interaction pieces as possible. I love this. I love 2 Counterspell and then Logic Knot, which is just strictly worse than Counterspell. It highlights what's cool about $30 vintage to me.
Narset might be a little painful here.
Narset is, yeah, like Benji needs to resolve Thoughtcast right now, and Benji will not be resolving Thoughtcast right now. Yeah, and no offense at all to Napalm. We're just, you do tend to automatically root for whoever's not the card control deck, even when you're a control player.
Yeah, you will never see me cheering for Teferi Time Raveler just ever
Yeah.
in my life.
Like, I have had Teferi Time Raveler in play and still spent that time like, you can do it, opponent. Come on, overcome this. Like, once you Days Undoing with a Narset out and you have 7 cards and they have 1 card, you are rooting for your opponent. Like, you want to see how they can get out of this.
Memory Guardian comes back down. We'll put a little bit of pressure on these Planeswalkers, but I'm not sure that it'll go unanswered for long enough that that'll actually matter.
Yeah, but like, you still have to do it this turn because next turn Tef just bounces it. I believe this is the pair down as well. Let me check the standings.
They're at table 1.
Yes, but there's only 1 5-0.
Oh, well, yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, Zorius Control is the current 5-0, and Affinity is currently sitting at 3rd place at 4-1. Just to check in with a couple of the other matches, Heidel just lost the game with Lich's Mirror in play and 24 mana floating. And Eater has turned 2 Hypergenesis and his opponent sacks a Sulfur Vent to counterspell. It's a good time. Lots of good magic going on right now.
All right, so yeah, Sword Splashers on this Memory Guardian. If I were in this position, that would probably be the point where I'm scooping it up because these Planeswalkers are just going to make it so that you can't really play the game anymore.
Yeah, like it might be worth it to play for time, but you are behind. When you're behind on time, that's tough. Like, forcing the control player to kill you is a legitimate strategy when you have separate clocks, because control's bad at killing you. Like, there's no Planeswalker ults that do it. Napalm needs to resolve a large threat, and he's only got 3.
Yeah, my conditions in this deck are 2 Celestial Colonnade, 1 Hall of Storm Giants, 2 Sailor's Bane, 1 Torrential Gearhulk.
Yep, it's a very hard control deck. The Azorius Bane is a bit of a misnomer. There's only 2 Sailor's Banes. This is just hard control. There's the Gearhulk. I think I'd scoop it up here. I'd wait for them to have a threat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have the Swords of Parkers in the grave to get rid of the Memory Guardian.
Mm-hmm.
You can't counter this because Teferi's in play.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting tough. Yeah, play to your outs. But like, when your outs, when your clock matters, you want to, like, the only thing left you have to play here for is information and time. And once the time stops mattering, that's when I'd.
Yeah. And you got all your information for free at the start of the game because this is an open decklist event. So like, there's not a ton of value in slogging it out.
Heidel's 5-1 with his. I was peeking Heidel. I checked in on your match a couple times. It was funny because every time I looked in, you had no permanents in play and 40 mana floating. That deck's sweet though. That locks Heidel for the top 8.
Are they done already?
Idols match finished. Yeah,
Mm.
I was peeking. All the 4-1s. So Lose Focus is a really interesting $30 vintage specific card. Like it is often better than Counterspell because replicating it lets you like there's enough storm decks and decks where you want to hit multiple cards on the stack at once that replicating it is useful, and it's functionally a Counterspell in most decks, but it's not blue. This is something that makes me happy about this format. Yeah, Gearhulk, Tef, Narset, terrifying.
This is basically the only format that plays Lose Focus, and it's at this like really strange intersection of being Flusterstorm and Cancel.
Yeah, it's Flusterstorm, and it's really good against Flusterstorm. No, it's actually exactly just paying the mana for Flusterstorm. Thane, are you playing today? I was kind of hoping you'd be on Asmo. I really love Thane's Asmo deck.
They make a lot of very cool decks that almost no one else ever touches. They do like a lot of Death and Taxes stuff too.
I love March of Pain's decks because I like Death and Taxes, and I love graveyard-based value decks. One of my buddies made me a Ophelia Vile deck for Modern over the weekend. It was really good and really fun, and all my losses were to Burn and Yawgmoth, which I don't feel like is meta representative.
So we just saw a Hangerback Walker cast for X=0.
This is how you know Napalm is a master control player. Like they bounced their own. They didn't bother holding counters on Teferi to keep it alive. They didn't bother like deploying more threats. They just bounced their own Gearhulk to draw a card and recast a spell. Like they're not worried at all about killing Benji. They're just building the value.
Yeah, they're still ahead on clock by like 2 minutes, which is a pretty good place to be from the control player.
Yeah, it's very important to play. Like, if you're going to play control, whether it's on MTGO or in a paper event, you need to be fast because if you go to time 9 rounds in a row, you'll die.
Yeah.
I've had control players make day 2 of a Grand Prix and not come back. Like, they just use too much brain on day 1. Control is a mindset that must be respected.
All right, shout out to Benji for not making us sit through 3 more turns of garbage time. That game ended effectively a couple turns ago, and I think that was a fine time to scoop it up.
I was trying to explain to my friend the importance of Aetherling because if you lose it, like he's like, I hate Aetherling so much, it killed me every time. Like, no, Aetherling is your hero. Aetherling is why you don't have to sit there for 11 turns while they kill you with a Restless Anchorage. You didn't lose to Aetherling, you lost to everything else, and Aetherling saved you.
You lost the game to Sphinx's Revelation. Aetherling is doing you a favor.
Yes, you lost the game because your opponent played Torrential Gearhulk on Counterspell, bounced their Gearhulk, played Torrential Gearhulk on Counterspell. Aetherling is why you didn't have to wait for 9 turns after that.
All right, so looking at the sideboards for these two, on our 8 cast list, we have 4 Leyline of Sanctity, 4 Negate, 4 Test of Talents, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Magister Sphinx. Pretty easy bringing in the 4 Negate, 4 Test of Talents here.
Yeah, I feel like the Azorius Bane deck is actually really well equipped to beat a Test of Talents. Like, Affinity has to think hard about which spells they Test of Talents because, like, they don't want to really Test of Talents the counter spell. Like, they will, but pulling Wrath of the Skies out of the deck with a Test of Talents is how they win. There's just so much diversity of spells. 1 Brain Surge, 1 Dig Through Time, 1 Treasure Cruise, 1 Memory Deluge is their main draw suite.
Yeah, it seems very difficult to like pinpoint exactly what you need to go after here.
Yeah, it is feasible. Not for this deck. In general, like, this is a control deck where you could feasibly take out 100% of their win conditions. They've only got 5 ways to end the game. 2 of them are lands, 3 of them are creatures.
Yeah, well, they're all creatures. So, like,
Yeah.
if you can lock that down, that's a pretty easy way to get out of it.
Yeah. He might be bringing in Soul Guide Lanterns just because they can trip and they remove the delve capabilities of Treasure Cruise and Dig Through Time. I don't think Leylines of Sanctity does enough. I don't know. Do you bring in all the counter spells against the Teferis?
I think I would, just because you can counter the Teferi, and then once that happens, you're pretty much in the clear. I don't know how many cards he wants to take out, though, is the thing.
Yeah. In terms of, like, you definitely want to keep your rebukes. Either spell bombs come out, but you can't take out too many artifacts.
This may also be a situation where, like, the Test of Talents are for specific matchups, and then negates are for other matchups, so you never bring in both of
Yeah.
them. In which case, I would probably just bring in the negate here.
Like, stopping a Wrath of the Skies is going to be enough in most of these games. But that's hard. Like, Napalm clearly knows what they're doing. It's going to be pretty tough for them. It's going to be pretty tough for Benji to resolve a Test of Talents on a Wrath of the Skies. Napalm just is never going to cast it without defense.
Do you think you would crack your star here to play that Thoughtcast?
It depends on what else is in my hand. If I have other affinity cards, probably not. Oh, and you can, because Chromatic Star is a mana ability, you get to lock in your affinity costs, and then you can still use it to filter that mana. It doesn't come up very often.
Yeah, that was one of the very few situations where it would ever come up. I think I would, just because card velocity is a thing that's going to matter here, and there aren't that many affinity cards in the deck in the first place.
Yeah, but like if I'm Napalm here, I assume that not cracking the star means that they have either Memory Guardian, Emery, or Thoughtcast in hand.
Yeah, for sure.
But they do get to know that now because of the Test of Talents. Shoot, do I sound okay? My mic settings keep turning down my sensitivity.
Yeah, I think it sounds fine.
Okay.
Memory Guardian coming down, making the
Hey, look
patchwork
at
just
that.
a bit bigger.
They're so good at reading this.
Just enough mana with the affinity.
Heidel, 30 turn Elixir of Immortality games only work in paper. They don't work in MTGO. I've watched a match of Modern where somebody in turns took all 5 turns by copying their Emrakul the Promise Ends triggers. So they managed to win in turns by taking 4 of the 5 turns in turns. But in MTGO, you just run out of time. Oh, there has been no official ruling on this, but the judge Twitter did post, dress down with Duskmourn Overlords cause creatures to come into play as Overlords, even if you impend them. You just don't get the ETB trigger. And the fact that they have been resisting the official ruling is a hint that we will probably see a very similar mechanic in the future.
Well, didn't we see it with Tygam?
What'd you say?
Didn't we see it with Tygam in the new Tarkir set?
The suspend ruling?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it means that we're going to see a similar mechanic to impending or more impending within the year, is the guess. All right, Emery's trying to resolve. Napalm can't really let Emery resolve. Well, they can't let them untap with it.
Yeah, there is no shot this Emery is sticking around to do anything.
Yeah, but we do get to see Benji crack in here as a result, and that's not nothing. Like 3 damage a turn matters, and the Memory Guardian is not something that's easy. Is this?
Are we
like we've got a spell? Metallic Rebuke. Well, that would be another good reason to make sure your star sticks around. And so Napalm can pull Emery off the the fact is that Napalm doesn't want to stop this Emery with either a they don't want to bounce anything. They don't want to, and then Wrath of the Skies can't kill the Memory Guardian. It can because they tuned the narrative for 2 energy earlier.
That was an abysmal mill off of the Emery, by the way. They hit Memory Guardian, Kappa Cannoneer, Metallic Rebuke, and Test of Talents.
They can cast Memory Guardian, but yeah. They can also just cycle their star.
Yeah, I would definitely start using the star as just personal Howling Mine at this point.
Yeah. Like, I think I'd want to get the other Memory Guardian down, but the danger here is Wrath of Skies. You got it. And they're doing a good job. Benji is clearly keeping cards in hand to play around Wrath. But what we've seen that Napalm has the ability to lock out the game pretty well here. It is worth noting that Napalm is currently locked into the top 8. There's no way for that. Like, losing will still let them be in the top 8.
Yeah, you can play for seeding, be on the play for all of your.
Napalm's only dropped 2 games today.
I think they've been on this deck for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is a really tough deck to play, but a lot of the skill in playing this style of deck is way before the tournament starts. Like, your individual card choices matter so much in dealing with the given meta, compared to a lot of combo decks where you just need to make the best combo deck possible. So we're down 2 Tests of Talents. Losing the Thoughtcast really hurt for Benji.
Yeah, the only real way that they can do any sort of card advantage is via this Emery now.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, they're set up to do it, but it's so fragile.
Yeah, I would. Losing this is the downside to not having your extra thought monitors and the bridge that I would just call it bridge.
Forging the Anchor.
That one. the dig 6 for artifacts. Yeah, like the card advantage, the upfront card advantage loss for engines is going to be better in most matchups. This one, it hurts a bit.
Oh, there's the Tinker.
I mean, this can't resolve.
There's no way, but
you go for it.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. Maybe they have 4 lanes in hand. You don't know.
Benji's got to have gas. He's been playing this so carefully to make sure that Wrath of the Skies isn't just a loss.
Well, they do also only have 3 lands in play. Like, they could just be completely stifled on mana development as well.
Yeah, especially if you're not willing to commit too many artifacts.
Like, their hand could just be like Memory Guardian, Kappa Cannoneer, and then some other thing.
Yeah, so Captain Stark, this is MTGO $30 vintage. Every deck has to cost $30 or less, and we use the vintage ban and restricted list. And this is a free 1K that we're running for the gathering. We'll be doing these monthly. So come back next month. We're going to do another 1K for Timeless. We like underserved formats.
Looks like Benji had a momentary loss of connection, but they are all back now. Can be a little fickle playing on MTGO.
Yeah,
it's not the best built program that anyone's ever seen.
Wow. You know, that is a true and faultless statement. I mean, it is closer to paper Magic. You have to do everything yourself. But yeah, Benji's connection is a factor. So this game, I mean, this is Magic the Gathering Online, and it's $30 vintage, and we'll be playing Timeless on Magic the Gathering Arena next month. Yeah, this game is called MTG Online, MTGO. And the format is $30 vintage. And if you're interested, hop into one or both of our Discords. We'd love to have you.
Looks like Pat
Right.
was on just Prairie Stream past that turn, so they've got to be sitting on just a ton of permission.
Classic Drago control. It might be a Gearhulk here. Oh, it looks like Benji read the Gearhulk. I mean, he also might just be casting an artifact from his graveyard. He's got to develop some artifacts to play things like the Cannoneer.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to get away with just doing nothing and attacking for 3 2 more
Yeah.
times.
I mean, as long as he keeps forcing Napalm to answer other things to counter other spells, like the Memory Guardian can get there, but he has to force it, and that's not a given. Forcing it, Deluge is pretty big. I watched somebody delay a Deluge the other day, which is always funny because then they cast it for 0 mana.
Like the actual card delay.
The actual card delay.
Nice.
Someone was playing 4 counter spells and 1 delay in their control deck in Modern.
I think some of those blue, like, timey interaction spells are a little bit underplayed.
Yeah.
There's Suspend, which is just 1 mana, exile a creature.
Urtai's Trickery. Or Meddling. Urtai's Meddling. Suspend something X, but they don't use the keyword suspend.
Swords to Plowshares on the Emery, so card advantage is offline.
Yeah, the Memory Guardian's got to get there now. Aether Spellbomb stayed in, I suppose, just as a cycling artifact, but being able to bounce your own Guardian in response to a Swords to Plowshares would matter. Yeah, there's that Gearhulk, like, showed up every game. Like, Napalm doesn't need the second copy. Having 2 stuck in hand would be a little bit of a disaster, but they are really good at digging for it.
Yeah.
There's a Cannoneer.
I don't think it's enough, though.
I mean, Napalm's shields are down. If Napalm doesn't have a kill spell for the Cannoneer right now, Benji gets an unblockable 6/6 or more. Like, Benji is not... Napalm is not guaranteed to have a kill spell for this Cannoneer, and Benji had to have had this for a while. He was so patient to resolve this.
The next artifact needs to resolve Cannoneer's and Enters trigger as opposed to Patchwork's Cast trigger.
Yes, but he also has artifact
it's getting
lands.
bounced anyway.
I think that's fine, because it's not like Napalm can Spell Pierce from here after the word 4. Cannoneer can get there. Yes, the next artifact has to hit the battlefield, but artifact lands can't be countered.
Well, I think the Seed is the only real thing that he's got to push through, though, right? Because, like, we're tapping out completely for the Kappa, and then if we don't have anything, we need to wait until the next turn. Lavish for Roots is pretty good.
It is. It's pretty dangerous here, though, just because it lets Napalm have a chance to Spell Pierce something, but it doesn't look like he has a Spell Pierce. So,
and if we do have a Seat that is true lethal right now.
Yes. Well, but he can't equip it. He needs another land.
Well, the Seat would be the land.
Yes. Doesn't look like he has a Seat. But it means that bouncing it also, like, if Napalm has the bounce spell for the Cannoneer, meaning a second Teferi, it's not going to be good enough. He could have another Swords to Plowshares. Oof. So that means that Benji has to hit an Emery, because that is his second. He's only got the 2 copies of Cannoneer, and the other one's in the graveyard. This is game 2, Alex. So Emery with haste, because of the Lava Spur Boots, gets to cast Bauble or Cannoneer, or even Patchwork Automaton.
Patchwork's not terrible here.
Like any creature's pretty good right now. Thought Monitor is a good one. Let's see if it resolves.
That's the last
It
card in
does.
hand.
It's a hell of a last card. Do you take out Tef here, or do you bash for 3?
That's yeah, that's really hard to say.
I think he's hoping to hit a land so that he can bounce his own spell bomb in response to a Swords of Plowshares. Like, Napalm can go on the offensive here and start attacking for 12 and have lethal in 2 turns.
Looks like we are not going after Teferi.
Yeah, I think that's correct. The fairy is at 1 loyalty right now. Not bothering to crack the baubles. Sit up straight, Alex. Posture check. It's actually something my posture got better as a result of streaming because people would yell at me. Your boss does not care about your posture, but your viewers do. Flashing back Memory Deluge in the main phase means that Napalm's a little desperate here. But like that's fine if they don't if they don't have the swords, they aren't doesn't mean they can't bash for 12 here with the Hall of the Storm Giants. They got to dig 7 cards deep to find a Thought Monitor answer. Actual factual disenchant has been cast.
Love that.
Alpha staple disenchant, still good enough.
That's one of my favorite cards to play in this format because they're like 2 cents each, and they send a message.
Balance Breakfast says it's the Storm Hunch. Is what Alex has. They hit their disenchant. I mean, there's 1 mana left on Napalm's side of the field. That means that they can't pay for Lava Spare Boots. I think we're cracking the bauble.
No, if you crack the bauble, you don't have Kappa. Oh, I guess both of them have been dealt with, so you can't cap anyway. So yeah, just draw.
They need 2 mana because they need to be able to cast Emery, equip it, cast Cannoneer. Actually, they just cast Thought Monitor. All right, Soul Ring is good.
I mean, doesn't really do anything right now, but
you need that mana because they need to be able to crack a spell bomb to dig. I think they needed to crack the spell bomb first, though, anyway, just in case they hit a Patchwork Automaton.
hit nothing.
Well, he's got 1 turn left, but he's never going to have a defenseless Napalm like that again.
Yeah. Not going for the Hall of the Storm Giants, just the Torrential Gearhulk.
I mean, that is fear. That is Napalm showing their fear. But it's also a much better play because they can just attack for 12 next turn and hold their mana up this turn. But still, they could have attacked for 12. That's so many damages.
I don't know that it's being afraid as much as just playing defensively because, like, you have the game secured.
Hey, playing fearfully and playing well are often the same thing.
Teachings, what can that find? Just another answer, I guess.
Yeah, normally they would get the Gearhulk with it. But I'd probably just get Swords of Plowshares here. Dig through time. It does give Benji a chance to play a Soul Guide Lantern if that's what's in their hand, just to force an early dig through time. Oh, I didn't realize that Benji had already taken their turn and missed. Tough game.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Benji played that one well, but he had a few too many lands at the end. This is good, though. All right, who is still on
Looks like we only have one left. It's Spirits versus High Tide.
High Tide? Watch Wanda remains the best High Tide player I've ever seen. And I really like the way Alex played High Tide, but it wasn't a pure. It was mostly because of the control elements. But I've seen Watch Wander combo from worse positions than just about anyone else.
This Spirits deck is a little bit insane.
Really good matchup for Spirits.
They are packing Daze. They are packing Gitaxian Probe, Mental Misstep,
Geistlight Snare, and all 8 Curiosities. Like, that's just on top of how good Mausoleum Wanderer, Spectral Adversary, Rattle Chains are against a lot of decks. Legacy's Allure, that's the Tempest enchantment that snatches a creature eventually.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, you put it's the one of the old chorus cards. Yeah, I love that card. Yeah, there's something that's always kind of cool about being blown out by a card you've never heard of.
That's like twice as old as you are.
Yeah, I mean, I lost a Legacy event once. I had 3 Utopia Sprawls on my basic forest, and he mind bended my basic forest, turned it into an island. All my Utopia Sprawls fell off.
Wow.
Main deck
Looks like
Legacy mind bend.
Looks like we have a counter war going on over a High Tide right now, and that is the end of the game. Couldn't fight through it.
Was that our last match of the day?
For the Swiss, yes, that was it.
Are we doing a 5-minute break before the top 8?
Yeah, we could take a little break.
Yeah, that's usually what we do. We can put on our trivia slides. That's what I usually do during breaks. All right, let me go ahead and find these pairings, make sure everybody has submitted correctly. Oh, it looks like we do still have one match going. It's probably the one that just finished, though. We'll refresh.
Yeah, that was the Spirits High Tide, and they have submitted.
All right, all matches have been completed. If everybody wants to make sure there's no issues, we can go ahead and do this last week. Well, that was the last round. We're going to be cutting to top 8 here. Very interesting set. I don't think we have any chance. We could have 2 High Tides in the top 8. But mostly, looks like we're going to have 8 different decks.
So at the moment, looking like we have a few 4-2s getting in there.
I think that means we're going to the next phase. I'm sure Tyrant. All right, Tyrant, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Oh, actually, you should do that because we should talk about our announcements and our plans. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so we once more are thegathering.gg. If you've never seen our content, go ahead and check it out at thegathering.gg. We always maintain tier lists for all the formats you care about. We are going to be adding some more $30 vintage stuff. I believe Servo just got a really nice primer on this format up.
Yeah, some of the mod team over at the Value Vintage Discord server spent some time assembling a crash course to Value Vintage, both in preparation for this event and just in general. So if you would like to learn more about this format, that is a good way to do it.
Yeah, and you can check that out on thegathering.gg. We are doing this with some sponsorship and are very grateful to nouns.gg. Check them out when you get the chance. And in partner with $30 Vintage. So if you like this format, this is a great format. They run events. They have 1Ks in paper at all sorts of different events. They have them over at hang on, I got my list. Let me pull up my list. All right. So the next one, they're doing a 0.5K at NRG Chicago on May 10th. They have one on May 10th and 11th. They are doing SCG Indy and at SCG Con in Indianapolis on June 1st. That one's a 1K, and they also will have side events all weekend. And then New York NYCIS, they have a 2K on Sunday, July 6th. And then we are going to be running our next 1K. That is May 24th, MTG Arena Timeless. Great. That's another great format. Check it out when you get the chance. And you can join either of our Discords for more information. Ooh, thank you so much for posting all of those, Tyron. Good job. Yeah, I love this format. We got a really nice format coming together here. We do have a timeless tier list. You can check it out, see what all the good decks are, and now we are a significant contributor of data to that because of our timeless tournament. That was not intentional, but it did work out that way. All right, let's go ahead and pair this top 8. We will announce it and then take a short break. So let's go to the next phase.
Scuffle, are we doing splits for top 8 at all?
Let's talk to our top 8 players about that, because
Okay.
any kind of splits that we do for that is going to be by agreement and in secret. Well, not secret, but they get to do it anonymously. That's the word. So we're going to go ahead and pair the top 8, and then we will talk to all of you. I'm going to pull you into Discord. We're going to take a very short break. Do we have a back in 5 minutes style screen?
Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah. Feels weird using my whiter face. I'm going to mute myself here. Server, you want to hop into Discord with Tyrant and me for a minute?
Yeah.
All right, looks like we're good now. Okay, so welcome back. We're just about to spire the top 8. I believe Servo and I are doing these quarterfinals commentating, and then we are going to get Rusty back for the last 2 rounds.
Yep.
After which I'll probably do some sealed. So that is so just to announce our top 8 players very quickly. We have in the first seed, Pat on Azorius Bane. Second seed is Joshua on High Tide. Third seed is Jared on Mono Blue Spirits. Fourth place is Heidel on the Krug Mirror. Fifth place is Alexander on also on High Tide. Sixth place is Dan on Hypergenesis. Seventh place is Ben on Affinity. And eighth place, we have Hunter on Orzhov Initiative. So we're going to be doing this like a traditional top 8. First seed plays 8th, second place 7th, so on. And the higher seed gets to be on the play or draw. They get to choose. So I did anonymously. Well, I messaged each players and then completely anonymously. The players have decided not to split. So we will go ahead and do another message later. But for now, you're playing, for the normal prize, and you can go ahead and find your opponent and get started. Please make sure to let spectators in for this one, and we will be jumping around a little bit to watch your matches. You're going to finish this match, and then you will have to just wait until the next round is ready. But good luck, top 8 players. I think I got everything. All right, so everybody else, we have another one of these events in 1 month, May 24th. Please come out. It's going to be timeless. It's a lot of fun. We play better formats than other tournament organizers here. I think that's objectively true.
Not biased even a little bit.
Not even a little bit. I mean, look, we look at the last top 8. There were 4 energy decks, 2 Eldrazi decks, and like a Kentramos. And here we've got Azorius Bane, High Tide, Mono Blue Spirits, Lich's Mirror Channel combo, Hypergenesis, Affinity, and then mid-range Orzhov Initiative. What other tournament has? We have 7 different decks in our top 8.
All right, let's hop into our game because it will probably go quickly. We are going to be viewing Hadel on Lich's Mirror versus Alex on High Tide.
I love this deck so much. So Alex actually has a better shot against Hadel than a lot of the other High Tide decks because he's just running more interaction than a lot of the other High Tide decks. But Hadel in general, like he built this to beat High Tide. It's a very different kind of combo deck. So we've got these sack lands from all the way back in Invasion. They just are tapped, but they make 2 mana.
Looks like both players took a mulligan. Alex on the turn 1 Gitaxian Probe. Just making sure we know what we're working with before getting into things. This Lich's Mirror deck is honestly a really fascinating combo deck that I don't think can or has existed anywhere else.
I mean, it needs channel.
Yeah, you need channel because that gives you like a status that is not attached to a card. And it lets you pay life to create mana.
Yes.
And then the namesake card Lich's Mirror will reset your life total if you ever lose the game. So what Hadel is trying to do, and what he's actually just doing right now, because he
has
the
a
channel
turn
with
2
a
violent
outburst,
outburst.
is he will pay his life to make that much either green or colorless mana, I'm not sure which, and then use that mana to cast Lich's Mirror, and then he will continue to add mana until he's at 0 life. Lich's Mirror will then trigger, and he will
he'll
almost reset the game because Lich's Mirror sees him, die.
Yeah. If you would lose the game, instead shuffle your graveyard, hand, and library into and you shuffle everything into your library and draw 7 cards.
So what's happening right now is with a Skyship Weatherlight on the stack, he spent his whole life to add mana, which triggers the Lich's Mirror. Skyship Weatherlight then finds Lich's Mirror and lets him cast it. So
yep, and then that's another 20 mana.
Yeah. So this will just inject huge amounts of mana until Hadel gets the starting hand that he wants to be able to kill the opponent.
Right. So he's got a huge amount of mana, and every single like it restarts the game, but it's still this turn. So the effect of channel is still live. And all of these cycling crystals, all they really do is filter his mana 3-1 into other colors.
Yeah, these are basically just a prophetic prism that
The
doesn't get
bad
hit
prophetic
by
prism.
that doesn't get hit by Cascade.
Yes.
So what we're doing now is Boommobile, which is a 4-mana vehicle that when it enters adds 4, and you can pay red 2 and X to have it deal X damage to any target. Because
Yep.
you are gaining 20 mana at a time every time you Lich's Mirror cycle, you can just dump 40 mana into this and hit your opponent for 40. This was turn 2, by the way.
Yes, this was the turn 2 kill. He had a sack of land, and like this is where like Hadel's got a lot of kind of binary matchups. So like Alex could have won this game on the play. Because High Tide can do this turn 2. But we've seen this deck before, and this is a much better build of it because the channel is the most important card in the deck, but you only get one copy because it's vintage. Channel is restricted.
Yeah, that's why he's using the Cascaders to effectively put 9 copies of the deck or of the card into the deck.
Right. And like it is fragile in the sense that there's only one Lich's Mirror, there's only one High Tide, and this Transit Mage, it gets your like Boommobile is just a fireball that you don't hit off of a Cascade spell, and you can get it with a Transit Mage. So like Aether Drift kind of let the deck have a win condition because it used to be a much more complex but more difficult win condition.
Yeah, Transit
yeah.
Mage can find the Boommobile or the Lich's Mirror, which is really strong. This
Yes.
deck's very consistent when it gets rolling.
Yeah. So like he had his turn 1 tap land. Like he doesn't get turn 1 interaction, and then he had turn 2 2 Simian Spirit Guides, which the colored mana does end up being like it's easy to have enough colorless mana, but he had to hit enough color mana to cast his Violent Outburst and still have a blue left for that Transit Mage. But the deck is fascinating. It's a finely oiled machine. And then Alex probably knows exactly what to bring in here. All the possible pieces of interaction, because you don't really, you can never stop the combo forever, but you can buy turns.
Yeah, and when you're on High Tide, you really only need one turn.
Right.
It does look like we have a turn 1 happening though, so hopefully there's a Spell Pierce somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, turn one. Is this a turn 1 kill on the draw from Heidel?
It'll depend on whether or not he has the means to get the mirror, and it was just in the hand. All right, yep, this is a turn. This is a
so
turn
that means
1.
that his opening hand was Violent Outburst, Gemstone Mine, Lich's Mirror, Spirit Guide, Spirit Guide, Spirit Guide.
Yeah.
I mean, he can whiff. It's difficult.
Yes, he does only get to draw 7 cards, and you don't get to take a mulligan. It's not like you're not restarting the game. You're just drawing 7 cards.
And like you have to put cards back in. He can whiff from here. But he found the wish for his second copy of Lich's Mirror out of the board. He gets to float 20 mana, and there's the Transit Mage. That'll do it. So well, that's not true because he needs red. He has to put the Boommobile on the stack here.
So he just really needs one of the crystals.
Step through cycles through Transit Mage.
Yes, and being able to do all of this on the stack is really the strength of this deck.
Yes. Like you put the spell on the stack, and then the Lich's Mirror replaces your last life killing you. It replaces death.
And that works because Channel is a mana ability, so you can do it at any time.
You know what would have won Alex the game here? Extract.
Spell Pierce? Extract,
Turn 1
yeah.
Extract. Spell Pierce doesn't do it because you can Spell Pierce the Channel. But yeah, a Spell Pierce or Extract, this is a fragile but incredibly fast and powerful combat deck. That
3 Coveted Jewels. That's a lot of red mana. Yeah, if Alex got to tap that island for mana at all, he would have won. But unfortunately, the hand just didn't line up.
Yeah. like a spell pierce would have been great, but like it's also not the turn 2 kill can happen reasonably often. You should expect a turn 3 kill from Heidel, like, but a turn 1 kill is not the norm.
This deck really puts the vintage into budget vintage. I think this is the most vintage feeling deck that we have in the format right
Yeah.
now.
Turn 1 KO is pretty good. We've never had a deck that requires a ban, and part of that is because $30 vintage is popular enough now that if enough of you buy Lich's Mirror, the deck will get a little less consistent.
It's true.
I think it's more likely that Simeon Spirit Guide gets bought enough. Like Simeon Spirit
Well-
Guide and Elvish Spirit Guide are both very undervalued right now.
There are a lot of cards in this deck that have the potential of skyrocketing and making the deck
Yeah.
completely unplayable. Like Transit Mage could go up.
Yeah,
Channel could go up.
skyrocketing in this case is a quarter. Like if
Yeah.
Wish goes up a quarter, if Transit Mage goes up a quarter, this deck self nerfs. But as is, I don't think that the turn 1 kill is quite consistent enough to like a turn 1 kill has to be a big problem. He casts High Tide. Yeah. I'm sorry,
Send the
Alex.
message.
Yes. Gabriel, he didn't want to give his opponent double blue mana.
Got that mana short.
Respond to a High Tide with a mana short is so cruel.
That's very funny. All right, well, that game took 5 minutes.
Yep, you were right. Let's see who else we've got going. Napalm Dredgelord is something I'm interested in. That's the black-white initiative versus control.
Sure, let's hop in there.
You know, I kept checking in on the stream, and it would say mirror, and I thought that it meant you were the same deck.
Oh no, it's much
Yeah.
worse.
Heidel's been on this has been playing very different versions of this for a long time. All right,
Yeah,
so
he's
we
been
hop
working on
in.
the deck for quite a while.
Well, so at first we look at Napalm's board and we see that they have cards in hand to ferry Narset down, and then we realize that they are at 4 life. The black-white mid-range deck is actually probably the best equipped to take down this control deck here.
Yeah, of all the decks in our top 8 right now, I do think Initiative has the best matchup against the control deck.
Yeah.
Just because the control deck has such a difficult time interacting with the Undercity.
Yeah, like this Wrath of the Skies is a complete board wipe against Dredgelord, but then Dredgelord gets to untap and Throne of the Dead 3 fires because Napalm can't take the initiative back. I need to sit back and stop shaking my camera so much, apparently. I didn't realize it was shaking so much. Yeah, sorry, Alex. That was a rough match. Like, Heidel's probably only had the turn 1 kill 3 times today. Alright, so that Wrath of the Skies was big, but now Dredgelord untaps, resolves Throne of the Dead 3. So, like, Napalm is down to 2 cards in hand. They have to play a spell or do something to keep Dredgelord off this win the rest of the match. They're down to 4 life. There's a White Plume Adventurer with Hexproof and as a 6/6.
That'll reset the initiative.
Yep. Back in the entrance.
And it's just lethal if Napalm has nothing to say about it.
Right. Like,
Even if he
Napalm
does, Napalm has at most 2 turns to take back the initiative because Trap is coming.
Yes. Yeah, this is a tough matchup. Initiative specifically. Like, mid-range, usually the control deck would take it over. But, like, even just looking at Dredgelord's list, like, him to Torok is devastating for the control deck. And the one downside of Wrath of the Skies compared to Wrath of God is it goes away for an Inquisition. I like this initiative deck, though. I think this is a very good take on it because we usually see green-white initiative, which is much better in a lot of, like, it's better against discard spells. But in terms of just applying pressure and interacting, black is always going to be better than green.
Yeah, this is the only initiative build that doesn't ramp outside of the mandatory Soul Ring. So they are much more focused on those interactive spells like your Inquisitions and Hymn to Turox.
Yeah. I love that we're seeing some of these weaker initiative spells too out of this deck. Passageway Seer, and then the 4-mana 1/5 initiative card. The initiative is just that strong. So Passageway Seer was big because it takes a whole turn off the clock for Napalm. Napalm has to deal with this White Plume Adventure, but even if their turn is just Wrath of Skies for X equals 4 to wipe the board, then they untap and at the beginning of their upkeep, Trap kills them.
Yeah, so they need both a board wipe and to gain 2 life here.
Yeah.
And I honestly just don't see that happening.
Yeah, the extent to which this mechanic was so clearly designed for Commander is just ridiculous. 5 life isn't that much. They start with 40.
Yeah.
Secret
The fact that it's actively bad in Commander is like such a rub-in because it's the best 1v1 mechanic ever by a lot.
Yeah. 10 cards, like you can miss all of your important creatures looking at just 10 cards.
It's just a 4/1 skeleton. What's the big deal?
Dies to every single sweeper. Why
Yeah.
bother?
You're gonna have 3 opponents attacking you trying to take this.
Just a straight up 7 for 1 every time you go through the dungeon. Yeah, when I first started the format, I actually thought we were going to need a ban on it, but it turns out it just keeps a lot of these crazier combo. Like, it is the kind of value it takes to match up against some of these higher value combo decks.
Yeah, I think the placement of initiative within the format is relatively healthy.
Yeah. And White Plume Adventure is not free. Like, that card is $3-4 now.
No, it's still like $8.
Oh. Why did I pay $3 for all these White Plume Adventures?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They're all extended art foils, that's why. I didn't know that when I bought them. But I'm happy with it. Yeah, I started selling cards, so I've been stockpiling $30 vintage stuff because I will eventually convince my local scene to start doing $30 vintage, and everyone's going to need cards.
All right, so Trap did end up winning that game. Somehow,
their
Napalm was
sideboards.
unable to find both 2 life and a board wipe.
Yeah, they could have had, like, I believe that they had one or the other. Like, this particular deck can't even really Swords of Plowshares its own creatures.
All right, so for initiative in our sideboard, we are working with 4 Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, 3 Leyline of the Void, 2 Mana Tithe, 2 Necromentia, 2 Plague Engineer, and 2 Vanishing Verse.
Yeah, and all Azorius Bane really gets... I mean, they can bring in Dress Downs to stop one initiative creature at a time, and Sanctifier and Vec just to have one more creature in general. But this is going to be pretty tough for the Azorius Bane build. They just have to stop, like, even their counter spells. Like, they've got Absorbs and Spell Pierces, and, like, the sideboard counter spells you'll see in most control matchups will usually short up against some number of other matchups. But here we see 2 Test of Talents, 2 Spell Pierces, and a Dispel, none of which actually counter the most important cards to counter against Dredgelord.
Right.
Like, this is a very strong control deck from Napalm, but the fact that Swords to Plowshares, like, Swords of Plowshares, best removal spell in the game, and the spell Test of Talent, Spell Pierce just don't stop what Napalm needs to stop. But Napalm might just be able to buy, like, if Napalm can buy enough time that the Celestial Colonnades are able to take the initiative back, like, they only have to get the initiative once to keep it. And then if they can get that value, they'll be okay.
Yeah, that's the big downside of playing initiative is that if your opponent is able to take it like with a flying or unblockable creature,
Yeah,
it can be very difficult to get it back because most of the decks that play that sort of thing are also very good at stopping your creatures from getting in.
right. And earlier we saw Dredgelord just get taken apart by the energy deck, simply because the energy deck had so many more flyers. They were just able to take and hold the initiative. There is a rock, paper, scissors aspect here. I think that Dredgelord might struggle a bit against some of the combo decks, but they definitely have enough discard that they can get there.
Yeah, being able to Dark Ritual, Inquisition, Hymn to Turak has always been one of the strongest starts that you could have in this format, even from its inception.
Yeah, I do love a good Dark Ritual deck. All right, here we're getting started. Yeah, and if you're just checking in, and you'll be checking out later. May 24th is our timeless 1K. We'll be settling on the entrance fee soon, but we hope you'll make it. That's another really good dynamic format. Yeah, so Hunter here, so Dredgelord here scraped into the top 8 on Orzhov Initiative, but they played it sharp today. Do you think they bring in Necromentia in this matchup?
I was thinking that probably not, both because it's not stellar in the Blue Eye Control matchup just in general. Like Blue Eye Control is one of those decks where they have several different answers to each of your things. But more specifically for the version that they are up against, because we're open deck list, they know that there's a bunch of like one ofs that will get the job done even outside of the Necromentia.
Yeah.
That said, they could still bring it in just to get rid of the rats before they become a problem. So I guess it's really down to player preference. I personally would not bring them in.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on like it's you have to commit to whatever your tactic here is. So like Dredgelord could commit to just resolving an initiative no matter what. I think that's a fine way to tackle this game. But they could also go after the threats. Like 2 Necromentia and Extirpate and a couple of Mana Tides could, like, if they can hit a Celestial Colonnade with a Necromentia before any colonnades come down, that matters. Like, that's a lot of win conditions. And then you just have to make them discard their Gearhulk or Sailor's Banes.
It's a bit of a rough start for Drudgelord, effectively not getting any access to mana on your first 2 turns because of this tainted field.
Yeah.
It's a little bit rough. I'm not sure what else they're working with in their hand. They do have
There's a ritual.
Dark Ritual, so
that's
could
big.
be something coming. Potentially an initiative creature here. Any of
But
the
they
black
can't
ones
have
are
black
castable
and
right
white.
now.
Yeah.
Well, they don't have
Passageway
access to
Spear.
white mana at all right now.
Oh yeah, they need a swamp. Yeah, white is pretty much a splash here. This is a pretty interesting mana base because they're on all 10 swamps and then 4 Shine Shadow Snarls, 4 Tainted Field, 2 Shambling Vents for white. And the only white cards they're actually playing are Swords to Plowshares, Elite Spellbinder, and the White Plume Adventurer. They're also running Palace Jailer, but I think they're only on 2 copies, and I think that's a concession to the double white.
And then we did just see their best opener, although a couple turns later than they would have preferred. Got the Dark
Yeah.
Ritual into Hinduturak Inquisition to take Swords to Plowshares, Spell Pierce into Fairy.
Yes, and they do know the hand, so they can probably safely, like their goal is probably to safely resolve an initiative creature here. They are only on 3 mana, no white. Building a mana base around Tainted Field is very clever to me.
I have tried to build around these tainted lands before, specifically the blue-black one, and they can be very tricky, as we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Because none of the other good dual lands in this format are typed. We do have the Tango lands, but they're just as slow.
Yeah.
You will really struggle to get that swamp.
Yeah, and we do have like blue black at least has access to the blue black, the one that is untapped with basics. But white black enemy colors, they don't have that. They don't have any of the cycle of untapped if you have 2 basics.
So there's a White Plume Adventure here, going to start up the initiative, although we are racing this to Fairy. The White Plume Adventure, probably not long for this world, getting sent back to hand this turn.
I don't think he wants to bounce the White Plume Adventure just because it's another free initiative. Like, it accelerates the initiative another turn. You could bounce it. I think you probably bounce it after the forge resolves, after you put 2 counters on it. That's assuming you have a different way to handle it. I was wrong. You just bounced it.
Well, if you wait, it can attack, which is like the big thing.
I mean,
Because of the way that the Undercity works, you're really only taking damage from Trap and Throne of the Dead 3. So if you can deal with the creatures in that interim time,
mhm.
you will have a much better chance of surviving long enough to deal with the card advantage that the initiative provides you.
I see. So here's an Inquisition. I feel like if they reveal the hand, we should get to see it as spectators.
You would think that, right? But then you could just like spectate your own match with a second account.
Oh, that's a level of cheating that I had not considered. All right, so Inquisition taking Logic Knot means that the recast of the White Plume will probably resolve. And I think it was fair to assume that your opponent drew a counter spell if they were willing to bounce it so easily. Hey, there's those dress downs I was talking about. So all this does is take away the trigger, but that matters a lot right now.
Yeah, that's the only reason you're casting it.
Yeah.
So do we think that we're bouncing with the fairy, or are we letting that sit around? Like, how valuable are the instants from the initiative deck? Personally, I'm bouncing here.
I'm just the thing is only Swords to Plowshares, which has been sided out, and Manatithe, but I don't think you bring Manatithe in here.
Looks like Napalm agrees. He's bouncing the White Plume with the Teferi as well. Just draw that extra card, buy a little bit more time.
Yeah. Are there any sorceries that Napalm really wants to cast at sorcery speed? Like, outcarding the initiative is not an easy thing.
All right, moving into Trap, taking Napalm down to 15. See what else Dredgelord has in store. Shockingly, we've got more initiative creatures underway.
This one's a common.
Yeah, this one is
This is a 4-mana 1/5 with almost no
Pauper,
other
I believe.
Yeah. This is why we need teams of Magic players talking to each other to design our cards.
I mean, to be fair, everyone who does design Magic cards today was a Magic player like 10 years ago, before the strong cards were printed. All the Storm Dragons getting in there. That's a 3-turn clock right now.
Yes, and it takes the initiative, which is huge. All Dredgelord wants is this Throne of the Dead 3 to fire. But I'll need a fresh initiative creature for that.
Forgot about Ward.
Yeah, it happens. There is
not
Ward
where we
3
want to
on
be
that
when we're
card.
top 8ing.
It's okay. Mistakes happen.
Hit him with the oops in
it's not going to matter if the initiative is good enough. Yeah, there are no oops emotes on MTGO. That's the only reason to play Arena over MTGO.
No, you see, that was just a next level play to get Napalm to lower their defenses. Because now they've got 3 more initiative creatures in hand. All right, Napalm takes the initiative, finds a plains, and now we are back to Dredgelord, who is... Looks like we are casting that White Plume Adventure again. Take back the initiative, hit up the Throne of the Dead 3.
I mean, Throne can whiff. Throne can whiff.
It could. I don't think it's going to, but it definitely could. 10 is a lot.
10 is a lot. And
That's
let's see,
10% of your commander deck.
there are also 10 non-lands in play.
I see White Plume Adventure among the cards named, and that's one we're taking, which will put us back into the Undercity again because this is just the best design mechanic of all time.
I have not seen Dredgelord cast a white Palace Jailer yet. I have seen him Throne of the Dead 3 it a lot. And he also, I just realized that part one of the Secret Entrance gets the second white source most of the time. So maybe
Yeah,
double
yeah.
white Palace Jailer is fine.
That's something you do in most of the versions of Initiative is like you will use your spirit guides to jam out your dude and then use the first room to find the color that you're missing that was provided by the spirit guides.
I wonder if I wonder if Abzan Initiative is good enough. Can you do this 3 colors, 4 colors?
Probably not, just because most 3-color strategies are pretty bad in this format unless they're backed up by like a ton of decent lands.
Yeah, or snow and
Yeah, I think it's relatively underexplored territory, but there's also not a lot of incentive to, just because the 2-color variants are already so good.
yes, this is true. Yeah, I guess green mostly just gives you mana acceleration, and you get that from Dark Ritual and black. I really did want to see the wow. So the Boros bounce deck and the Mono Blue Cloud Post deck both were X2, but neither of them had the breakers to top 8. I think those decks both could have done it here.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. I think those are 2 of my favorite decks that we had in the field today.
Lots of cool decks today. This is a great format, everybody. Make sure you check it out. I loved the Mono Blue Post deck. I played that in Standard. It was very bad in Standard. You didn't have any maps. You just had Cloud Posts. Wow, Trespasser is like a clock here, and it's not nothing that it just exiles cards from the graveyard as it goes.
Yeah, you take all of the best Gearhulk targets. Take all the swords to plowshares.
Yeah, you get rid of the Gearhulk targets and then slowly whittle down the Treasure Cruise Dig Through Time delves. There's a treasure, and it is now day. So now so this is a deck that needs to track the Monarchy, the Initiative, and Day Night. I don't know if I'd play this deck in paper. Or I'd at least cut Graveyard Trespasser to play this deck in paper.
Yeah, I've never put Graveyard Trespasser in any black deck just because it's not worth my mental energy.
You gotta just put in 1 and then run on Earth so it matters again in 25 turns.
This is truly the deck with the worst mechanics ever designed of all time. Undercity and the Day Night token right next to each other.
Is there a playable ring? I mean, this deck could run Samwise. Samwise is a good card in this deck. X equals 5.
5 is bigger than 3.
Yes,
tell you that
but
much.
this is a good, like, they only have to spend the 3, but it's a good way to try and guess what's left in the hand and why they needed exactly 2 mana left. Because, like, this is a 1 card in hand. That tells us it's probably a 2 mana counter spell. It's probably not a lose focus just because there's no kicker available.
Oh, interesting. Dredgelord went down the right side of the Undercity, which isn't something we normally see. So instead of getting the counters and trap and the card, they end up scrying, getting a treasure, and making a 4/1.
So that was prescient of them because they knew, like, they were forcing Napalm to wipe the board this turn. Like, they were just trying to make it so that they had the most effective board refill immediately following a Wrath of the Skies. That was good thinking. Because, like, I know it's tempting to just always drain them 5. But this forces them to have Wrath of the Skies after Wrath of the Skies after Wrath of the Skies. And I think that they even managed, like, it's possible that they didn't want to replay the initiative and trigger the final chapter of the initiative this turn until they saw that their opponent kept up blue, because they are assuming that their opponent had the counterspell. This is 13 damage coming in next turn.
It's quite a bit. And if they have an initiative, was the initiative taken? No, they just ended. All right, so it looks like Hall of Storm Giants is going to attempt to get in here. I don't know if we're trying to trade or
Do you
not.
double block here?
I kind of low-key double block. Get the trade Trespasser and the skeleton in front of it. So you can start gaining life with your lifelinker.
So I think I do Passageway Seer skeleton token, just because I don't want them to be able to get rid of my Trespasser with fewer than 2 cards. Like, I am assuming that my opponent has the Swords to Plowshares here, which is the worst case scenario.
Okay, sure.
Like,
so do you block with all 3 then in that case?
No, I think I block with the Seer and the Skeleton token, because then if my opponent does have the Swords to Plowshares, it's a little less... Like, I'm not going all... I'm hedging my bets here. Because, like, the best case scenario is that they don't have any interaction here, and you block with Trespasser Passageway Seer, and you get to trade just one of your creatures for a Hall of the Storm Giants. And this way, you're giving up 2 creatures no matter what, but you're either giving them up for a Hall or a Swords, and you get to keep your biggest threat. Ooh, no spells were cast. So we're at a 7/7 that attacks for 9.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's solid.
Probably going to play another initiative creature this turn with 4 cards in hand, so we get to forge on it as well.
Yeah, I think there is a known land in hand from the secret entrance. And I don't think they played a land this turn. Let me check. They did. They played a land. So 2 unknown cards.
Ooh, spread the damage out a little bit. Put the counters on the Passageway Seer instead. I think it's probably good to diversify your threats here a little bit. I think the Graveyard Glutton's enough to get in there on its own.
So I love... So there's the discourse in the server right now. Tyrant says he takes it. Rusty says he takes it because he's winning the race. Like, do you try to race this here? Because I would have... The initiative does let me hold value, but I really don't want to give my opponent the initiative for that.
Well, I think that because you have a lifelink creature, it is entirely possible to race. Especially, I don't know if they top decked it or not, but the second Passageway Seer does mean that they would have had 7 lifelinking power had they not traded there.
Yeah.
But I also think that it's fine to eliminate your opponent's sources of taking the initiative back, especially considering that you have this giant Graveyard Trespasser.
Yeah, so like it comes down there to how afraid you are of your opponent having the initiative. And I am terrified of anyone other than me having the initiative. But like, it's possible that it was correct to just try that race. All right, so I think... Is Machiavel our event?
No, I know Alien Workshop is a actual vintage enjoyer, so
this is real vintage that they are playing. All right, so I think that is it for the top 8. We are switching commentary, or right?
Yes, I am stepping out. Rusty's coming back in for the last 2 rounds. What are our matchups looking like?
1 sec. Let me go ahead and pair this round, and we will get into that. Hold up. Matches, quarterfinals. It looks like Pat and Hunter. That was who we were just watching, right?
Yes.
And then that was initiative. Okay. So they got a report, and then we will be able to play the next round. I mean, we
Lovely.
did just watch, so I don't mind doing it. All right. That was 2-0 to our 8th seed, right? Hunter was Dredgelord.
Yes.
I guess I'm not supposed to report. I'm not a judge. I can report. All right, they reported already.
Lovely.
Okay, let's go ahead and pair this round. So we have our top 4. It is Hunter and Heidel. Hunter and oh, don't start yet. I need to send out our messages. So we're gonna take a 2-minute break while I talk to our top 4 and Rusty, and we grab Rusty. Can you go ahead and get him for me?
Yeah. Looks like he's
Turbo?
all ready to
Yep.
go.
Oh, great. I'm not looking at
So-
that. All right, and I need to
Yep.
message some people, so give me just a moment.
All
Don't
right.
start yet, everybody. I need to talk to everybody first. Okay, Heidel. Need to talk to Tremor. Joshua. Jared. $450. All right, there will not be a split. You are playing for the normal prizes. Is Rusty in here?
Yes.
Are we still on the BRB screen? I'm going to get some water.
I don't know.
Let me check our stream. We are not. All right, let me get some water. We'll be fine. I'll be right back, and then we'll go ahead and start this top 4.
Cool.
I think that Heidel versus Hunter comes down to the play. So like, can Heidel Dark Ritual him before, or can Hunter Dark Ritual him before Heidel wins the game on turn one?
And that's hard, right? Because we've seen Spell
Mhm.
Pierce decks. I think he's played against a Commandeer deck or two. Um, classic Hand Hate Disruption is not so good because there's 8 Cascaders, right? And
Mhm.
it's hard to hit all of them. So I'm not super confident in Black White Initiative's ability to interact with this.
Mhm.
And their clock's not that fast. He could take some time and like actually put some lands into play. Like he doesn't have to have a turn 1 hand.
Yes. And like it does have to be like he can recover. He can still win off the top. The initiative deck is all about can it buy enough time. On the other hand, Heidel can never take the initiative. Like
That is true.
so it's not about our initiative players' ability to win the game and very quickly. It's about their ability to buy enough time. So like him doesn't have to end the game like it would against some combo decks. It just has to buy a turn or two. All right, it looks like they're both going, and we're going to go ahead and jump over to Spirits versus High Tide, which hang on, I need to talk to Spirits and High Tide.
Yeah, they started the match and then someone conceded the game before anything happened. I think they might have
Um,
done something goofy.
yeah, they started the match, but there was they didn't. I'm sorry, Heidel. Do you have questions? Oh,
Oh, okay.
we can check that. All right, yes, great, thank you. But we need to talk to Scrocious and all right, never mind. Scrocious and Earterms are in the game. We're gonna go ahead and pull that up.
Yeah, so we talked about the other one. This is Spirits versus High Tide.
Yes,
Both mono blue decks. What do you think about this one?
I think it's pretty interesting. So Spirits has so many cards. Like it's a tempo deck. It's not comes down to buying turns again. So being able
Sure,
to put
right.
Curiosity onto your 1/1 Spirit, draw a card every turn is great against some decks. Against this one, you actually value your Mausoleum Geist for its ability to sacrifice a counter a spell. So like a
Yeah,
good High Tide player might not necessarily go for it if there's any mana up.
it's hard, right?
Right.
And I believe the Spirits deck, they are on a lot of permission, right?
Right.
4 counterspell, 4 days, 4 Geistlight Snare.
Yeah, the Geistlight snares are huge in this matchup. Like the amount of 1 mana interaction available is a problem.
Did I lose?
This is going to be a really interesting one. I'm going to go ahead and pull up their lists really quick. So
Yeah, that's what I'm
this
doing.
is the first and second seed.
Yeah, and so this High Tide list, I'm just looking at it for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty classic. There are 3 Bond of Insights, which is a little high.
It does
Just
give it
for
a lot more late game staying power. We saw that in some of
Brainstorm,
Alex's matches.
a main board repeal, 2 Expansion Explosions,
Mm-hmm.
2 Founding the Third Path, and they're on a Kahira. So there's no Lutri Bond of Insight loops, but I believe there's an Expansion Explosion Bond of Insight loop. Is that right?
Right. So what I'm surprised here is this specific style, like Brainstorm, Counterspell, Dig Through Time, Drown in Dreams, that we usually see that in the Gifts Ungiven builds. But there's no Gifts Ungiven.
Yeah, it's also interesting seeing the 1 Counterspell main. 1 Counterspell, 2 Memory Lapse, 4 Remand. So it's almost like this wants to
Yeah.
be a little bit more interactive. It feels like it's geared for the long game.
Mhm.
And there's one of those remands that we were talking about. Now
Yeah,
this is on the
this is
High Tide player's end step.
yes, which is not
But
where High Tide really wants to be, but
no, but if Spirits is going to play an instant speed game, it's probably good to spend your mana there and just keep the cards
mhm.
flowing. Mausoleum Wanderer chipping for a bit, and like you talked about, the ability to sacrifice this is actually really a big deal, right?
Yeah, just that
You,
one extra mana of tax is huge.
yeah, you can lord it up with a Supreme Phantom or by throwing a Curious Obsession on it.
This is a
And you don't actually
very
even have to.
skill intensive matchup.
Yeah, you don't always even have to fully counter the spell, right? You can
Right.
use it to like when the High Tide hits the stack, you can make them pay 2 more, which taps down basically 4 mana worth of islands, and then your soft permission is going to be better post High
Yeah.
Tide.
And like every single mana will matter from the High Tide player. Like I would be surprised if High Tide, like the Lorien Revealed is big in this matchup just because extra lands is very important.
Yeah, and I gotta be
Super
honest,
hand.
these remands are definitely not at their best here, but you've kind of
Yeah.
prevented like 4 or 6 damage and like bought some time to put islands into play, which is kind of
Right.
what you want to do, especially against a deck that has so many dazes and other soft counters.
Yeah, your mana is so important in this matchup. Like,
I,
and
I
that's
actually think
not
the
the norm.
remands might be really good for this matchup, just to buy
Yes.
some time.
Yeah, like you need to buy some time. You need to be like, there's gonna be a lot of situations where your opponents, like if your opponent sacrifices a Mausoleum Wanderer to counter your High Tide unless you pay 3, being able to remand your own High Tide becomes really valuable.
Yeah, that's fantastic as well.
I love remand.
And
What
remand's a
a
great card.
magic card.
There are 3 turnabouts as well, which can
Mhm.
tap down the spirits player, or they can be a fog for the creatures, right?
Right.
Um,
I like this trend of more interactive High Tide decks that we've seen, like especially with like cards like Solve the Equation have gotten a lot more expensive. So we've had more interactive versions of the deck.
right, you're kind of forced to slow it down a little bit, and you're not trying to go off at the first possible opportunity. You're willing to take a little bit more time, put your basic lands into play, and then go from there.
Right. And
I'm
we saw
curious if we'll.
Alex.
Sorry, go ahead.
We saw Alex playing earlier with in his gifts build. He was running into very similar problems. Actually, I think also against the Spirits deck, but being able to play Bond of Insight as a late game just full recover.
Oh, hey, here's
mattered
this
so much.
turnabout that we talked about with mana up for days.
Okay.
So this is kind of checking for like soft permission. Sure.
There's a Geistlight Snare.
Now
And you do Scrocious not having the curiosities here to keep their cards flowing is making a big difference because it means that Ear Terms gets to play card for card, try to run him out of interaction.
yeah, and there's kind of 2 ways you can look at it here, right? One is that he traded a turnabout for a counterspell, but he's also now ahead on mana. He's starting with 2 of his opponent's islands tapped down. That does mean this is a slightly above average time to go off.
Yeah.
He's not quite on a 2-turn clock, but he very well could be with a flash creature or a Supreme
or any
Phantom.
Lord. Yeah.
Yeah. Scrooge is down to 2 cards. If you have a relatively comfortable hand, I could see going for it, but you could probably wait another turn. He just won't be tapped down 2 mana. It's hard to say because, like you said, the Spirits player is pretty low on cards right now. I mean, they have 3 creatures committed to the board. One is a Mausoleum Wanderer. Let's not lose track of that.
Yeah, like the 8 Curiosities are huge. I don't know if do they run Spectral Sailor?
I don't think. Oh, they do. Okay.
They're on 4 Spectral Sailor, 2 Shacklegeist, and Hydroelectric Specimen. Love Hydroelectric Specimen.
So here we're trying it again.
Okay. There's the counter spell.
That's a hard counter spell.
Yeah, it is.
You don't use hard counterspell if you have Geistlight Snare in that situation.
I think that's true. Like you want to be spending less mana where you can.
And there's
a mental misstep in this deck.
Yeah, so there's 5 power in play. A Lord obviously kills. Any Spirit and a Curious Obsession kills.
Yeah.
Do you feel like Ears is forced into trying it here? We don't know what their hand is like.
Yeah, it really like. It's probably even a tough decision for them if they're holding a couple snaps. Like,
yeah,
they have to decide whether to try to go off with them or try to survive with them.
Right, and I mean, if what you're worried about is a Lord coming down and you have like a snap or 2 snaps in your hand, you could wait another draw step. It seems like they're not confident in their hand, so it's probably not a slam dunk, especially if they're expecting probably 1 piece of interaction at least.
I think this is a really good, a way you can tell that Ear Terms is a very good High Tide player is the 30 seconds he just took there to think.
Yep,
you got to stop and think to play that deck well.
It's very committal. Putting a High Tide in the stack is serious.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you have a Remand, maybe you Remand your own High Tide just to get ahead here. I think the chances of Scrocious killing on the next turn are looking pretty small.
Yeah, I mean, he can just top deck here, but if I'm holding it, if I have remand snap, I'm remanding my high tide here and then passing.
Yeah.
Unless I have remand snap Cloud of Fairies.
Yeah, then it's a different situation, right?
Yeah. Like that their hand could be so many different things because they've spent so much time crafting it.
Yeah, right. We saw some cantripping with the remands. A preordain got cast. No tutors because I don't think we're on any solves. There is a
Yeah.
merchant scroll, I believe.
Yeah, Merchant Scroll is a
Oh.
like they got it. Merchant Scroll. They submitted this early enough, but it's gone up like $11 in the past 2 days.
Wow.
So this is gonna be the last high tide with Merchant Scroll for a while.
That's fair. Yeah, it's kind of a flex slot. Dude points out there's actually no snaps in this high tide list, and there's also no Cloud of Fairies.
Wild.
We probably yeah, you're right.
I didn't register that at all.
No, yeah, we kind of missed that one. So we do see the remand that we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So that means they're really relying on frantic searches and turnabouts to generate mana.
Yeah, but they've got a lot more. They've got 2 expansion explosions and 3 bond of insight. So that does drastically. It makes it so much more difficult for them to go off fast. But the control cards that they gain for that are great.
Yeah, no snap, no cloud is interesting to me. Then they're down 2 turnabouts. Keep that in mind.
Mm.
So the chances of their Mind's Desire netting them mana with an untapper is pretty low, even if they get to do it. Right? They're down to 4 snaps in a turnabout.
That's very interesting.
The remand, I don't see a target. Oh, my Moto crashed. Sorry.
Well, so this remand is targeting the counters, or I can't tell whether it's targeting. Cast remand targeting high tide. They are targeting their own high tide with the remand.
Okay, that's good if they don't die on the next turn.
Scrocious is really thinking hard about if they want a Mausoleum Wanderer here. Because tapping them out means that it consumes 2 mana.
Is that Daze as the last card from Spirits?
Yes. They cast Daze targeting high tide, and then in response to the remand. So if they pay the 1 for the remand, Mausoleum Wanderer. If they pay the 1 for the Daze, Mausoleum Wanderer targets the high tide and then counters it all the way, which means the remand will fizzle and not draw a card.
Oh, huh. I'm getting back into it now, so I'll have a little bit better idea.
This is a wild, like, what a difficult counterspell chain. I haven't seen a counterspell chain this with actual. You never have multiple options for what you counter. And it looks like he's declined to pay the mana for the Daze.
So he. He drew a card with remand. Yeah, I kind of missed that because of the Moto crash, unfortunately.
Okay, so he does. So remand did resolve. He did pay the mana for the Daze.
So I guess my question is: High Tide back in Ears' hand? That's my main question.
It looks like High Tide is back in Ears' hand.
High Tide did not get exiled, so he's cruising and he's pondering here. I got to be honest. I think Scrocious needs to get it done on this next turn. And what does that look like?
Scrocious knows that. So any spirit won't do it. He needs to either have 2 spirits, play Tapan the Wanderer twice, but one of the known cards in hand is Island. So it has to be exactly Supreme Phantom off the top.
Oh,
Curious Obsession on Wanderer is pretty good here because it draws the card.
Right, we're just not going to close the door here. And it makes the Mausoleum Wanderer 2 power, so you can sack that on the high tide at the start of Ears combo turn. This draw of Curious Obsession matters a lot.
It does. We really saw how much of a job that the Curiosities do in this matchup, like in this deck.
Oh man, 1 card short, right? So or 1 card down too deep on that Phantom.
Yeah, I think he really wanted to Phantom on his opponent's upkeep.
Oh, does he have Flash right now?
Yes, Rattle Chains gives all spirits Flash.
The problem with that is he could high tide in response. So I think he might sack the Wanderer right here, right? It doesn't get better.
So the land mattered here. So yeah, you have to do it here, and then hope that they don't have the frantic search, but they probably have the frantic search.
3 lands after a high tide is still a lot of lands. I would be
Yes, it
shocked if
is.
Ears doesn't go off here. This is game 1, Evdog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been a really good game.
Dude, if he waited till draw step, you probably didn't hear me say this, but if he flashed in the Phantom, then Ears could high tide with the Phantom on the stack.
Yes,
You're
I think you're
gonna-
right.
You're going to end up with 1 power less in that situation, I believe.
Yeah, if you let your opponent high tide in response. I mean, you could do it in response to the high tide.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah,
also
right.
dangerous. That's a different kind of dangerous. But if you doing it in
second
response to the
high
high,
tide-
I think you had to do that if you assume your opponent's on the frantic search.
Yeah, turnabout. So we just need a payoff. We have all the mana in the world. There's 21 more in the lands right now.
He's not guaranteed to have the payoff right now. Also,
No, but with
Like-
3 Bond of Insights,
yeah,
his deck has a lot of gas.
it's true.
But you do have to have the right card. There's a reason we play the game, so let's see it.
Yeah, I think you make your opponent.
I think so. Drown, draw 15 with 8 mana up. That's got to be it.
Yeah,
That's 2 more high tides.
I haven't seen Drown in Dreams before. Is that better than Blue Sun Zenith?
It's nice that it can mill your opponent. I don't
So-
really think so, but
Okay, I like it with the Lutri build because earlier we saw Alex Blue Sun Zenith for X equals 30 copy it with a Lutri, and if you're worried about your opponent having the Commandeer or free counterspell for the second Drown in Dreams off those first 30 cards, then being able to mill them X cards and then copy that is also pretty good.
yeah, and so here's the Bond expansion loop, right? So you
Yes.
put Bond on the stack, then you use Expansion Explosion to copy it. You resolve the copy with, and I'm talking this through for my own benefit. So now you pick up your expansion, you
Mhm.
turn about yourself because you pick that up, and now you have expansion again. Is that right?
Yes, as long because the copy will always resolve first.
Oh, because the expansion's in the graveyard and the copy's on the stack.
Right. So the copy can pick
Wow.
up the expansion explosion. And I guess they can't ever
Mm.
make red here. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you mill yourself out and you always pick up expansion explosion and
Turn
something
about.
else you need. Usually turnabout or I've seen frantic search. There's not a bad
Yeah.
there's not a bad answer here. You just need to make sure
Right.
you're netting enough mana that the Blue Sun Zenith or whatnot will get the kill.
Right, and you can actually, so we're gonna mill them out with Bond of Insight. So we actually don't even need to have like another spell. We can just mill both decks and then pass the turn theoretically. All right, so that's game 1 going to Spirits.
Okay. Or it's High Tide. High Tide got it.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Been a long day.
So, yes, it has. So, Spirits has a lot that they can bring in here. Test of Talents is the big one, but I think you definitely not having Cloud of Fairies means that there's even fewer things a lot of decks can do against you. But like Test
Yeah.
of Talents, Spell Pierce for sure. Then
Mystical Dispute potentially.
I think you definitely want. I think you just want every piece of interaction available. So Mystic Dispute, Test of Talents, Spell Pierce. I don't know what you take out though. Maybe Daze. Daze might just not be good enough.
I was gonna ask about that, but it seems crazy to cut your dazes on the draw, right?
Yeah, on the play, I think you can cut the Dazes. Like, I don't think. All right, so it's more about what you can take out than what you can bring in. So you want 2 Tests of Talents. Do you want Ravenous Trap?
No, I don't think so.
So Ravenous Trap does give you a piece of 0 mana interaction. You can respond to the expansion. So expansion hits Bond of Insight,
Mhm.
then you Ravenous Trap.
And you catch the expansion.
Yes.
But the
So-
problem is they would still have a copy of Bond of Insight to resolve and the original Bond of Insight. I guess
So the copy resolves mills 4, and the fresh one resolves mills 4. So it just makes it more difficult. I don't know if it's actually worth it though.
right, it means you're not getting infinite comboed, but I still feel like if you get to that point in the combo turn, I feel like they can manual storm you
Mhm.
unless they're really dependent on doing that. Let me take a look at their list.
what comes out? Slip out the back, and probably two of the Shacklegeist, but I don't think you can afford to cut more bodies than that.
Yeah, Shacklegeist feels like the worst one in this matchup.
Yeah, slip out the back to Shacklegeist.
It-
Metal Misstep's still really good.
I don't know if you can cut Hydroelectric Specimen because it's a land.
Yeah.
Spectral Adversary is a flash threat. I don't.
So that brings in 2 Tests of Talents and 1 Spell Pierce. I think you do end up cutting Geistlight Snare, 2 copies of it for Mystical Dispute straight up. Like, it's just strictly better.
Yeah, because it'll always be. That's true.
Yeah.
And if you told me that maybe you keep Days in on the play, but on the draw, you switch the Dazes for something that works better in a long game. Because here's the thing, right? High Tide can play a long game. They had what,
Yes.
seven lands in play.
Like, so it ends up being what's better, Daze or Geistlight Snare. I think on the play, I would rather have the Geistlight Snare, and on the draw, I would rather have the Dazes.
That's reasonable to me. I'm curious. Maybe we'll ask Scrocious at the end of this what they did. But yeah, okay. So that was a really close game. Again, if that Supreme Phantom had been 1 card higher, then Spirits would have taken that game.
Yes, that was pretty good. Like, it came down to 1 turn. I wonder if you could have played. I think you wanted to. I think we were both wrong, and you wanted to Supreme Phantom in response to the High Tide. I think, and that's only because it took them off of the ability to frantic search afterwards.
That's probably reasonable. Yeah, and it would be slightly better. So
yeah, I mean, ear terms still probably had it if they already had the Bond of Insight in hand.
Now it's a turn 2 Mausoleum Wanderer.
Yeah. He must have drawn it.
Is tapping out for that Curiosity there odd?
No, I think you assume that this particular build can't do it turn 2.
Yeah, you're right, because without Snap Cloud of Fairies. Also, with the number of remands that Ears has, you probably do want to just get it down.
Yeah. Soul Ring. They had room for the Soul Ring.
So Sol Ring is going to be mana to cast. The Sol Ring doesn't actually spend mana on very much in this deck. So you can cast like a setup, Bond of Insight, or Lorien Revealed.
Yes, I think it's worth it for the Bonds of Insight, but generally it doesn't cast a lot of the spells.
Helps with some of your counter magic, Turnabout, Drown in Dreams, and Dig Through Time.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think
that makes sense.
Spell Pierce, but pay for it, huh? That's a tough one. Now you got to think if your opponent's
you can side this in against Spell Pierce. I like that.
If your opponent is spell piercing you here, do you think they're trying to get you to tap out so they can kill you on their turn? Like, it's really scary to pay into the spell pierce.
It is, but again, I don't know that this particular build can do that.
Yeah, right. Because even with the Sol Ring, it's not extra lands, and they're really relying on the turnabouts to generate a lot of mana, which do really want you to be on 4 to 5 islands, right?
Yeah, like if it weren't specifically Mausoleum Wanderer as the creature I was targeting, I would I would not pay. Like I would let the counter spell happen. But because it's Mausoleum Wanderer, I think that stops them from double high tiding for lethal here.
By Kahira, I guess Sol Ring does that as well.
Yeah.
So we didn't really talk about the cards High Tide was bringing in. They have 4 Spell Pierces, which we're starting to see. 2 Repeal, which is reasonable. 1 Echoing Truth, and 2 Unable to Scream.
So I generally think that Mono Blue Spirits is better in this particular meta, but we are feeling the lack of Lords in this matchup because like the Spirits deck can buy the time it needs the kill, but it needs more power to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and not getting one of these Curiosities to stick is tough. Those Spell Pierces being found so early in the game in the top 10 cards, I think was really good for Ears.
Mm-hmm.
Now, having Rattle Chains online is good. It means we can keep developing while holding up interaction.
Yeah. It's just such a good card. Like being able to like the only cards now that in the deck that have to be played on Scroach's own turn are curiosities. Well,
Yeah,
for
this
Curious
looks like it might be
Obsessions.
this is just a value bond of insight.
Yeah, I think that's kind of great. Like even just picking up 2 Spell Pierces feels pretty good here. And if
Yeah,
you're only running 1 Bond of Insight, you never get to value Bond of Insight.
and like you talked about, the Sol Ring being able to spend into the bond of insight is really really nice.
Yes.
It feels like you're way ahead here, and that's a Geistlight Snare. Third Spell Pierce. You can't even
Taking this
Moz
matchup.
Wanderer here. If he has a 1-drop like another Mausoleum Wanderer or a Spectral Sailor, he could get the Mausoleum Wanderer big enough, but I will say the Spirits deck has been on the wrong side of the Spell Pierces today.
It has. I feel like it's gotten to do so little taxing here.
Yeah.
That's what it does best.
So Bond of Insight, Preordain, and Repeal are the additional targets revealed. And he picks up Preordained Spell Pierce and has 3 unknowns here.
Just as a quick aside, our other top 4 match, Regiloid versus Heidel, it looks like Heidel was just completely blown out by Manatide on channel with Leyline of the Void in play.
Wow.
That's what it took.
Was that the match or was that just game 2?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I just peeked in. And then Necromantia has exiled Lelia the Blade Reforged.
Oh, wow. Huh.
Yeah, I just keep an eye on it. It's fun to peek in.
Yeah. Now he scries 1 top, 1 bottom, draws with Preordain there. It does not feel great for Spirits over here. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's possible that your terms is just holding 5 islands. I don't think it's very likely, but it's possible.
Right. And maybe Scrotius has double hard counterspell. But man, this clock, not very fast. It's a 6-turn clock right now.
Yeah, but one Supreme Phantom does dial it up.
Yeah.
I think Scrotius really needed to resolve a Curiosity this game and last game.
Yeah, the deck looks really different when you're not drawing 2 cards a turn.
It's true. So many.
And I wonder, because he chose not to pay for that Spell Pierce on the second Curiosity, right?
Right. And
I would have a hard.
Yeah.
Is really scary because when your opponent Spell Pierces when you have the mana up, you feel like they're like next leveling you.
I mean, they are, whether you pay for it or not, they are next leveling you.
Yeah, right. Like it's easy to cast the Spell Pierce when it gets the job done.
Yeah.
It's crazy to cast it when it's not doing it. So yeah, you definitely feel like your opponent's up to something.
Miscast is like $3 apparently.
I think $1.70 maybe.
Yeah. Like I just didn't realize it was so expensive. And then
it's weird, yeah.
Our $6 mental misstep over here in Spirits.
It's so funny. Like some decks are like scrimping to stay below 30. Then other decks are just like $22 decks, and they're like, I don't know, I'll buy something nice.
Yeah, I'll squeeze in that misstep.
And you know, part of what's so good about the Sol Ring, and you know, maybe I was a bit of a hater earlier. If your opponent has a lot of loose focuses or Geistlight Snares, it is just insurance. I think Thane said it's also insurance against the Mausoleum Wanderer attacks. Pays for dazes if they're still in, Spell Pierces. So it is almost like it's almost like an anti-counter magic card, the same way that like Defense Grid would be. I know that sounds crazy to say, but
it makes sense.
It's really weird to say Sol Ring is like Defense Grid.
Yeah.
This helps a lot.
Yes, it does. Like that clock is what we need here.
Now, Scrotius didn't cast that before attacking because he wanted to represent maybe a strong hand of counter magic.
Yeah, I think even if you really want that damage, representing instance is important here.
Right, like I think if you go down to one card in hand, 2 mana up, your high tide opponent is just gonna get after it.
Yeah.
But that helps. That added 3 more power to his clock, so it doubled the clock. And next turn, if we can play another creature or trigger Mausoleum Wanderer, or play a Curious Obsession, we have lethal. But again, our
It's
opponent.
exactly the same situation as last time.
Problem is, the opponent has 8 cards in hand, and
That's so many cards.
we need double like actual factual counterspell here, I think.
Yeah. I mean, we
And
could
we've
have
done
it,
no cantripping and no drawing of cards.
but we also haven't used any counter spells.
Now, yeah, Sol Ring just negates the Mausoleum Wanderer.
Yeah.
Rattle Chains buff up my Mausoleum Wanderer.
Like, you just need enough taxing here. Rattle Chains Phantom is lethal. So if this last card is a counter spell, all you have to do is pull them off this for 1 turn. 1 turn is all Scotius needs to buy here.
Yeah, the Mausoleum Wanderer is no longer needed for lethal. And it will be 3 power, so same thing. If, post High Tide, he'll have 3 islands up. If Scrocious' last card is Counterspell, maybe even Spell Pierce could be okay. It's tough to say.
I mean, Spell Pierce might be enough tax.
Because then you're taxing 5 mana here out of a possible 6. That's not bad. I think you must sack the Wanderer. I think. The Wanderer is not required for lethal, and I think you do need to tap your opponent down. They have a lot of cards. Maybe they have like another Wanderer and they're trying to decide if they should cast another Spirit here.
I think
Maybe
if
they
you
have
a counter spell, you cast it. I don't think it's another
Isolate
Wanderer,
Snare.
All right.
That's big.
Okay.
Okay, so we have 6 mana of tax against 6 mana. Spell Pierce to get a discount.
Snare. Then Wanderer pulls another 3 mana out of them, which means they have exactly enough to net a mana on a Frantic Search.
Right, so Frantic Search or Turnabout, and the world is theirs. It's really unfortunate that we weren't able to keep them off Turnabout, if that is
1
their
mana
untapper.
short.
So I feel like if Ears is going for it, he must have Frantic or Turnabout, right?
Yeah. All right, Mausoleum Wanderer targeted the High Tide as well.
Yep, and Sol Ring Island.
That is the 4th Spell Pierce.
Drawing 4 Spell Pierces in the top. I mean, now it's 22 cards. There were 3 in the top 10.
Oh, it's only 3 Spell Pierce. They picked one up with Bond.
Yep, you're right. That's what we keep you around. Yeah, it's looking dire for Spirits here.
I mean, he might just not have it. Ear Terms isn't guaranteed to have it here.
That is true. Right. And High Tide does have a fizzle rate. We don't know. And I think our players are being very careful here and making sure to consider all their options. Ears seems like a really diligent player. This is not the Ears that we know that's played in the Peasant tournaments before, right?
Different Ears.
Another Ears. Lots of Ears in the world. Lots of hearing to do.
Truth.
Wait, did my moto crash? No, it didn't. Okay, we're still on this stack.
Yes, they're thinking
it's a good stack.
This is tough. Yeah, tough turn.
Yeah, and I wonder maybe he was thinking about letting this High Tide go. Seems maybe there's another High Tide, and he's thinking about like playing his High Tide first, and then using that mana to pay for the Spell Pierce on the Wanderer. Huh? They just didn't have it.
We spent so long trying to figure out what they have, and the answer
No.
is no.
And I'm over here ho hum like, oh no, Spirits is out. Like, let's get to the next match.
They had to have all it took was a turnabout or they had 7 cards in hand, but they had no turnabout or frantic search.
I mean, that's the thing, right? This list is playing only 7 untappers, which I think is a little bit low in my opinion, but I mean, it's certainly been enough to get them to this stage of the tournament, so
Right.
there's definitely something to it.
I think having a more controlling build was a good idea. I really liked Alex's version with the gifts ungiven.
He was on the Cunning Wish version, right?
Yeah. I just love Cunning Wish.
I will say I was really happy to see Clam Man top 8. We were talking about it downstairs when I was on break, and he's been putting in the work. He deserves a top 8. I know he's been grinding with Tide for a little while, so that made me happy to see.
Yeah, Watch Wanderer got 9th on breakers.
A lot of tough breakers, and I heard you guys talking. Was it that red white Boros energy list? Was it 4-2 out on breakers?
Yes.
And Andrew on Mono Blue Cloud Post, which by the way, that was an untested deck. He has not played that in an event before.
That deck is cool.
I saw him take all the turns against Sultai with Mindslaver. That was sick. All right, so what did we learn from that last game, Scuffle? What should be different?
I mean, don't assume that your high tide opponent has it.
Yeah, you gotta be mentally sticky and don't give up till it's over, right?
Right.
I will say I would like to see a little bit more pressure or curiosities out of the Spirits deck.
Yes. Makes a big difference.
If you're the Spirits deck, I think you would like to see less Spell Pierces out of your opponent in the first 3 turns of the game. Moz Wanderer on 1 is not bad.
It is not.
It'll always represent some taxation. Kind of a pseudo Thalia, right? Because like if they go for a turn 4 Bond of Insight against the Mausoleum Wanderer, you might just snipe it off. Now, that does not give the creature Defender, right?
No, it's just an O2 vanilla, and it is still a spirit. So if you can pump it up.
Curiosity is no good, but Curious Obsession could start drawing cards.
Yes, and like it's not like your opponent's going to want to deal with it afterwards. Kind of love Unable to Scream out of the board here.
I do too. I think if you're a deck that never wants to attack on the ground, like High Tide or certain control decks, it's kind of like the Blue Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah. I mean, your opponent gains some life. They get to keep a blocker, and you get to deal with the thing.
Yeah. So yeah, I think best case we see a Curious Obsession go down here. Nope. Island go.
Yeah, Curious Obsession makes such a difference here.
Yeah. Rattle Chains would be good to see. We'll take it. Now Curiosity is live, whereas it wasn't last turn.
Yeah. And then... Okay, they don't control an enchantment. Unable to Scream makes it into an artifact.
Oh yeah, Geistlight Snare cares about that, right?
It does.
What is it? It would cost 1 mana if they had a flyer and an enchantment?
Yes.
Huh, cool card.
It is. I love that card.
Yeah, it has been a long time since we've gotten to cast together. What have you been playing these days? Are you still grinding a lot of limited?
I mostly draft. I would like to make the Gathering players play Peasant Cube.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah. I think that we were looking at more kinds of content we could do together. And I do still have $30 vintage. I did the SCG Con Denver. I just haven't been running, like, these are the events that I run now.
Yeah, okay, there's an Obsession.
Now, did it go on to the Wanderer?
They
targeted the Sailor.
You're right, because that is a Curious Obsession, not a Curiosity. So it could go on the Wanderer. Now, you could replay it here. It's tricky if you don't have another land, right?
Right.
But if you don't have another land, you kind of want to draw a card and get another land. Okay. It looks like we're not choosing to replay it. So we're either bluffing 1 mana interaction or we have 1 mana interaction. I guess those are the two possibilities.
Let's see. Time might become an issue. We're at 9 minutes left to 7 minutes.
Yeah, it can take
They're
a little
putting a
while
lot
to
of-
go through some of the high tide things.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of thought into these plays, which I think they need to.
Right. Use your time, make the right plays, but we saw it a couple times today. The chess clock on Magic Online is pretty serious, right? You
Yes.
cannot ask for an extension on Moto.
Yeah, you can't there's no wiggle room. You don't even get to like get 2 seconds back for playing fast enough.
Right. Like I've seen some STGs or something like a judge will come over for like just a second and they'll be like, "Can I get a 25-second time extension?" And the judge will write out the slip. You know what I mean? Like they're really
yeah.
good about giving extensions when it makes sense. But yeah, there's no flexibility on Moto. Moto does not apologize. You simply lose the match.
Don't you lose the game? The whole match.
Oh yeah, the game. Yeah.
No, you don't lose the game. You lose the whole
Oh,
match
yeah, the
even if
match.
you're up a game.
Yeah,
I have been
that's the
knocked
tough
out
part.
of. I got knocked out of the very important Vintage Cube event from that.
Okay, so now the Mausoleum Wanderer can't stop it because remember it's in the toy box.
Mm-hmm.
But that's fair.
Yeah,
I think Bond of
cool.
Insight just represents too much value to not spell pierce.
Yeah, just refilling the hand to that degree is so strong.
And we drew a land, play Curious Obsession. We know we drew the land for the turn because we missed our land drop last turn, and I do think we had to spell pierce there because we just have to use our mana, right?
Yeah, like when lands are you have to hit the right spells in the right timing when lands are what you're missing, and we are seeing the power of Curious Obsession here. Like it matters so much right now.
Another Wanderer is not bad. And that pesky Sol Ring that was here last game is not here, so the mana might be a little tighter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like and mana matters so much when you're taxing every spell.
Right. Yeah, soft counters play interestingly together and they all stack up. I'm kind of starting to think that Daze is not in the deck anymore.
Yeah, I think I was right about how
Daze on the
how
play
it's
or on the
operating.
draw but not the play.
Right.
That makes sense to me. I kind of feel like we would have seen one in one of these games.
Mm-hmm.
Five minutes and 50 seconds. The clock's getting tight, and I think Ear has enough time to go off once. But if there's like a partial go
Right.
off into fizzle into like play some turns and go off again, then time could get really concerning.
Yeah, like it's dangerous. This is very dangerous. But it's
And I
doable.
will say there's a mental effect of having your clock change colors. Once it's below 5 minutes and it's in the red, it feels weird, man.
It really does.
All right. Yeah, and it was discounted because of that Curious Obsession, like we talked about. Because again, the unable to stream is not controlled by Scrocious, but the Obsession did give us that deep discount.
Yes. The Curiosity, Spectral Sailor, Geistlight Snare has just been a very strong set of lines.
Yeah.
Like in a lot of formats. It's a good set
Now,
of permanents altogether.
Like we talked about last game, there's a specimen. The clock is still not that fast on Spirits, but the fact that we're drawing 2 cards a turn is starting to give us the ability to, stack up our our soft counter spells.
Right.
Maybe we find a Lord or a Flash Spirit to buff up the Wanderer. Maybe we get an extra point of interaction there.
Hmm. Very cool. Like there's the mental game here. It's all predictions and counterplay, but a lot of it just has to be stuck in the hand. Like waiting until you have 6 lands to Bond of Insight here is so important
Yeah,
because you need to be able to pay for a flashed in Rattle Chains with the Mausoleum Wanderer.
right, or a Spell Pierce, but that gets an actual factual out of Scrotius' hand. Now,
Mm,
hard counterspell is at a premium in this format. You do not want to spend that lightly.
yeah, but like Bond of Insight picks up the other Bond of Insight. You can't let any Bond of Insight resolve.
Yeah, Second Obsession is great. Another chance to draw Spell Pierce, a counterspell, something like that. And it puts an extra point on the Wanderer, so that's another point of tithing there. You don't want to sacrifice your Wanderer that has an Obsession on it, but you also don't want to lose the game, so... It's starting to look like Ears is going to need to like turnabout down Scrotius's lands on his end step to clear the way for a go off attempt. But 3 cards, not a lot of cards.
It is not.
6 power in play. Funnily enough, a Supreme Phantom would be lethal because of the Mausoleum Wanderer trigger, like on Ears' main phase.
So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 from the. Oh, the toy spirit is also still a spirit.
Oh yeah, so it would be 11 points of damage if you had a Wanderer.
Yeah.
Or a Supreme Phantom, sorry.
And there's 2 cards drawn here. I don't know. I don't know if ear terms can go off at instant speed. So Alex's build can go off at instant speed because it can Cunning Wish for the Born Upon a Wind. Once
Yeah.
it makes infinite mana. But I don't think ear terms can win at instant speed without access to Brain Freeze. Or
Yeah, because they're so reliant on the Bond of Insight expansion explosion. A frantic search to start is not what you want to see.
No.
If you're high tide. If you're spirits, you do want to see that, but so he's hoping to find a high tide into stuff. Now there you do see the Kahira effectively generating a card, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Origin Scroll, not bad, but let's fight over it.
Do you let this resolve?
Let the scroll resolve and then counter what they get.
Yeah. I mean, it's dangerous. Like, they probably just don't cast another spell. Turnabout net 3 mana is not like I feel like that's way less than we usually net here.
And I think the Wanderer can counter it, right? You can just sacrifice on board.
But I think you're okay. Whoa.
Last card. Yeah, last card would have to be Mind's Desire. So, wow.
Pulling out the test is crazy.
That was a tight match.
What a match!
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to send a very quick message to our 2 finals competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good match.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me go ahead and so ear terms lost. One sec. I gotta go ahead and look at the actual winners. Great game, YouTube. Very well played from both of you.
Yeah, that was good. And do we know who got it between the other match?
Let's see. So it looks like Hunter beat Heidel in 2-1. So initiative, Black-White initiative.
Versus Spirit.
Dredgelord.
Huh. All of these lists.
I need to message both of these people, and we'll start the finals as soon as I hear from both of them.
Now this should be a really good match. I'm really excited.
Yeah. No combo deck in the top 2.
Yeah, look at that. Mana Tithe and Mausoleum Wanderer have successfully gate kept the finals. Just gotta find. I'm having trouble finding the Black-White list. Black-White list.
Okay, so we need Jared and Dredgelord both report, and we'll get you paired off. I just need you once you both answer my messages. Those are the standings. Matches. Okay, great. I just need to hear back from Jared when they're ready. I'm going to get more water, and I'll be just a moment.
Yeah,
Well,
for
okay.
sure.
No, we're going to do all of our other stuff first. So, since I know a lot of people are probably going to take off pretty quick after we do the finals, we are here with Rusty from $30 Vintage. So, $30 Vintage is a great format. We're watching it. It's a lot of fun. Make sure you check them out. So, if you are in their Discord, you will get all the announcements you need. They also post on Blue Sky. So, they are running a 0.5K on May 10th at the NRG. And I think there's one on both days. And then
No, just one day, I think.
just one day. And then SCG Indy, there's going to be a 1K on June 1st. And then at New York NYCIS, there is a 2K on Sunday, July 6th.
Yeah, that's crazy. We've never seen a 2K before. That'll be the largest cash prize. Now, it is 2K contingent on it filling up, but should be a cool tournament. I just went ahead and dropped the Discord link in the chat. If anyone would like to join the Discord, there's all kinds of brews. All the deck lists will be posted, as well as all the upcoming events are on a calendar.
All right, so both players are ready. Go ahead and get together, and we're gonna watch this final match. On May 24th, we will be running another 1K as The Gathering. That's thegathering.gg. Check us out. You're watching our stream, but we also have tier lists and articles, lots of content, all free. Yeah, Rusty, let's see that $30 vintage merch.
Oh yeah, I've got the. So this was a limited print run shirt that's no longer there, but let me actually.
Yeah.
Give you
And
the
thank
whole
you one more time to nouns.gg. Make sure you check them out. They've got some cool stuff. This is a
We got
$30
nice
vintage
custom
shirt.
Lurrus
Looks
art
good.
on the back. We try to, people have been asking about shirts and playmats and stuff, so we try to get that out to the folks when we can. We were trying to get some more playmats, but I think Inked Gaming stopped existing.
Yeah, a lot that happened with lots of businesses.
My buddy ordered
there's
playmats from
some new
them, I
ones
think in
popping up.
December, and hasn't seen them yet.
Oh, and so after this stream, so this is the last round of this, but right after I will be doing sealed arena directs. I sold out of sponsored slots for that, but I do let people sponsor to try and win some boxes. All right, are our players ready to go? It looks like Dredgelord just made the match. So as soon as we get our Spirits player into there, we can spectate.
All right. Yeah, this should be a cool match. I don't know how well the initiative deals with a bunch of evasive creatures, right? They're going to be trading it back and forth.
They do have enough interaction though. So it comes down to just what their play skill matters a lot here. Which spells get countered? If the Spirits gets ahead, I don't think initiative can come back. And if initiative gets ahead, it's tough for Spirits, but they don't block well in the initiative side.
Yeah, because Spirits is interactive and evasive, but their clock is not the best. So when you give them free access to Forge and Trap, and maybe even Throne for a Lord or something, that could be a lot of extra damage coming because of your own initiative creatures. People put Spectral Sailor in their sideboards for initiative, and this deck is on 4 Spectral Sailors just because it's a Spirits deck.
Yeah, just main deck Spirits. It already wants to hit every single turn.
Yeah,
there are a lot of counter spells.
The initiative deck, it's got 2 Spellbinders are the only flyers. and it's only got 6 mainboard removal spells if you count Palace Jailer. Which, I mean, gosh, you're not going to hold the Monarchy against this deck either, so maybe you shouldn't really count Palace Jailer as a full removal spell.
We're looking for a Spirits player. Let me see if he's still in one of the voice chats. All right, he's getting in. Looks like he just had to restart MTGO, as we all do every single time we use MTGO. This is why they won't let me be an ambassador. I complain too much about MTGO. All right. So I believe Dredgelord was our 8th seed here. And Scrocious was not our 2nd seed. So I believe that Scrocious is taking the play.
Okay.
I am very excited for this match.
It's going to be a good one. I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth. Let me get in there.
Yeah, Scrocious took some time to decide on his mulligan.
That's all right. I mean, this is a pretty serious match because remind me, the players chose not to split the prize. Is that right?
So they are. I'm not going to tell you. Yep.
Sure. That's
I'll
fine. I
tell
don't need to
you.
know.
I'm not going to tell everyone else.
Regardless, the winner of this will get a trophy icon in our
Yes.
Discord for winning a premier event, which I would rather have that than the cash. I'll tell you that.
I mean, to a certain amount of cash, I definitely agree. I love a trophy. Cash gets spent on rent.
You know,
trophies get displayed behind me forever.
Right, rent is temporary. Trophies are forever. You know, I got my check from SCG Charlotte. I top 8'd there, so I have a cool $50 check from Star City. Which I mean, you know, money's money. I'll take it, but
you gotta deposit it digitally so you can keep the check. That's what I did.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Now this is a great start. Spectral Sailor into Curiosity. This is just how we drew it up.
This is the start that Dredgelord wants. Dredgelord or that Scrocious wants.
Assuming he has a second land, right? The only thing that could go wrong here is missing a land drop.
Yeah. So Dredgelord, if they had the swords, I think they would have definitely played the swords there.
Yes. Okay, missed land drop, so it's not the perfect hand. I'll tell you that.
I mean, Sailor Curiosity is pretty good, but yeah, you really want 2 lands.
And so he kept it because he had the 1-2 punch of Sailor into Curiosity, and he assumed he would find a land in the couple draws there. Maybe he has a Daze for this Hymn to Turok. That would not be a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he's using all that mana.
Right. If you have the Daze, though, maybe you wait and try to get something else.
Mental Misstep Counterspell were the hits.
Okay. Now, I will say, Hymn to Turok, not that bad when you're drawing 2 cards a turn, right?
Right.
If that's the primary interaction we're getting hit by, it's kind of fine. 2 more draws here to get a land. And if we get a land, things are pretty good. Otherwise, maybe we just wait for Dredgelord to put the initiative into play, and we'll get our land that way.
Kind of love their Scrocious's keep was so good here because Spectral Sailor Curiosity, that's normally dangerous because you risk your opponent Swords of Plowshare on your Sailor.
The mental misstep
is so good. It's worth that.
Missing on all these lands is missing on all these lands is not great. I will tell you that.
No. Mental Misstep was worth the full 6 of his budget, and he didn't even get to cast it this game.
Now, he might not have a Daze because that Hymn went through, but if it was white,
I don't think
he dazes it.
I guess you're probably if you daze the Geistlight Snare.
Yeah, I mean that's a really strong card. 1 mana leak is good.
Scrocious can win this game on 1 land. They missed 2 land drops and they're still way ahead.
It's a little scary, but I mean they'll get one off the initiative. They'll forge eventually if that happens. So, I'm sure it'd be a lot more comfy for them if they found land number 2. There it is.
they were probably feeling that.
I mean, it is a low land count deck, right? What is it? It's 18 counting the hydroelectric. It's not a ton.
Yeah, like it's so low, but we've seen how well they function on only one land.
Right. I mean, they've played pretty well, and now they're open to things like Supreme Phantom, Actual Factual Counterspell, Hardcast Days, all available.
Counterspell still at $2? Did it finally fall a bit?
And honestly, this is the play pattern that I think Spirits really wants to chow down on in addition to unfair decks. Like if you're tapping out for a 4-drop every turn, it's like Geistlight Scenario.
Yeah. Like Spirits can just answer one card from Dredgelord every turn while drawing 2 cards a turn. And every time Dredgelord misses a play, doesn't have it, Spirits gets to flash something in.
God, you almost want to let this hit the battlefield.
Yeah, take the initiative back right away. Especially if you're short on lands.
It's only 1 power. We'll get a land, and then we'll trade back and forth and do the forging, the trapping, all that stuff. But yeah. I don't know. I would almost rather be Spirits in that situation.
I think so, especially when you're hurting for lands and your Secret Entrance gets you a land.
Especially if he gets to develop like a Rattle Chains instead of playing a counterspell here, right? That would be a slam dunk for him.
Yeah, and we saw Dredgelord really tank here on casting the spell because tapping out to give your opponent the initiative is very scary.
It's hard, and yeah, I mean, this black-white deck, all the cards are really strong, but it's kind of clunky. Like, you can kind of describe it as a little clunky.
Yeah, I've been loving the Spirits list. Watching them play makes me feel like they won all 8 Curiosities.
How many are we on?
6. 4 Curious Obsessions, 2 Curiosities.
It really does feel like you want one every game, and they don't.
We haven't seen him win without one.
That's a good point.
Yeah, he has won every game with one though.
Look at that! Just like we were talking about, Rattle Chains. That makes it a really easy choice to not cast a counterspell there on that Battle Rager. Like Spirits is just way ahead on board now.
Head on board with its 2 tiny spirits. That's what it takes.
They will be a turn behind as far as like trapping and things goes, but
yeah,
I think they're ahead enough on board that it's probably okay, assuming they have some more interaction.
Yeah, I mean the initiative only ever builds the board; it never actually deals with what the opponent has in play. So with Scrocious already ahead and counting a few major spells, Dredgelord needs something pretty big to take things back. They don't run a lot of big spells.
Well, they run a lot of big spells like 4-drops, but it's like hard for them to like. Yeah, it's hard for them to interact with multiple things on the same turn. Swords to Plowshares is crazy efficient, but there's only 4 of them. That's not that many.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick look at their sideboard.
Yeah, things get a little more interesting at the board. I'm looking at Vanishing versus Plague Engineers, Thalia even.
Yeah.
Was it
Thalia feels really good in this matchup.
I suspect it is. We saw Plague Engineer look pretty good against Phyrexians earlier.
Yeah.
I suspect it's pretty good against Spirits as well. Now, you're on 7 cards.
Yeah.
I would be tempted to just let it go.
I think spell piercing it is kind of the same as letting it go.
Right, and if your opponent really wants to get this, then they're not playing a threat this turn, and you stay way ahead on board. That seems like a great exchange of resources for Spirits.
You know what Black-White Initiative has out of the board? It's Plague Engineer.
Yeah. Plague Engineer would delete the Spirits player's board right now.
Right. Like, they've only got the Lords, I think, are the only creatures that survive it.
Yeesh. I think that might be the case.
Shacklegeist survives it. and Supreme
Yeah.
Phantom. Everything else dies to it. And Supreme Phantom, you're left with an O2 that eats the Swords of Plowshares.
Yeah. And play the Mausoleum Wanderer, but yeah, you might just be okay with the him resolving now. Like maybe you played your Wanderer, the rest of your hand might be kind of interchangeable, but forcing your opponent to spend 4 mana on 2 for wanting you when you're drawing a card off Curiosity every turn is great.
Yeah, him is very good on turn 1 or turn 2. It's a little weaker now once the engine
Yeah.
is set up.
Yeah, he's just playing out his threats and he's like, hem me, I'll draw more cards.
Yeah, this is a good this is a really good, like, so the player with the higher seed here was Spirits, and being on the play is huge in this matchup.
Yeah. Oh, and we
They
are
flashed in a Wanderer.
now. I'm not. This one I'm a little more skeptical of, because he probably wasn't using that planes for anything anyway.
Yeah.
Like with the Spell Pierce, you're gonna stop him from casting a White Plume. With the Wanderer, that worked.
It looks like Dredge.
Oh, it was 2 because he went Spectral Sailor. I'm sorry, that was
Yes. Okay, I did miss that.
I'm sure someone in
so
chat was ready to tell me that, but yeah, that
I
was great.
I was okay making my opponent tap out there if I have a Supreme Phantom in hand specifically, just because 7 and 7 is lethal.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean he's gonna chip for an entire 1 point of damage, and Forge.
He's not giving his opponent the initiative back. That's interesting. He's paying 5 life here just to stop him from forging.
I am not super sold on that, but
I mean, if you it means that it tells us that Scrocious has a handful of gas, but it's specific gas, stuff that he doesn't want to get rid of. So like he doesn't want to give his opponent any chance to forge, and the Spell Pierce there was as much to stop his opponent from casting another initiative creature as much as anything.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't mind it. And, Scrocious knows his hand and he knows his deck. I think this is one of our players from a semi-local store who's been playing Spirits for a little while. It could be someone else. But...
So, like, being able to Undercity here grows Rattle Chains or Spectral Sailor. Like, his opponent might have Swords of Plowshares, but that's easily stopped by another Rattle Chains.
Yeah, I would be tempted to buff the Rattle Chains because the Spectral Sailor is already a premier target because of the Curiosity. Feels like a lot of eggs are going into a basket right now, but if your opponent doesn't have the swords, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good hit. 5 damage in here. If they have the Supreme Phantom, it becomes 7 damage. And that's lethal in 2 turns.
Yeah, that's 7 damage. There's also a trap, but the trap actually doesn't seem to be affecting the clock here because 7 and then 8.
It does mean that even if Dredgelord has the Swords of Plowshares or a blocker down, he'll die.
Right, like if the Spectral Sailor gets like Palace Jailer, for example.
Yeah.
Then we would have 4 damage on board, plus we would trap. It is not looking good for Black-White.
No, this game's tough. I think post-board, Dredgelord has a much better matchup. Like, Scrocious is mostly prepared for instants and sorceries and combo decks out of the board.
Yeah, and Dredgelord just gets to drop his curve, play a little bit more interaction, and
bring in Plague Engineers.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lights out card that you can sometimes Dark Ritual out, right?
Yeah. I think that Scrocious has to take this match because the next 2 are just so difficult.
Right. He'll be on the draw against an opponent whose deck got better. Does Spirits get anything really interesting for this matchup?
Stern Scolding is the big one. But like you don't want to snag your opponent's creatures in this matchup. Like so the Spirits matchup has Blue Elemental Blast for burn, Energy Flux for artifacts, and then Mystical Dispute, Ravenous Trap, Test of Talents, Spell Pierce for combo. Vapor Snag is good against aggro decks, but you don't want it here. And
yeah, the Stern Scolding looks pretty good to me, actually. I was a little skeptical at first it hits everything except White Plume and Graveyard Trespasser. Like it hits
Yeah,
Passageway
those
Seer
are
and Vicious
big
Battle
misses.
Rager.
Those
Yeah,
are
and
big
that's
misses.
game one in the books.
Yeah. So I see Mono Blue Spirits bringing in Stern Scolding for sure. I
Oh,
don't even know what they
especially
take out.
yeah, because the Thalia is going to come in as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Thalia, Plague Engineer, maybe even Necromentia and Vanishing Verse.
yeah, I'm a little skeptical of Necromentia. I could see Mana Tithe coming in as well, just to drop the curve some.
Yeah, Necromentia is just a matter like looking at your opponent's hand is pretty valuable here. But
Sure.
Necromentia is also not good after turn 1. You really want a Dark Ritual Necromentia.
Right, but maybe if you do that and you like take Curious Obsessions, that could be reasonable.
Mhm.
Yeah, Black White cuts the Extirpate. I think I might cut the Palace Jailer.
Yeah, I mean, taking a thing. Well, it does blink one sailor. I'd probably come down one Palace Jailer, and
Yeah, the
then
Jailer seems like it's not going to be impressive.
yeah, but like just in the interest of lowering your curve a bit. So like Jailer out, Extirpate out, and then you're bringing for the Plague Engineers, and then I think you have to cut. I think you're cutting like the Vicious Battle Ragers.
Yeah, I mean it is open deck list, so you are going to see that your opponent has those Stern Scoldings.
Yeah, it's just tough to keep the initiative against spirits. So I think you want more of a board presence before you take the initiative. Like taking it early enough with a White Plume Adventure is nice, but you really want to be able to double spell the turn you take the initiative. So
Right. So yeah, kind of just bringing the curve on down closer to early game and kind of tightening things up and being able to interact back a little
yeah,
bit more.
like being able to White Plume Adventure, holding up a Vanishing Verse or Swords of Plowshares is just so much better.
I agree. I mean, this has been a fantastic masterclass in why Mono Blue Spirits is a great deck in this format, right?
Yeah,
We kind of
against
saw
the
what it
mid-range
looks like to
stuff.
gobble up High Tide,
Yeah,
and this deck's incredibly different from High Tide, and it's doing fine as well.
yeah. And at the same time, it's really difficult to do. Like it takes such tight play to beat High Tide or this deck. So like,
Yeah,
it's a good deck to learn and pour your time into.
right. I agree. And I think in a lot of ways it kind of scratches that like almost Delverish style itch that a lot of people seem to have coming into the format. I've been really happy to see this Spirits deck kind of unfold and become a little bit more popular and see a bit more play.
Yeah, I'd still end up probably playing white just because I really love Spell Queller, but
Yeah,
Mono Blue certainly has better mana and better counter spells.
Andrew has been really into the Spell Quellers. I think he's on a white version. But
All
man,
right, looks
having
like they are
perfect
ready
mana
to go.
now, this could be the last game of our tournament. It could also not be.
Yeah.
It's been a fantastic tournament. Every game I've watched has been good. When I was on break, I went downstairs and I was watching Doug and Andrew play their matches, so I got to see a little bit more there. Well, I had to stream up on the TV, so I kind of got to spectate 3 matches at once.
Andrew's deck was so cool. I wanted to watch that more just because I love seeing Mindslaver happen.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad because he told me he was going to play Mono Blue Post, and I was like, I hope you have a really good time doing that.
I mean, he only missed it on breakers.
Yeah, it was a great run. I personally have I don't like playing a deck for the first time, even in small events anymore, because I'm so far off the right build on my first attempt these days.
It
But
looks
no,
like Dredgelord
he knows his
opened
way
on the
around.
plains. Yeah, he's good. He's a good player, especially
Yeah,
on
and
the
he was a blue post guy in Modern back when that was allowable.
Good times. So Dredgelord started on plains, which is not usually what you want to start on. Then Scrotius had a Mausoleum Wanderer, but Dredgelord had the swords, which is a good thing to start on.
Now, do you think that means he's going to go like Dark Ritual into Threat here?
I think I would, even at the risk of a daze. What I really want to do is just cast Athalia. Let's see if he has Athalia.
Yeah. No, he has a tap land. Yeah, because I wasn't sure if Mausoleum Wanderer was like the biggest threat. It's
I
only one
think
power by
keeping
default.
you don't want to be like the worst case scenario is that your opponent has another land, a spell pierce, and a curiosity. So I can get behind doing it while they're tapped out, even if it's a little dangerous.
That's true. You're right. If they have protection or even days would work off the top deck.
Yeah.
If they can get that curiosity going, you are cooked.
Yeah, but that being said, I only would have done that if I didn't have the turn 2 play.
Yeah, and I know we saw this earlier. Tainted Field not making black mana right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's just unfortunate. So
I
if
heard you
we're
guys talk about that a little bit. Those lands are goofy.
yeah, I mean he's on a full 10 swamps, so it's not the worst, and his man is pretty good. There's a Thalia, can't be spell pierced.
Playing around days as well.
Yes, there's Stern Scolding. So I think that if I am Dredgelord here, I'm trying to make my opponent counter my spells every turn just to stop them from jamming a spirit on end step.
Because now he doesn't have Rattle Chains mana.
Ooh, that was
Plague,
he was
Plague Engineer.
expecting Thalia to be countered. He
Yeah.
knew that Thalia would get countered here because otherwise you lead on Dark Ritual.
Now, Scrocious, if Scrocious has a daze, he might check the deck list, and if he
This is huge. If this comes down, I don't think Scrocious can win. Oh my god.
don't think he can win.
That was brilliant from Dredgelord.
That was really good. Yeah, because if his Thalia had stuck, he would not have been able to cast that Dark Ritual.
Yes. Like that was perfect knowledge of how his opponent would deal with Thalia.
So here's what has to happen, all right? Scrocious has to play a Supreme Phantom first, right?
Yes.
Because all of his spirits are now basically, what is it, Force of Nature? Is that the 0 toughness creature?
3 mana 8-0s.
So, yeah. Okay, that also
Okay,
has text.
Yeah, it's a 1-1. So the problem with playing out your Phantom first is like if you have your Phantom out and 3 other spirits, then your 3 other spirits die when the Phantom dies.
Oh yeah, it's not a good situation.
Yeah.
Having the Shackle Ice is great. You can at least bungle for the initiative and make some land drops, forge up a little bit, or maybe scry towards something. But there's no removal for that engineer, right? It's not leaving the board.
There's two. The only things in the whole deck that Scrocious has that answer it for any amount of time are 2 sideboard Vapor Snags and 1 main deck Slip Out the Back, which answers it for 1 turn cycle.
So he could slip it out the back on his opponent's end step and then play like some Spectral Sailors or something, right?
He would have to slip it out the back on his opponent's end step, then put down a lethal number of spirits. That's it.
That's not good.
That is not good.
This is...
I mean, Curious Obsession on Shackle Ice is good.
So, I mean, we said it earlier. So, Dredgelord is on 1 card.
Mm-hmm.
He does have a sleeper, so things are a little different, but he actually only has 1 black mana right now.
Yes. But 1 swamp gives him 4 black mana.
It's like Urborg.
Yes, his swamps are all Urborg.
The clock's not that different right now. Scrocious kind of missing land drops again, which is starting to look like a pattern.
Yeah. I mean, he usually plays these games on just as a land or 2. Shacklegeist is a 9-turn clock. And in theory, Scrocious' hand could be all counter spells, and Dredgelord might not resolve another spell this game, but he's still ahead on board.
Right, and he can even turn that sleeper up to slowly a 3/3.
He didn't want to risk the sleeper by attacking. Just feel like he needed the damage here.
I'm not sure what you're playing around by not sending the sleeper there. There's probably a reason, though.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but there's probably a reason. One thing I just noticed as well, Dredgelord has a couple Shambling Vents in his mana base.
Mm-hmm.
That could be really good in this matchup.
Yeah. I was about to say, I don't know if it's worth taking the initiative here. I feel
right,
like
it almost might give Scrocious the power he needs.
It looks like neither player agrees with us.
That's why we're here and they're in the finals.
Like, I
I
think
will
if
say,
I'm Scrocious, I'm ecstatic that my opponent is giving me a chance to take the initiative and forge onto my Shackle Guys.
yeah, but the problem is Passageway Seer is going to quickly become a 6 or a 5/5 lifelinker,
Yeah, that's fair.
which you also can't beat. And there's already one unbeatable permanent. And you can beat one unbeatable permanent, but you can't beat two usually.
Yeah. This
Scoville,
is
have you ever
true.
beaten an unbeatable card from your opponent?
My opponent played 2 Areni in the and over the weekend at at SCG Con Denver.
Play two what?
The 8-mana mythic. It's an 8-mana 10/10 dragon with flying, pro white, pro black, and when it comes into play, you kill all your opponent's creatures.
Stinky.
It is the best card in sealed, and I beat 2 of them in 1 game out of 3, and then in the other 2 games I died.
Wow. I beat
So no.
I beat a Dream Trawler one time and I felt like a genius.
Yeah. What did you use? The Liar?
I don't remember. I think I just had a big board and I had like removal spell to tap it down or something.
Yeah. Dream Trawler counts, but you don't beat the second Dream Trawler.
Yeah. Okay, Dark Ritual. This can level up the Sleeper,
Yeah.
which is fine, I guess. Oh, you know what? Vapor Snag is the answer to Plague Engineer.
But I don't think you bring Vapor Snag in this matchup.
Man, it's really not pretty, but
Like,
can you afford
just
not
don't
to?
have things that you don't have anything that you want to bounce from your opponent. You just want to counter the Plague Engineer. That's what made Dredgelord's line so good. Like, casting Thalia first says, I don't have a Dark Ritual. Why would I cast Thalia before my Dark Ritual?
Yeah, but okay, can I sell you on Vapor Snag for a minute?
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong, but so a lot of the time you're going to see a lot of cards, and your opponent's deck, we established, is a little clunky. Mostly they're casting like a 1/4 drop every turn. And man, you just lose to Dark Ritual Plague Engineer.
Yes, you do.
It's like, look, he's got 7 cards in his hand. He's going to 9. He could afford to draw a Snag here.
He's drawing 3 cards a turn.
I personally probably wouldn't have brought them in, but again, that's why I'm here and they're down there.
Yeah, like, so conversely, if you have Vapor Snag, your opponent has 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 creatures that you never want to bounce, and then Thalia Plague Engineer that you do want to bounce. And
I think Thalia never is a strong word, though.
I mean, I'm not happy bouncing an Elite Spellbinder or paying the Warden a Graveyard Trespasser or bouncing any of the 12 initiative creatures.
The first 2 I agree with. Bouncing a 4-drop is just good sometimes.
Yeah, but then you getting your initiative triggers back.
It's gonna be a tempo game, right? And tempo is all about stranding dead cards in your opponent's hand because they don't have the mana to.
I mean, that's fair, but like, it's still so dangerous.
I will say, Scrocious is making a pretty good run of it. It's not looking good, but
I mean, he's drawing 4 cards a turn with his 3/3 flyer.
Right, and it's not unreasonable to think if he draws Supreme Phantom, he might play Supreme Phantom and 3 more spirits on the same turn.
Right? or 2 Supreme Phantoms,
or another Curious Obsession.
Like, he can, if Scrocious can keep enough lands in play, then Dredgelord's not resolving a spell this game.
Yeah.
Dredgelord really needs that swamp for this Evolved Sleeper, though, to start drawing cards with it.
It's not lethal if he draws it, right? Because he can only activate once if he plays a swamp.
Right.
But if he has a Dark Ritual, then it would be lethal.
Yes. But we're assuming Dredgelord does not resolve any more spells, though.
Good point, yeah. Which I think is a reasonable assumption when their opponent has a quarter of their deck in their hand.
11 cards in hand, 4 untapped lands.
Truly an embarrassment of riches, right? It's very much a water everywhere and not a drop to drink, right? He's got a grip full of spirits, but they don't stick.
Let's see what he discards here.
It's crazy that he hasn't found a Supreme Phantom.
I mean, I wouldn't play a Supreme Phantom if I only had 1 Supreme Phantom. I would, unless I could really be sure I'm protecting it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he has. I was gonna say Rattle Chain Supreme Phantom, but that doesn't work. You got to move really fast to beat the state-based effects.
Light speed. Delay
Splitter
state-based
second,
effects.
as they call it.
All right,
Oh,
there's a
swamp.
swamp.
So he can push 6 here.
Yes. Or you can draw a card to look for a ritual.
But so if you draw the card, you go to 9. Does that matter?
Let's see. Phantom. It doesn't. It matters in the sense that you'll die in 2 turns. I think that the
Right.
counter is more valuable right now.
And you have a chance to draw like a Swords to Plowshares to like try.
Really close the game out.
And it gives you
Like-
a little bit more protection against like a Supreme Phantom situation.
Right. Like the number of cards in Scrotius's hand does not matter. Like all that matters is
Something's happening.
Hydroelectric Specimen to block. That's a real creature. It's a 1/4.
So both the creatures on board have Death Touch, which is sad.
Yeah, but preventing this 3 damage.
Yeah, I
means
mean,
that Dredgelord can survive this turn.
he might get. So he'll go to 5. So there's going to be another lethal attack from Dredgelord to Scrotius next turn.
Yes. But if he does have the Vapor Snag, that 1 life means that Scrotius wins this game.
I wonder if he brought an N.
He's putting 1 down. He's blocking the Engineer instead of the Sleeper.
That is interesting, isn't it?
I don't think he knows that it has Death Touch.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, when you're looking at the card that's like kind of soloing your deck, it's hard to miss that there's additional text. You're like,
Sliding in the
surely
death-
this card just does one thing.
You lose the game. Also Death Touch.
That's Magic in 2020.
It's like
I
how
have days
Grave
hitting
Titan has
something is
Death
crazy.
Touch. Like I attacked a Grave Titan into an Atali once, and they blocked, and it died, and they were so confused. Like Grave Titan has Death Touch. No, that doesn't usually matter.
Yeah. All right, so let's dial back in for a second. He dazed this Hymn to Turok.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean he has cards in his hand that matter?
It must.
Because
And
he
it
picked
has
up an
to
island.
be-
Picking up an island is bad.
It is, but like Phantom is what, or Phantom other creature is what it has to be.
Right. So I'm kind of thinking maybe he has a Phantom, and that's what he was trying to protect. Because
Yes.
otherwise, you would hope that you draw Phantom 2 1-drops here would be ideal,
Yes.
right? And in that case, picking up the island is not good. But
Yeah, I mean, but if he had a Phantom, playing it pre-combat was absolutely correct.
yeah, he's drawing 4 new cards here. And look, he's got to draw them at some point, right? It's a playset.
Yeah. Like I think the days is weird to me because I would definitely rather have the land in play for this turn.
Right, because we're good on cards, right?
Yeah.
It seems like the cards in our hand didn't matter that much.
So then I think that means that he has the snag. Like that's the only other card besides a Supreme Phantom that I could think wanting to keep here. And the Phantom would have had he wanted to play the Phantom pre-combat.
So if he does have a snag,
Then
He has
snagging the
to hit
Page
the
Engineer on an end step makes the Shacklegeist lethal.
well, he's not going to survive this attack.
Yeah.
He either has to snap the play or vapor snag the engineer and block the sleeper, which is scary. Or you have
Yeah.
to snag the sleeper. Now,
If he
he's
snags
not
the sleeper
conceding.
goes to 1, then he has lethal with just Shacklegeist.
Now we have double sleeper activation. How's it always here?
Okay.
Sure.
Like if Scrotius has been protecting this Vapor Snag for 6 turns
That'd be
to force
great.
this victory.
So he would snag sleeper, and then he would win with another.
No, so Vapor Snag has text on the bottom. That creature.
Oh, 1 point, you're right.
1 life.
Yeah, so if he has a snag, he's potentially winning, but we got to see it right now.
Okay.
No, not okay.
I mean, it gives it hexproof. It doesn't keep him alive.
Snag.
All
Doing it
right.
for the love of the game, just like
Yeah.
Gemini.
Game 3 hype.
Okay, but that was a really close game.
It was. Especially
And
considering half of Scrotius's deck was dead.
and his best card was not in the top half of his deck, which is unlikely.
I don't think he had the snag. I think like
No, I'm talking about the Supreme Phantoms.
I don't think that would have done it. He needed
Well, because he
Like-
he could have played chump blockers if he had a Supreme Phantom.
this is true, but I think he needed multiple phantoms to win. Like it's possible he even had one in hand, but no,
Yeah,
he
that
would've
might be the
passed it.
case. So if you're Scrocious, do you bring in the snags or do you just say I'm gonna counter?
I
it this
don't
time?"
bring in the snags. Like I would use the snags on the play or on the draw because it's more likely that my opponent gets the Plague Engineer to resolve on the draw. But I think if I'm
Sure.
Scrocious, I never cast a spell this game if there's a chance of Plague Engineer. And there's a chance of Plague Engineer on turn 1. Like I think that I mulligan for Rattle Chains and keep counter magic up the whole game.
Right. Yeah, that's reasonable. It was just that was hard to. Ugh.
Yeah. No, like that was I think Stern scolding on Thalia was correct because they weren't going to counter the Plague Engineer through a Thalia, but like Dredge King worked really hard to cast that Plague Engineer and it won him the game.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It was a smooth line, and I was impressed by Scrocious's tenacity to play through that.
Yeah. I mean, 3 Curious Obsessions, a pretty good line.
Yeah. I will say one thing to look out for is that Shambling Vent I was talking about.
Yeah.
A Shambling Vent in play would have been big game that game.
2
Like
lives
it wasn't
a
necessary.
turn is a lot.
Yeah, right. Like I think that just shows the kind of game where like the opponent might have a lot of counter magic, and the Shambling Vent just really does something.
Yeah, Living Lands is something that like is a important part of Magic that we don't see too often in this format due to price. But Colonnades and Shambling Vents are both good ones.
Yeah, I've gotten hit by a Creeping Tar Pit a lot, and I've hit with it.
Forgot about Tar Pit. Remember
Playing
when
a
those
turn
cards were
one creepy
$50?
tea feels good. You say what?
Remember when those cards were $50?
Yeah, Magic is crazy.
Such a
Scrocious
Colonnade was
goes-
$50. All right, Dredgelord's thinking on their hand.
Says they mold to Dredgelord to 5.
Oh, I can't see the log, I guess.
Scrocious to 6, Dreadlord to 5, or Dredgelord. That's not good.
I mean, I think mulliganing for the Plague Engineer is worth it.
Sure, right. It's almost like a ley line, right? Like Dark Ritual Plague Engineer.
Yeah.
Ley line of the Plague. Wouldn't that be a fun card?
I died turn 1 the other day on Arena to somebody who started Leyline Axe, and then the creature who gets equipped for free.
Yeah, Javier.
Yeah. And then the 1/1 knight with haste, and then the red Leyline. And I'm like, well, that's one way to end a game fast.
Beautiful. We don't get to see those cards despite Scrocious.
No, we should get to see those cards.
Yeah.
I would like to see those cards.
I guess because it's a look at, not a reveal. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't even get to see a lot of the reveals.
I respect that he he paid mana for it, right? 2
Yeah.
points of life matters, and mold of 5 and his mana works. There's even a swamp for the Tainted Lands, which is a nice change of pace.
Does he have the Dark Ritual? No writ.
Now, if you had Plague Engineer there, like Dark Ritual Plague Engineer, would you have fired it off?
I would have, even with the risk of days. Like if
Really?
I had not if I had 7 cards, but at 5, I'm a little more desperate.
Right, you already need to get lucky to win, and it's not like your opponent has less counter magic possible this turn.
Yeah. Like once they play the island, then turn 1 is your most important turn in this matchup.
Yeah.
I also
Um,
assume my opponent. Maybe I don't, because if my opponent turn one taps mana for a probe, I assume it's Daze is their only counter magic. All right, Dark Ritual, him, 2 floating. Well,
is
1
double
floating and a
him?
snarl. It could be double him. It could be Thalia.
Double him. Oh
Either
yeah,
way,
double
either
him
way,
would
I'm
be
very
crazy.
happy. Yeah, especially if your opponent lets this one resolve. Like,
Right,
what
'cause-
if you're Scrocious and then you counters magic this and then it resolved? Snare
And
Obsession.
he Dark Ritual. There must be something, right? You don't just Dark Ritual to protect from a theoretical Daze.
Maybe you can. Maybe it was to protect from a spell pierce, but what is this? One
Wow, he
black
did.
floating.
He Dark Ritual to protect from a theoretical Daze.
Wow. I mean, him is good. Scrocious didn't have a spirit on end step. It looks like both players are operating suboptimally this match.
Yeah, I mean it is a 6 and a 5, so you're gonna see some stuff.
Yeah.
Scrocious.
I mean,
says
if you
mana-
only have the one counter spell and you're Scrocious, you might even just not do anything to play around Plague Engineer.
right, and it looks like Scrocious is sniffing out a Mana Tithe.
End step Swords of Plowshares.
Look, this is such a low resource game. It's getting scrappy. That's a
Dazing
good
the
daze.
Swords. Yeah.
What a really good days.
Unless it's a great days, unless Dredgelord untaps, goes land Plague Engineer.
It'll
I mean,
it'll
Supreme
be
Phantom's
different
there, though.
because of the Supreme Phantom, though.
Yeah.
It'll be a different game. Now it'll be tenuous because if it ever gets Swords or Palace Jailer, then board's gone. But
Wait, why does he still have 2? Did he play a land this turn? Yes, he did. Okay. So Scrocious
yeah,
hand is
Dredgelord
land unknown.
and Dredgelord drew and missed his land drop, and now Scrocious
Yeah.
is. I think Scrocious is in a pretty good position right now.
He really still needs that curiosity.
Yeah.
He's looking for that third land. There's a third land.
A lot of
He's
cards in his
gonna
deck just got unlocked by third
Counter-check a
land.
Plague Engineer. Okay.
Maybe
you
he
don't
has
wanna
like
give
an
your opponent
in-step.
the initiative here.
Maybe he has like in-step Vanishing Verse into White Plume would be like pretty good.
Yeah,
Like, look, he's got some really strong cards in his deck.
he does.
If he gets to 3 and 4 mana and sticks a single threat, that can dominate a scrappy little game like this.
Yeah, like the initiative is going to matter a lot. He's
Right.
got 4 cards in hand.
Well, his deck does have 35 4-drops in it, right?
Is that true?
No, it's 10. That's a lot of 4-drops, though.
I mean, we can assume he cited out some of them. Sleeper's
Yeah.
great right now.
Yeah, right. It's not easy to counter because of the way that it is.
There's a Geistlight Snare. Actual mana leak.
That's fine, yeah. What's best case scenario for Dredgelord? Dark Ritual into a 4-drop
Plague
and have it work?
Engineer.
Yeah, Plague Engineer.
Like Plague Engineer is just so good, and then you can take your time dealing with the Phantom.
Yeah.
This is huge. This Curious
bad.
Obsession is the game.
I agree. This is
Yeah.
where
Like-
Spirits wants to be.
Right.
It's the same situation where maybe Dredgelord doesn't resolve a spell the rest of the game.
Right.
Even if Scrocious never puts more power and toughness into play, that
Mhm.
could very well be the case. We could be here for 8 turns.
Yeah, just hit 8 times with Supreme Phantom, counter 8 spells.
Yeah. 5
Dredgelord's up
minutes
to
on the
4
clock.
mana, 4
I
cards in
don't
hand.
think the time's going to matter. And now I think it's 4-drop.
Yeah. Spellbinder, playing around days. That's actually great here.
Right. It's hard to get dazed in such a scrappy game. You kind of do have to respect
Yeah.
it.
Actual counterspell.
We're chewing through it.
So we're down 2 Geistlight Snares, 1 daze, 1 counterspell. Counting the counterspells matters.
Yep. And one thing, too, that we didn't really talk about, Scrocious had that turn 1 Gataxian probe, so he knew what Dredgelord was up to potentially with that Dark Ritual turn a little bit more than we did. So
Yes.
We were a little bit more in the dark there.
All right, taking 2 from the Phantom.
Best case scenario is like Plains into Palace Jailer, maybe.
Palace Jailer would be good. I mean, this is a 3-turn clock now.
Yeah, it's a lot of power and toughness.
Main face swords? No. Dangerous White Plume.
You can't not cast it, and if you're Scrocious, you almost want to let it resolve and save your counter magic.
Yeah. Casting a Daze.
Double days?
I mean, if he runs out of cards here, Dredgelord has a very real shot.
Right.
He needs to Plague Engineer Swords of Plowshares, but that's doable.
Yeah, if it's double days, which I think it has to be double days. It could be. No, it wouldn't be guys. It has.
It is
Yeah.
double days.
That's pretty good.
Right.
I mean, if you have 2 days in your hand at this stage in the game, you're pretty happy to get to use them effectively.
Yeah. Like, I think I'd still want the initiative, but it's not like we can block the White Plume. If I have enough spirits in hand, like if I have spirits in hand, I try to Shackle Geist the White Plume to keep the initiative. But with 2 days, yeah, I think you dealt days twice.
Yeah, and then you have 2 draws here to gas back up.
Yeah, time is a huge problem for Scrocious here.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's going to matter if Dredgelord can't resolve anything. It's not going to matter. But
there are some good cards that could be resolved here.
And
3 days are down. I think you stop playing around days.
Yeah.
This could be
Here's
good.
Huge. The lifelink's very important.
So it'll be a 3/3 lifelink, and it'll become a 5/5 lifelink if things go to plan.
Yeah, only if he has another initiative creature, though. And here's where
Right,
Scrocious can show off the Shacklegeist, but Scrocious might also just have 2 flash spirits in hand.
Oh, yeah, and then Shacklegeist could lock it down, right?
Yeah. Shacklegeist is great right now. So
that's tough, having the life gain potentially turned off by a single spirit.
But he didn't have the flash. Like, I was just worried that he would flash in 2 spirits and kill him.
Yeah, that's possible too, isn't it?
Yeah. He gets a secret entrance.
Yeah.
But Dredgelord gets a gain 3 life if Scrocious doesn't have 2 spirits right now.
Right. So if Scrocious has all basic islands in hand, then things could be okay.
Yeah. It's just a big if.
If Dredgelord has another Passageway Seer into gaining 5 life, that could be really good.
Yeah.
There's that shambling event we talked about.
He has to survive this turn, though.
Magic the Gathering card, go?
It's got to be an initiative spell.
Palace Jailer would be respectable in some ways.
Yeah. I think if I'm him, I'm keeping 1 Jailer.
It's hard to say. If you
he
can
doesn't
get
have the initiative
Jailer,
spell.
The fact that even if it doesn't keep the creature gone forever, it does kind of like flicker the enchantments off of them, right?
Yes.
So that's not bad.
I mean, even just dealing with the Phantom for a little bit matters. Hydroelectric Specimen doing its job once more.
That's crazy. That card's a land. Did you know that? Magic's crazy now, man.
That's wild because that's 6 damage on the crackback for Dredgelord's 6 life.
Yeah, something's got to happen here.
It was a Jailer. Does it resolve? It resolves. I did not expect that to resolve.
Yeah, I wonder what's in Scrocious's grippers right now.
But that was clever waiting. I think that Dredgelord read the Hydroelectric Specimen. Because
that's crazy.
I did not.
Yeah, I'm never reading a 1 of. And so he can't draw Swords to Plowshares here, or he doesn't have the mana for it right now, but he's not dead immediately.
Yeah, stopping the Phantom even for 1 turn matters so much right now. Like, he can't even hold up Shacklegeist to tap down a body unless he has another spirit.
Oh, Forge.
Yeah, Forge doesn't matter.
Okay, but Scrotius' hand is not counter spells, and it's not proactive spirits, and it doesn't appear to be curiosities. So I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, he
Could
didn't
be
actually get the
basic
initiative
islands.
back. He's gaining 5.
Wait, is there? So the problem is there's going to be a trap next turn.
Yeah. That is a big
It's
problem. And he's
it's
got
looking
good
bad.
blockers here. But if he can forge onto his passageway Seer because he's got another initiative creature.
Right, or there is that shambling vent.
Yes, but I don't think he can vent an initiative creature unless he has the land. It's a big
Yes.
turn. Yeah, this is a very intense game.
Dark Ritual could have something to say about mana being weird. It's possible though.
I don't know what's in Dredgelord's hand that it's made things this awkward.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like Dredgelord gains 5 here, goes to 7, but then Forge Shacklegeist is 10 damage.
Right, and the trap just deletes all this life that's being gained.
Yeah. Like Phantom blocks the vent, Specimen blocks the Seer.
We take the Monarch and we take the initiative, so we could Lost Well and try to find a Swords to Plowshares.
They double blocked the Jailer rather than block either lifelinker.
I think that's reasonable. I think everything that happened there was made some sense.
They gain 5, they're losing 5. So they need Sleeper and Swords to Plowshares or land.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm trying to think up how we get out of this, and it's
all Swords to Plowshares.
yeah, it's a lot of swords. You need like white dark ritual and just a bunch of swords.
This Hydroelectric Specimen as a flash 1/4 with no other text has been the most important card this game.
Yeah, it was like a semi-playable uncommon from a limited set, like 3-mana flash 1/4, and it's been like critical.
It's a great island. So they're scrying instead of forging.
I think that makes sense because you need the Swords to Plowshares.
Yep.
All right, hear me out. Dark Ritual, double evolved Sleeper, Swords to Plowshares.
I only need one evolved Sleeper.
Yeah, you're right. There's only one ground creature regardless.
And if they untap here, they probably win. Like, Dredgelord gaining this much life every turn is so difficult to overcome.
Right, and the clock is starting to matter. If he does stabilize somehow, double bottom, that's not what you want to see if you're a fan of Black-White Initiative.
All right. 90 seconds left on Scrotius' clock, but this is the last turn of the game in all likelihood. Let's see what they draw.
To the bottom.
Here comes the Monarch. It's got to be a card.
Swords to Plowshares helps.
Like, if it is Swords to Plowshares and Scrotius swings out, like, they're giving up their Hydroelectric Specimen blocker. That matters a lot. That means that they don't have to attack with the Specimen, so they have an even safer attack here.
Yeah, well, I mean, keep in mind the trap is gonna.
Yeah.
There's a dark ritual. I don't know what he could be. It could be.
Whoa! Mental Misstep doing its job. Manti the Misstep. Good game, you two. Well played.
Let's just show each other our cards now.
Hell of a match.
That was good. Yeah, that was good. I mean, what a fantastic showing for Spirits.
Yeah. Spirits takes the whole thing. Mono Blue Spirits.
That's cool.
Well played.
Well played by both of them. I like to see the little banter between players. I love when players kind of respect each other. I realize, it's a game. We should have fun. So fantastic to watch that.
Yeah, that was a really good time.
Yeah, I enjoyed that a lot.
I enjoyed that match. It was tense. couldn't read them. I really want to know what's in Dredgelord's hand. Like, they must have drawn the ritual off the initiative because they didn't play a land that turn.
Yeah, I mean that was a fantastic match. I thought that was a fantastic tournament.
Really great event. Good matches all the way through.
Our top 8 was pretty varied. You know, there was some combo, there was some control, and there was some, you know, ostensibly aggressive stuff happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Spirits dub. Would you look at that?
All right. So thank you everybody so much for coming out. We're going to get our we'll get the payments out over the course of this week. It takes a little bit to process this stuff. Our next event is May 24th. That one's going to be timeless, and we'll be doing these monthly. These are fun for us to run, and we hope you'll come out.
And I mean, if you're going to play in the timeless event, players need to sign up fast, right? Because you guys filled up your slots in the last one.
Last time we filled up, but we are expanded a bit. It's a lot harder for us to fill up, but it might happen.
How many players did you have for the last timeless 1K?
I believe a little over 200. We filled up at 128. So I think we had a little over 200 signups, but we had 180 final. I need to double check that.
Wow. But I mean, that's a fantastic turnout regardless.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I really thank you for casting this with me. This is a lot of fun. If you all like $30 Vintage, if you like this format, this is a format that it doesn't have a ton of online presence, but has a lot of good paper events, some 1Ks, some 0.5Ks. Next one for them is going to be May 10th and then June 1st at SCG Indy and July 6th. So if you're going to be at any of those events, try them out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Rusty got the Discord in the chat.
Yep, you can join the Discord through there. Thanks for having us. Thanks for hosting this. Shout out to Nouns and everyone for running this. This is fantastic.
All right. So that's going to be it for this event today. I think we're coming over to me. So if you, I'm going to just be streaming some Sealed. If you want to hang out, we can talk about $30 Vintage. I'm doing some Arena Direct runs. I have a 5-color aggro token Sealed build that I'm playing.
Fantastic.
Yeah, you'd love this list, Rusty. It was like the weirdest pool, but I needed to go out into all 5 colors to make the tokens work.
Alrighty.
Yeah,
cool.
So come on over and have a good one. Thanks.
Rusty. Yeah, it was fun casting with you. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Yeah, May 24th is our next event. Also going to be sponsored by Nouns. Come to the Discord if you want more information about this, and check out Nouns when you get the chance at nouns.gg.
Yep. Alrighty.